bit of a breeze, but nothing really too bad at the moment. Certainly nothing to be concerned about in going out racing, but there is an expectation that winds will pick up during the day. But at the moment, all is good. If you're planning on coming on out, then please do so. We'll be racing here all day, and of course we have the main events this afternoon being the Lights 20 lap feature race, followed by the big one, the Motorworks Michelin 2-hour endurance race. So the Sunday program, we have a full set of sprint races this morning. We have a second set of sprint races for just the juniors, the lights, and the other support classes, being the Premodern Open, Historic Open, Formula Basketville, and Premodern 500. That'll take us through to lunch, and then in the afternoon we have our feature events. But next on track is going to be our Tas Superbikes. Now this will be interesting because a few chose to set it out yesterday given the patchy conditions, but this is a really good opportunity for a lot of the lead teams in the 2-hour to get a final hit out in anger before going into the main event this afternoon. So I would be expecting to see a few of the larger bikes roll out. At the moment there's only 2, so they might make a liar of me, but I know if I was racing this afternoon, this is the one sprint race I'd want to be part of. Saying yesterday how important it is to have your head in the game when it comes to the start of the big race this afternoon. I'm now joined by co-commentator Rod Garrett. Morning, Rod.
Morning, Chris. How are you?
Yeah, good. Always excited before our 2-hour weekend.
Yep, it's a great weekend. Turned out to be from our humble beginnings in 2014. Our little concoction that we dreamed up in the van coming back from, where was it?
Oh, I don't know.
Barbagallo?
Touring the country.
Touring the country? Yeah,
look, only 2 bikes out on track, and I think that's a bit disappointing. I was just saying that with the last opportunity to have a hit out before the 2-hour, I'd be doing that just as a last shakedown and get myself ready, but each to their own.
Yes, everyone's got their own agenda. It's, I guess, risk versus reward as well. Keeping your bike, you don't want to risk having a crash, but you're dead right. You've got to weigh up whether it's worthwhile for you. If you're happy with the amount of practice you've done and your bike's set up, and happy with the amount of track time you've had so far this weekend. So, I guess most people are deciding that the main race is more important, and they're sitting it out.
Yeah, it certainly appeared that way, but nevertheless, the 2 bikes on track had a lot of fun together yesterday. In fact, I was talking to both of them this morning, being Wade Schrader and Kane Bowman. Wade was saying that in that race yesterday afternoon on a damp track, he actually had slicks in, but it felt better than when he had wets in, because they were very old wets.
Yep.
And he had a lot more grip, and it felt great. And he didn't realise that he had such a big lead over Kane. He actually thought Kane was right on his back wheel.
Well, it's probably good that he kept the pressure on or the pace on, because as you know, with a drying or a dampish sort of track on slicks, you want to make sure you've got
the racing right.
So,
but Kane got away first from Wade, so that's turned the tables a little bit. We know that Wade probably had a little bit more pace yesterday, but I know that Kane is capable of going faster than he did yesterday. His PB is actually a high 58, and he was only at the flat minute yesterday.
Okay, well, it sounds like they're going to have a good little tussle then.
Certainly looks that way. We were saying yesterday that that the white Yamaha R1 of Wade's in P2 has a bit more straight line speed.
That's clearly evident right there going up the hill.
It is. But Kane on the GSX 1000, the earlier GSX 1000, saying he thought he had a bit of a gear shift issue yesterday. He's hoping it's not the gearbox. He did see that the gear selector looked like it was fouling on part of the frame, so hopefully that's all it was.
And here's an example of that horsepower difference, Chris. Wade Schrader, no problem at all to go past down the back straight over the hump and go into the lead at the end of the straight.
No, but Kane's pretty determined. He was excited about this morning, so I don't think he's going to let this up.
Well, he's going to have he's having a great look. He's right on his back wheel into turn 1. Different lines there from the 2 guys.
Yes, will be interesting to see what their first flying lap is, because as I was saying, Kane is capable of lapping in the 58. So I'm not sure what Wade's PB is.
Well, he's probably improving from where he was. So buoyed on by some good results yesterday as well.
Wade was certainly very excited to take his first race win yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, Kane certainly he's closing up there down into Calvin. So the lap prior to that, it was the tables were turned. So, Wade was a bit quicker down into Calvin's. So I think it's just having that rider ahead of you and gauging his speed is certainly helping each rider judge their entry speed. There's nothing in it here, Chris, as they're coming around the sweeper.
No, as I was hoping, Kane was going to tag on the back. So 61.5, it's a pretty comfortable time for both of them. I think there's a bit of speed to come, and look, Kane's looking for a run down the inside and does so. Well done, Kane Bowman.
Yeah, Wade did get a bit wide there and looked like he'd rolled the throttle because he was not quite on the right line. So Kane's capitalised on that mistake and moved back into the lead.
Both guys in the feature race, the 2 hour this afternoon. So this is really, really, really valuable.
Are they riding together?
No, separately.
Okay.
But
in teams?
No, solo.
Both are riding solo.
Yep.
That's just hiding to nothing. But great to see people prepared to have a go at it. I certainly wouldn't. I don't think you would either.
Kane's rolled out of it. Sorry, Wade has rolled out of it. Has he got a problem?
Well, it's looking like it. We'll soon know if he comes into the pits, but yep, no,
and he does.
He's
so, with only one bike left on track, I think that probably means you'd call it, wouldn't you? It's not my call, but certainly worth thinking about.
Yeah, you can't race yourself.
Well, I guess you have to complete the race technically. But as I say, not my call. Up to our very capable Clark, of course, and Stewart.
Okay, well, this could be devastating for Wade if there's a bike issue before the 2 hour this afternoon. He's looking down to the fuel tank.
Oh no, don't tell me the old run out of fuel trap.
It's looking at, well, is it?
Don't know.
It's a little bit hard to call this one, Chris. Now we've only got one bike circulating.
No, Wade's back out, so
we might get well, that's a little bit faster than pit lane, but
poor old Kane's not going to know what's going on.
Yeah, that's a way to get into the lead. Go up the inside.
Yeah.
Take the exit down the back straight and come through the paddock. He's probably wondering where he's gone. So
let's just keep our fingers crossed that that bike is okay for Wade Schrader. He did open the fuel tank, Rod?
Look, I'm not sure. I was definitely looking down at the tank, but whether maybe the fuel cap came undone or something like that. And I don't know how you'd notice that riding it, but
well, talking to Kurt Sushams yesterday, he went out with a fuel tank that had been removed by another rider.
Okay.
I won't mention names, but ended up with fuel all over him.
Right. Hadn't reconnected the line, or
no? Somebody had taken the fuel cap,
right,
and not replaced it.
Not replaced it. Okay. Well, whatever the problem is, he's coming back in. So he's gone out, done another lap, and is now entering pit lane.
Yeah, well, clearly there's a bike issue there, so hopefully he's going to be able to get that sorted for this afternoon.
Well, he's got plenty of time, hopefully, if it doesn't need external bits. But he's got a few hours to play around with it to get it sorted.
That's right. It's obviously running, so you don't assume that it's got some sort of misfire or engine surging problem if he was looking towards fuel. So the question is, does this race run full length with one person on the track?
Is there any regulations that says it has to, or not?
Well, I guess you need to complete minimum distance, but again, I don't know. I'm not the authority on this.
I'm going to take the opportunity to have a sit down, Chris. Rest my leg. It wasn't real flash when I got home last night, so too much time on it. Looks like we're getting a little bit of sun starting to pop through the very mixed conditions depending which direction you look. It's quite cloudy, but there's quite a bit of blue sky in various directions poking through. Fingers crossed we don't get any of that rain that is around some of the hills. I noticed on the way to the track this morning it was still raining around Mount Wellington, but fine out here.
Yeah, there's a forecast for a bit of a few light showers later in the morning and then clearer in the afternoon, but most people have been concerned about the wind.
Yeah, the wind, depending on the direction, of course, can make certain corners here very tricky to navigate, and the back straight can be very tricky as well, especially on a 1000cc bike.
Yeah, look, and the 600s, of course, as well get very light, or they may pull a wheel stand over the hump. But it's not very nice, as we were saying yesterday, to be on a bike that gets blown sideways while it's on the back wheel at 200 kilometres an hour.
In fact, well, more than 200.
Yeah.
It'd be probably, on these modern 1000s, probably up around the 230, 240 over the hump. Certainly the faster bikes would be.
Yeah, you certainly know you're alive when you're piloting one of those down the straight.
I do recall having the wind causing a bit of a tank slapper for myself once, coming over with exactly that same condition, strong crosswind, bike wheel stand coming down crossed up, and the old hippy shake as you continue down the track. Not much fun.
Yeah, certainly not a nice feeling, very disconcerting, and it's been the cause of a lot of bad accidents at many racetracks around the world over the years, the old tank slapper.
Oh, there's some rippers on some of the highlight reels, isn't there?
Yeah, I can I remember vividly one from the Isle of Man.
Oh, that was nuts.
There was I don't know.
Was that, who was that? It wasn't Joey Dunlop.
No, I don't know. Just back to the race though. The race, or the whatever you want to call it. Kane Bowman will come round to pick up the checkered flag. So
exhibition it is.
An exhibition, that's what it is, exactly. So well done, Kane. He'll it's got to be his first race win. So a bit of a weekend of firsts, really, isn't it? Wade Schrader took the win yesterday.
Yep. Now, just going back to that Isle of Man, that was down through Bray Hill, and if you look at the whole footage of that, they actually showed the aftermath, and the bike was absolutely totaled.
I'm thinking of pretty early on. It was a fully fed black bike.
It just got worse and worse and worse and ejected the rider. And on the highlight reels, you just see the big tank slapper. You don't see the aftermath. You've got to actually hunt for it.
The one I'm thinking of, he bailed out and the bike hit the wall, I think.
Yeah. I think
and
that's the one.
I think
it's off the start where you come down through the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. As it was going down through the hill, it bottomed out, and then there's massive tank slapper, and then it's gone about 150 metres up the road, cross gutters and over footpaths and into walls, and there was bits of bike and stuff everywhere. So very messy.
I'm going to have to find it again now that we've mentioned it.
Yeah, he was certainly. That's probably one of the. He was a definite passenger, that poor rider.
I don't think his hands were even on the bars, were they?
No, he was completely ejected from that. It was nasty.
What a horrible feeling. Sort of things we have nightmares about, but you never want to witness or experience, I should say.
Rightio, well, brings us to the next race of the morning in sprint races. We've got the Tas Supersport 600s are up now.
Yeah, and
looking like a reasonable bunch of guys going to have a crack at this one, Chris, unlike the Superbikes just previously.
Yeah, absolutely, and it speaks more to what I was saying about the guys who do want to take it seriously and get out there and have one last shakedown before the big event this afternoon. Good to see Jason Spencer out there. Yep.
Have you caught up with Jason and asked about their strategies?
Yep, wanted to do a race with a full tank of juice and do an economy run.
Right, okay.
Yep.
So it's all about, there's not chasing any glory in the sprint races this weekend, it's all about the setup for the main race.
That's right.
Okay, well that's smart.
It is, and you'd expect nothing less from that team. They think very, very hard about strategy, and that's what produces lap records and it produces race wins.
No surprise that Jonathan Hughes is towards the front of the pack there. Loves his racing. Every single opportunity to get out on track, he's there.
Interesting. Bike 23, Matthew Long. We still haven't seen Brett Simmons jump on the 600 yet for a sprint race.
No, I was asked Brett yesterday if he was going to do that, and he said no. So he's obviously happy. I'm sure he's tested the bike at some point.
Yeah, definitely has.
So he's obviously happy just to wait for the main race and do his part. No doubt that he will fulfil quite well.
But good field here of 600s just for this the last sprint race of the weekend for them.
Well, what's going to be interesting, Chris, and I'm keen to know whether Jason Spencer this time is going to take up pole position and have a crack at the race win at a sprint race, or is he still going to start from the back of the grid?
Well, unless they have more strategy to test, I'd be saying, if I were him, I'd go to pole position and I'd put my head down and put in a couple of fast laps, because that's what I'm going to be remembering going into the 2 hour this afternoon.
Yeah, interesting. Well, no doubt we'll find out in the next half a minute or so. But I would like to see head-to-head with him and Matthew Long, because Matthew Long's been the rider to beat so far. And Matthew Long starting out of P2.
Well, it looks like Jason is holding back.
It looks like he is holding back, so his strategy is clearly going to continue as yesterday, which is sort of a shame. I'd like to see him having a hit out at the front.
Well, this time Matthew Long does have to deal with Chip Sellers right behind him. Chip being the fastest 600 qualifier yesterday, so it will be interesting.
Yeah, because they were also starting from the back of the grid in some of the sprint races. So
in the starters' hands now.
Okay, red lights are on, and we have a start. It looks like a good clean start from everybody. Matthew Long looks like he's going to lead the pack from Marcus Delaney into turn 1. Everyone filing through safely.
I think it's Joel Benson, is it, in third?
I think it is Joel Benson in third.
Great start from Joel.
Can't quite see who's in position 4. Looks like
Chip Sellers.
Chip Sellers
got away nicely, and that's probably John O'Hughes behind him, is it?
Definitely is. Jonathan on the Daytona, or the Triumph Daytona.
But Matty Long certainly blinder of a start and will lead the field for the first time. Up over Suckers, probably got a half a second lead there, if not out to a second already. So that's a blinder of a start from Matthew.
Yeah, no, he's put his head down and already showing everyone a clean pair of heels as he's heading down the back straight for the first time.
Big Agler riders behind him though. Gee, what's that? Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth altogether.
Just trying to pick up where Daniel Briggs has been having a pretty good weekend. Did he get a good start or not? Doesn't look like he did.
Marcus Delaney showing good pace there in second place, but Chip Sellers right on his back wheel, so Chip will be looking for a way through pretty soon. It'll be interesting to see what he can do with the clear track in front of him.
Absolutely. I think as far as lap times, Chip Sellers has got it over Marcus. So, but Marcus at this stage is track position, so that's everything when it comes to your finishing order.
Chip takes a very, very tight line at the bottom of the hill there. All the other bikes or all the other riders tend to drift it out wide, but it works for Chip. He keeps it tight and fires it up the inside.
He's lightweight. He should probably get a good run down the back straight here and use Marcus Delaney as a slipstream.
You'd think so. It'd be interesting to see the difference in straight line speed.
He's pretty much right on his back wheel, but it looks like Marcus's bike's not slow. It's definitely got... it looked like it was pulling away from Chip there.
It did look like that, but Chip right back up on Marcus's back wheel now through the chute. Maybe looking for a run into turn 1. He's got some good speed on.
That's a good move.
It's tight though. It's very tight, and that's not what we want to see.
Oh, that's not what we want to see. That's a real shame.
And that is what we were saying yesterday. He's so hard about the turn into the run into turn 1.
That's Chip Sellers. Unfortunately, is lost the front there and come together with Marcus Delaney, and both riders are off. Chip was up on his feet, but he's obviously not feeling too great. He's sat back down again.
I don't know. Marcus is off, Rod.
Marcus isn't off, but Marcus he's gone through the paddock and he's still on his bike and heading back down through the grassy area. Chip's up and walking, so that's a good sign. We've got a red flag situation.
Yeah, I guess that's because the bike's lying there on the outside of the track.
That's for safety reasons, so not the sort of start we want to see for guys preparing for the 2 hour.
No, I do always hold my breath when I see a tight move there into turn one, because that can happen. The rider on the outside isn't aware that you're there, and you really have to make sure that it's a strong pass and they're aware of you.
Fortunately, there was no room there. Marcus wasn't aware of Chip coming up the inside, and there's no room for two bikes on the one line. So it's a real shame. Hopefully they can get all the bikes repaired, and hopefully not too much damage. One thing we know with the sellers set up, that with Bob here, they would more than likely have plenty of spare parts.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say what sort of shape the bike's in. I didn't see it tumble that much, but who knows? It wouldn't have helped Marcus either. You want to have a nice clear head going into the feature race this afternoon.
It looks like Marcus is okay, so whether he's suffered any damage to the bike, he certainly hasn't been off it, so it's a good chance he may have just lost a lever, or maybe whacked a bar end or something like that. But
I just think Marcus was bump wide and he just ran on. So
yeah, he was definitely bump wide, and
but I'm assuming that Chip's got his handlebars caught up or something and gone down. But anyway, it's what we say. It can happen there at turn one when you try and overtake. If you're not that little bit extra in front of the next rider, they can close the door on you.
I've had the same thing happen and run off. So it's very easy to think you've got the move, and you've got to make it very early on there. Carry a lot more speed in. It's a hard one to do, Chris, as you know.
Oh, it's a very, very hard pass to put on.
That corner there, it tends to suck you in, and if you lose your drive on the way out, you run really wide, and it's not the place you want to run wide, that's for sure.
Well, it's great to see Chip is actually riding the bike back, so hopefully that means it's not too bad.
Yeah, well, that's a good sign.
Yeah, look, it's not to say they can race it, but we've seen bikes, speaking to Matt Carey yesterday, who had a fairly spectacular fall. There's no way his bike was going to be ready for the next race.
No, unfortunately, his bike looked fairly second-hand. The front end was looking worse for wear.
Yeah, but look, unfortunately, I know how Chip's going to be feeling. Thinking about the opportunity potentially lost. It was all about this afternoon, but may not be lost just yet.
Hopefully, Chip, you're okay, if you can hear us, but you're just walking past our commentary position.
Certainly looks in good shape. That's not to say he's not going to find a few little...
No, he's just going over to the ambulance to make sure he's okay. They'll just do the checks of turn your head left and right and push up and down with your right arm and your left arm and all the things they do just to make sure there's no underlying injury.
I've got to say, from here, his bike does look pretty good. So it may need bar straightening and some levers, but look, at least there aren't fairings hanging off it. It looks like it's a chance, so fingers crossed for them. The interesting thing here at the moment, Rod, is as was forecast, there is some shower activity. A few drops.
Certainly is, Chris. There's a few drops on our commentary box window. Not the sort of conditions that any of us like to see. And looking into the pit there, Chris, where those puddles are, you can see the sprinkles of raindrops landing in the puddles. So it's definitely got a light shower happening.
Yeah, so depending on what the wind does, the officials may have made the right call to not move the program around. Because if the 2 hours running right now, there'd be some concerned faces.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the right call if the forecast is for showers this morning and then the chance of a dry afternoon. That's what we want to head for.
And of course, what happens with the wind? But look, there's no there's no exact answer on that. It's a very difficult call for anyone to make, and you just have to go with the information you have at hand.
Yeah, it is conditions at the moment. It's definitely the windiest it's been all weekend. It's certainly not gale force or anything like that, but it's definitely got looking at the trees across the paddocks there, they've got a bit of movement in them, so probably a stiff breeze. Look,
it's nothing too bad just yet. I think we had worse conditions on Friday, but as I say, the conditions are expected to worsen a bit more during the day. In fact, looking at the flag over there near the toilet block in the toilets, that flag's actually being buffered around more than what the ones are down below the commentary box. So that's more of a southerly coming through there.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a stiff breeze, and it seems to be pushing that weather pattern with the rain that we can see across where the gap is between the hills looking over towards Granton. You can see there's a bit of rain over that area, and behind us it's quite nice.
Well, look, just while we have a pause in racing, I might just take a really quick break. I've been dying to get a coffee all day.
Sounds like a great idea.
I'll go and get a coffee and be straight back, Rod.
No worries. Rightio, we're all back after a quick drinks break. We've got a full restart for the 600.
Yeah, good news, Rod, is that Chip Sellers is reporting to be okay, so that's the really important thing. The other good news is that there's a chance the bike's going to be okay, so hopefully that means Team Sellers will be able to run this afternoon in the 2 hour.
And how about Marcus Delaney? I guess his bike was okay?
Haven't heard, but again, given that he didn't actually fall off, he just ran off the track, you'd hope he was fine, but of course he did get a bit of a nudge from Chip, so...
I don't think he's out on the restart, however. Looks like a few riders, we've had some bit of change to the weather with some a bit of a front coming through. So the track is not wet, but it's certainly got a few spots of rain on it. So it looks like we've had a few of the guys decide not to restart.
Yeah, well, look, given they were out on slicks and the a bit of showers now coming through, you do need to be mindful of that. And as I was saying this morning, it's good to have that hit out, but you don't want to go and take any unnecessary risk given the prizes this afternoon.
So just looking at the field, we've got Matthew Long. You won't stop Matthew Long getting out there. He loves it. So
yeah, obviously.
Jonathan Hughes. Cheers, mate. Bit of a gap through another sort of 4 riders towards the back. So we're in the starters' hands. Red lights are on, and another clean start from everybody. Bit of a depleted field for the restart, but nevertheless, still should be a good contest.
Yeah, well, look, John O'Hughes is loving these conditions, and he's actually in P2, although he's just rolled right out of it. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe he's decided that the slicks aren't feeling too good on the wet, but it's not stopping Matthew Long. I know he's on wets, but he's on treaded race tyres. So look, from here, I know we say this every time, Rod, the track doesn't look wet enough to be a problem. There's a few obvious drops of rain on it, but it's not...
No, it looks. It still looks okay.
Yeah.
But that's fine for us to say from up here. Only the riders have, the bike underneath you've got that feeling as you tip into a corner whether you've got grip or not. So conditions have eased a little with the rain that did come through, but still is spitting.
Yeah, look, again, at the moment, it's probably not enough to really be a concern, but that could change lap by lap. But at the moment, Matthew Long out to a very, very comfortable lead already. And look, massive credit to Matthew. He's a big chance at the win this afternoon, and he's been fronting up to every sprint race, and he's actually led and won every sprint race so far.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a talent, and he's very he loves it. He's very committed. So. He'll always be there every ride day, every race day, every session that he can be on track. You'll find him there.
Well, I think
that makes the difference, as we know, Chris.
Absolutely, I think a lot of riders can look at what Matthew's doing and take a leaf out of his book. If you want to go fast and be consistent, look at what Matthew's doing.
He's put in the time in. He's put the work in over the past few years, so he's now reaping the rewards from that. Certainly showing the field a very large pair of heels here, because he's got nearly the whole length of the back straight distance between first and second. But that rain is fairly hard again, Chris.
Yeah, it is starting to spit.
It's not at all very pleasant, and looks like a few guys rolling out of it. And looking at that pit lane puddle, that's getting pretty well hammered now with raindrops. So
yeah, they'll start to feel it before long, I'd say.
Yes, Matthew Long there. You can see he had about 2 or 3 goes at the corner. He's tipped in, so. You're starting to see a wet line on these slick tyres as well, so that's not a good sign. You definitely know the track conditions are getting worse.
Yeah, and look, unlike before where we could see that there were a few drops on the track, now it's a consistent darkness all over it, so clearly it is actually damp. And
yeah, looking at John O'Hughes, he's rolled right out of it at the back of the field. All the other 3 riders there just going through from the bottom of the hill up the hill. They're virtually stopped. They're just the slightest of lean angle just to get the bike through the corner. But conditions are very tricky. It's that tricky for us too. Looking out towards the Granton side of the commentary box, almost impossible to see through the window. There's that much rain and conditions coming through straight at us. So. Anyway, we've still got the race is still continuing, and Matthew Long is still circulating in the lead. He's dropped the pace naturally right back to
a 1:12.
1:12. So, as you can see there, he's tipping through turn 1 with an ever so slightest of lean, being very, very cautious, as you should be. These conditions, Chris, having ridden in them myself and yourself, would know it's very easy to go down very quickly.
It certainly is. Just remembering back to first race back I had after a bit of a layoff at the 2011, I think it was, Historics here, and that was on the old surface, and it came over wet. So we're going out on treaded race tyres just as Matthew Long is now.
Yes.
But that old glassy surface was absolutely treacherous, and just spinning up everywhere, just tippy-toeing all the way around.
Yeah, I remember here on a ride day one time, and exactly these sort of conditions, exactly like this. You know, we were riding around. There was a little bit of rain on the visor. The grip was still there, and you're still getting knees down. But then the rain just got that little bit heavier, and next minute 3 guys went down, one after the other, going on through Calvin's onto the back straight. So, you know, they had no warning. It was just instant. It was like they were riding on ice at the time. So, the conditions can go from good to pretty bad quite quickly.
Yeah, but again, as I was saying yesterday, if we get a shower during the 2 hour, who's going to be in the best place to deal with it? I'd say the guy in P1 right now is going to be feeling very comfortable about it.
Yeah, looking at who's in, is it Daniel Briggs in second? So Daniel's actually catching Matthew Long in these conditions. So Daniel seems to be pushing a bit harder than Matthew.
Is that actually Briggsy on the bike though?
I'm not sure.
I think it could be Sam Delaney, his teammate.
Okay.
Because Briggsy's got the black leathers.
He does. It looks like his bike. It's saying on our timing, Daniel, but yes, you're right. It's not his leathers.
So if that's the case, that's a great effort from Sam. In fact, I can see Briggsy down here below us, so there you go.
Oh, okay. G'day, Daniel.
He's waving at us. That confirms that it's not him on the bike.
Definitely not Daniel on the bike. Unless he has a twin.
You must be a bit nervous then, Daniel. He's nodding vigorously.
Well, as I said, definitely on track. The gap has reduced from Martin Long to Sam. Look at Matthew Long there, putting the leg out as a bit of a MotoGP-esque dangle into turn 1.
Yeah.
Just feeling that grip.
Yeah, forgot to do it yesterday in the heat of the moment.
Not sure what that was about, Chris, at that pace. Just like, let's put the leg out. And is the track wet?
Well, what's interesting is actually his lead's being whittled away. It's down to 4 seconds.
Yeah, as I was saying, I'm not sure how many laps to go.
3.
Okay. Well, based on that, there's a fair chance that Sam Delaney, is it?
Yep.
Will catch and pass Matthew Long. So that's going to wake Matthew up.
Well, his last lap was 4 seconds quicker than Matthew Long, so
Okay.
he's going to be all over him very, very shortly.
He certainly will be, and you know, that's just the rider feel and the confidence. Bearing in mind that Sam is on full slicks, so the conditions have eased. There's definitely that rain's dissipated, because we can now see through our commentary box window quite well. And he's catching him hand over fist, and also in third. Who have we got there?
Martin Long.
Martin Long. So
They'll be bragging rights in the family if Martin wins it.
that'll be. You can see Matthew Long there. He's got a little bit more lean angle there into turn 1 that time. So he's still feeling his way.
Matthew dropped his time that last lap down to a 1 minute 12, but still 2 seconds a lap slower than the guys behind him.
Okay. Looks like Sam Delaney. He's got that down to 2.6, Chris. And in fact, it's even less now. I'd say it's down to about around the 2 second mark, or even 1.5. So now whether Matthew's going to decide he's got more grip and feel again and pick up the pace, but based on what we're seeing, it could be a win to the Daniel Briggs bike.
It could be. But yeah, the showers have stopped, so Matthew's probably going to start to wick it up a little bit again.
So
but
look, he's right on him now, Chris.
He is.
He's about 30 metres back, coming into the braking marker. And Martin Long showing great turn of speed, so it's getting very interesting, Chris.
It's
very interesting. Here we've got
coming around to pick up the last lap board now, Rod.
Okay. So this is going to be a very interesting last lap.
Because the challenge for Sam is going to be, not with a lot of race experience, how do I put a move on the last lap?
Yes, we certainly don't want to see a move that goes wrong like we saw in the race, or the first part of the race. So, but he's right on his back wheel now, and probably going to go up the inside at the bottom of the hill. But no, he's just having a good look.
Yeah, I doubt that that R6 of Matthews is very slow. So I don't think he's going to outdrag him down the straight.
It's going to come down to a battle of brakes, I think, or a battle of... Oh, there's a good drive there from Sam Delaney, but he's pulled out of making the move into Calvin's. But he definitely had more drive off the top of the... Or coming out of Suckers.
I wonder if Matthew knows he's got company.
I'm sure he knows he's got company. He's right on his back wheel. It's going to be a battle of brakes, Chris. And I don't think he's going to do it, actually. I don't think he's got the experience.
Martin's still there, though.
Martin's having a look, so he's going to have to get the run around the outside here.
He's got a reasonable drive. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, is he?
No.
No, not close enough. But a great ride, nevertheless.
Well, that would have taken Matthew Long by surprise. He got the win, but just as he crossed the line, Sam Delaney went past him on the outside. So,
well, that's going to be a great confidence booster for Sam going into this afternoon.
Certainly will be. And Daniel, wherever you are, you can probably rest easy now and stop chewing your fingernails.
Yeah, I'm sure there were a few nervous moments there for Daniel. Darren Grice just coming over to cross the line to complete his final race for the weekend. Jono Hughes.
Where is Jono? Did he just come in, or did?
No, he's still circulating.
Okay.
So he's really
he's decided the conditions weren't favourable and didn't want to risk the bike going down. Naturally, that is their 2-hour bike.
Yeah, we know he's very, very capable of racing hard in these conditions. So I think you're right, Rod. I think he's just decided that
risk versus reward, Chris.
That's
we're
it.
Talking about so
exactly.
Jonathan, very experienced rider, and he knows his way around this circuit very well. And I'm sure he'd want to risk having to do a very quick repair on the bike to get it ready for this afternoon's big race.
I think the standout there was that ride from Sam Delaney. Look, and Martin Long ride on his back wheel, but Sam, being so new to racing, should be really, really happy about that.
Yeah, in these conditions too. Like, not easy for seasoned campaigners, let alone someone learning the ropes.
But as I was saying, credit to Matthew Long. He didn't need to go out in that. He didn't need to go out after for the restart, and he did, and it just goes to show his commitment. And that commitment will pay dividends.
Well, it has already so far this weekend. It's been a lot of fruit will be gathered on the neck at the end of the meeting. So a few more accolades, a few more trophies or medals. So
well, this one will be interesting. Lights coming up, Rod. Still a slightly patchy track, although I think it's
conditions have improved a lot, as we can see out of our the Granton side of the commentary box. Bit of blue sky poking through. But yes, this category is always one we like to watch. The Lights GP Lights production. We've got the 2-stroke Grand Prix and 4-stroke Moto3 base bikes versus the production mainly 4-stroke, but there is a few 2-stroke production bikes in there as well.
I'll tell you what made it very interesting in yesterday's race when it was patchy. Jesse Woods on the production bike was right up there. Was he in the lead, or?
He was for majority of the race, I think, until maybe the last lap.
So he was revelling in those conditions. Really good to see.
Yes, no, he certainly took it up to them, and they were tricky conditions again yesterday. So Jesse Woods, an experienced campaigner, so he's well used to riding in inclement weather, as most of the guys are, really, when we think about it. But
yeah, terrible weekend for Jeremy Huddleston. I think he managed to stall his bike in race 1, and in race 2 he had a flat tyre.
Oh yes, he did tell me what happened there. The turns out had a cracked valve core, so they couldn't work out. Like, he went out with the right air pressure in the tyre, and when he checked it again, it had 11 psi in it, and they couldn't work out where the air was going. So yeah, the actual rubber valve core coming out of the rim was had an issue.
Wow. Well,
and it's something people forget to check, because I actually had one yesterday, Chris, with the same. It was one of the seller's rims, and the pumping it up, the air started leaking out of the core, and it was that old, and it was all sort of split at the bottom. So not the sort of thing you want failing at down the back straight.
Not at all.
Regardless of which end of the, whether it's front or rear, you don't really want a valve core failing. So
well, I'm hoping Jeremy has a better day today. It's very easy, as you could attest, Rod, in a sport like motorcycle racing, it's very easy to become a little bit paranoid or superstitious even, that things aren't going your way. A lot of riders have their lucky undies.
They do. I'm one of them. Always made sure I wore the same kit.
Is that right?
Yep.
Maybe you should have changed them.
No, I was happy with...
given that your first race meeting, you were knocked out.
Well, I think maybe I didn't use those ones again, Chris, but I certainly remember digging through the underdraw before a race meeting, making sure I got the right ones out.
Still got them?
Yes, still got them.
Wow.
They're pretty tattered now. They're a bit stretched, and they don't get worn anymore. But they're still there. I can't sort of, the wife, she says, I'm going to throw them out, and I said, no, you can't. They're sentimental. You've got to keep those things. So.
Yes, anyway, the only bit of advice I could give Jeremy was have a good night's rest, come back and have some fun today. And really
enjoy himself.
A positive attitude and go out and have a bit of fun really can turn the tables on what feels like things being stacked against you.
Just looking, Chris, if you look behind you out towards the pit again, that puddle, the telltale sign there of more sprinkles. But it's coming from a different direction now. It's coming sort of across us, east to west from the circuit, where before the Granton Hills are clear, blue sky, and there's no front over there. So definitely seems to be coming from all directions.
Well, bikes now on the grid. Our pole setter, Liam Waters, has taken every race so far, so this will be interesting. Taryn Ocean certainly took it up to him in the last race of yesterday, and so too Jesse Wood. So this will be interesting, as you say, with very, very light shower falling. Ready for a start. Red light is on. Oh, nice start from Liam Waters, but so too Jesse Woods on the first stroke manages to punt the production bike away, and
just doesn't have the legs, though, Chris.
No,
great start from Jesse Woods, but it's a tall order there for a production bike to outdrag a GP-based bike. Lots
of bikes congesting into the top of turn 2, all through there cleanly. By the looks of it, yes, that's good. But Liam Waters still heads the field from Jesse Woods. Where's Taryn Ocean? Is he in 4th? I can't quite pick up the colours. Yep.
Is he actually a bit further back, Taryn? Can't quite tell from here.
No, a bit hard. It's a bit grey, and the low light makes it hard.
Definitely got grey up there.
Third it looks like. Is that the fluoro green of Taryn's in 3rd place?
It wasn't that long ago. Up looking where we're heading up towards Suckers, there we had blue sky, so it's all come in with a bit of cloud.
Yeah, the nature of the weather, I think, this weekend. But Liam Waters heads the field quite comfortably down over the hump for the first time.
Just picked up Taryn Ocean, Chris. He's definitely in 3rd position.
Yep, he is, and that's back to Lockie Curtis in 4th place. Lockie's been having a pretty good weekend, despite running off at the end of the straight yesterday.
Looks like we got the battle of the KTMs in 5th. Dane Griggs and
Doug Watson, that'll be.
Doug Watson and Dane Griggs. Looks like Doug's looking up the inside of Dane here.
Doug, the Rainmaster, actually. He beat Dane. He did beat Dane last round, didn't he?
He did in the wet, absolutely.
So he's not scared at all of the damn track.
No, he had a fantastic day.
Still pretty tight at the front. Liam really hasn't pulled out that much on Jesse Wood, so it could be because of those conditions. It's that little bit of dampness has been a bit of a leveller for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more rain coming down at the moment too. That's got a little bit heavier again, so probably going to see the bikes roll out of it a bit here, like we just saw in the previous race.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rod.
Looking at that pit lane puddle there for our telltale sign, it's quite heavy. I don't think you wouldn't want to be riding in this, Chris. You wouldn't know how far to push.
No, absolutely. They're the worst conditions to ride in. Just looking down to the sort of the southwest, it's sunny again, quite clear.
It's very clear, and while we're talking about the conditions, we've seen Taryn Ocean. He's come through past Jesse Woods into 2nd place, and he is hunting down Liam Waters at the front of the pack.
Yeah, and that takes some courage to do that, given, as Rod was just saying, we're still having sprinkles of rain. Doug Watson looking from up the inside of Dane Griggs, and we'll get it done.
And he's got it done, Doug, the Rainmaster.
He's loving it.
Did you think we'd ever say that?
Now,
who's going out round the outside of Dane here? I can't quite see. Someone's trying to make a move there around the outside, and it looks like they've done the move.
I think it'll be Michael Regan, is it? No, I don't think it is.
I can't quite work. Is it Reece Tan?
I think it is Reece Tan. What a great ride from Reece. Good job.
See Jeremy Huddleston here. He's still sitting in 8th. Just ahead of Merrick Von Bertouche and Heath Fielding rounding out the top 10. So
Liam Waters extending his lead a little bit perhaps over Taryn Ocean, but look, given this still sprinkling rain, so I think it's going to be bravest will win here.
got to say that 125 of Taryn's doesn't sound like it's right on it today.
Well, I asked him about that yesterday, and he said, no, it's fine, it's running really well.
Okay.
His problem was he was still using the tyres from this meeting last year.
Okay. It just didn't sound as crisp as what I thought I've heard it sound before. Anyway.
No, I tended to agree, but he assures me it's fine, it's running really well.
Okay.
His PB around here was a high 7, but on a Moto3, on the 4-stroke.
Okay.
He thinks he's done a low 58 on the 125.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be...
So it's looking at the times now. Liam Waters at a 63, so that explains what we're saying about the dampness on the track. It's not terrible, but it is affecting them.
Yeah.
But sun's out now, look at that.
Sun's out, but it's still quite heavy on that puddle. There's a lot of sprinkling.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly want to be careful. But Taran Ocean is very, very committed. He's still trying to hunt down Liam Waters.
Yeah, just looking at Taran Ocean through turn 1 there, the corner speed looks fine. Looks like there's plenty of grip there.
Oh, that didn't look so good going into turn 2. The back end starting to come around.
Yeah, it looked like there Taran had looked like the front, a slight move from the front and then followed from the rear, and he's run a bit wide there at the bottom of the hill as well. So
yeah,
you can see the rain is still coming down quite hard. So we've got sun out on around the sweeper in the back part of the circuit. It's quite sunny.
Really horrible conditions to be racing in.
Got to credit to the guys that they're keeping it upright so far.
It certainly is. Just looking for the Rainmaster. Where is he?
Taran, he must have had a bit of an issue because he's lost touch with Liam Waters, and Jesse Woods is now not too far behind him. He's definitely rolled out of it, Taran.
Yeah, maybe that moment was enough for him to realise that he was pushing the limit a bit hard, but Liam Waters doesn't seem to have backed off at all. Oh, maybe by half a second. He's last lap through 64.
Yeah, I don't know if miles are deceiving me, Chris, but it looks like on the sweeper it looks like it's sunny and dry, and at Suckers it looks like it's still raining. It looks like there's still rain coming down on the top part of the circuit, but not on the bottom part. So
yeah, well, it can happen.
We've got a beautiful blue sky on one side and very grey and overcast on the other.
I actually remember racing at Eastern Creek years ago, and it was hailing on half the track and sunny and dry on the other.
Yeah, looking. I think we've got someone down. I think entering or exiting Calvin's. It looks like we've got a rider down in the paddock, or a couple of riders down in the paddock actually.
I can see the sun reflecting off a bike lying on its side, but impossible to say who that is.
Yeah, we've got the recovery vehicles moved to the end of pit lane, so looks like 2 riders there, Chris, standing in the paddock. So good
thing is they're standing, so that tells us they're feeling okay.
It's no doubt there is a green flag I can see halfway down the back straight.
What's interesting here is that Jesse Woods has now come right up on the back wheel of Taran Ocean. Now, of course, they're not racing head-to-head, not in the same class, but Jesse will be pretty keen to have a go at Taran here.
Well, still, track position, still bragging rights, so there's a lot of competition between the boys. Look at the Taran Ocean there, running very wide as he exits to put the power on up the hill.
You think the production bike will be a lot easier thing to ride on a sketchy track. Smooth the power.
Definitely with the way the power's... And look at the difference there. Jesse Woods gone straight up the inside of Taran, coming down into Suckers.
Now, you want to be careful there, because there's no doubt a yellow flag out.
Yeah. He would have passed probably well before the yellow flag, so...
Well, you'd hope so.
Well, there's not a yellow flag at the top of the hill at Suckers, so...
Jesse loving these conditions. Rode beautifully on a damp track yesterday. But yeah, now quite bright and sunny.
Very bright and sunny.
In fact, there's hardly any...
that rain stopped actually, Chris.
Yeah.
There's no rain at all now. So if this sun keeps coming down like this, we'll have dry track conditions within the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes. So...
Well, so far the weather forecasts have been very accurate, so I hope they continue to be, which means we're in for a clear afternoon, and hopefully some exciting racing. Now, the man I'm feeling for is Dane Griggs, because he really copped it for letting Doug Watson get the better of him.
In the last round?
At the last round, everyone gave it to him, and now he's going to get it again because Doug is absolutely streeting him.
Okay. No doubt there'll be some happy faces between those two in the pits as they debrief.
Liam Waters just picks up the checkered flag. That was a very, very well-deserved win. Didn't buckle to the pressure at all on a very difficult racetrack.
Jesse Woods is going to take second outright on track and first for production.
Also very impressive. Good job to all the leading riders there.
Just trying to pick up where Doug Watson is. Has he crossed the line yet?
I don't think so. I think he's in the next group.
Okay.
In fact, here comes Lockie Curtis to pick up.
Oh yes, there's Doug. I can
fourth.
see him. He's just behind.
Heath Building having his first race meeting. And look at the gap back.
Look at we'll have to rub it into Dane because he's been beaten by about 150 metres, maybe more.
Oh, comfortably.
Comfortably.
And I think Doug had rolled out of it too.
Doug had one hand behind his back and a salad sandwich.
Well, I think Doug's got to take the lead in that team now, Team KTM. I think he's got to be the number one rider.
Yep. We might have to get some cutouts and take down later. Present to them 1 and 2, just to keep the rivalry happy, keep it running smoothly.
Well, that was a very challenging race for those guys, and I think they did exceptionally well, particularly those at the front that had a lot of pressure on them.
Okay, Chris, I'm just looking down. I've got some chores that need attending to. We got someone that can assist you up here today?
I reckon I can manage it by myself for a while, Rod.
Okay, well I'll go and do what I've got to do down in the pit. I can see there's a bit of a pile of...
You can send our VP up for a chat if you want.
Who's that?
You don't know who our Vice President is.
Oh, Lenny. I can send Lenny up. Sorry.
All right.
Well, if I can spot Lenny, I'll see if he wants to come up and keep you company.
No worries at all.
I'll be back as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks, Rod. So that leaves only 2 sprint races left for the day. The next one up being our Premodern Historic Open and Formula 3. Produced some great racing yesterday. Probably a smallish field again, but as I say, it has produced some really good racing. The Premodern Open bikes being bikes over 500 cc's, built up until the end of 1999. And the historic bikes, again over 500 cc's, built up to the end of 1990. So there's not many of them, but combined as a group, they do still produce some good racing. Hopefully, if Rod can convince Len to come over and chat to us. Len is one of the regular competitors in Premodern Open. Took the Tasmanian State Series last year, so he'll be a good one to have commentate first-hand experience on the Premodern Open. Bikes haven't yet been called up, so I'll just take this minute to have a quick drink. See if I can rally a co-commentator and come back to you very shortly. Okay, bikes now lining up to go out for, what do we got, event number 27, which is, as I was saying, Premodern Open, Historic Open and Formula 3. I've been able to collar our club vice president, Glenn Bester. Thank you for coming up and welcome to commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Thanks for the invitation. We're commentating on the Premodern Open, the F3, and
Historic Open.
Historic Open.
Premodern Open's class close to your heart, Len. You took the series win last year.
It is very close to my heart. I know all these guys quite well. We have a lot of fun out there racing. Talking to the competitors out there this weekend. We know that Bob Sellers is on the SV650. We haven't seen him in this class for some time. It's normally one of his sons riding on that SV. Yeah,
the challenge has been, or the gauntlet's been laid down apparently. If he doesn't get under the 60-minute lap time this weekend, he's not welcome home. Which is interesting, given it's his house.
It's his house and his bike. It's very well presented SV as well, and I know there's a fair bit of engineering that's gone into that to make it a really nice bike to ride.
Yeah, beautifully presented as well, isn't it?
It is. And we've got Stuart Bug, which I tip for taking out ultimate first place P1 in this race, so we'll see how he goes. Looks like the track has dried out nicely as well, Chris.
Stuart was telling me this morning that it's like MotoGP. No Marquez, it's like no Len Bester. Similar physique, similar talent.
Yeah, a lot of similarities there.
Anyway, his eyes are on the big prize and he's excited about it. And that's all it takes. You just, racing is about having fun, but it's great to get the win occasionally as well.
Yeah, that's right. I made a decision earlier on to put my time into helping this event run as smooth as we possibly can. So I didn't enter in any of the races today, but it's really nice to be able to sit back and actually watch the races and see how everybody's performing.
Well, you're saying we don't do anything up here?
I think I'm the only one that ever compliments you two for the some of the rubbish you talk about.
Well, that probably tells us something.
No, you and Rod do an excellent job up here, and I've got some big shoes to fill up here. People that know me, I'm not a good talker, but if any race that I'd like to commentate, it's this class and this group of races here that I know quite a bit about.
Well, we've certainly seen some great racing out of this category this weekend. Who's missing from P3 there?
That would be Peter Bellchambers.
Coming through now. It's Ben Lydon. No,
Peter Bellchambers
of course.
was third, and he had a gearbox problem in his 1988 GSXR.
Well, ready for a start. Red light is on. Oh, I don't know if Bob Sellers jumped the start there. He did get away first, but it's Stuart Bug with a wheel stand who will actually lead the field into turn one. Larry Eaton driving.
Larry Eaton. Nice
launch from Larry, and that's Bob Sellers looking to go around the outside of Larry Eaton. Long way around there, Len.
Yeah, here he goes in typical Sellers performance there around those S-bends, and he'll go up the inside of Stuart Bug here, I expect.
Oh, Buggy out of the seat.
Does. Buggy just rode over a little wet patch there, which unsettled the bike terribly.
Yeah, you've got to be careful that first lap. You've got that red mist, the adrenaline's on board, and you've just got to be that extra bit careful, particularly after a little shower.
We have Bob Sellers leading the group down the straight at the moment. I expect Stuart Bug will outperform him down here with a 750, and he does.
Absolutely.
We'll see what happens under braking here, whether Bob comes back under. No, Stuart Bug does retain the lead, followed by.
I tell you what, John Hughes looked like spun up a little bit, trying to get down the inside of Larry Eaton.
Yeah, he's been taking it right up to his boss this weekend.
He has. He might not have a job after the weekend. But John Hughes has been on fire in that VFR 400 and hunting down the leaders very, very aggressively at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. Look at Bob Sellers through on the inside of Stuart Bug.
Yeah, he's ran a bit wide though, and Stuart Bug's come back up the inside and powered up the hill past him again. Larry Eaton's doing very well today as well, in fourth place. That's the highest I think he's been this weekend in in the rankings?
Yeah, having a great ride. We're saying with ride, it's a game of strategy for Bob Sellers. He will always be out-dragged down the back straight, so if he's going to win the race, he's got to put a pass on early in the lap and try and stretch a bit of advantage over Buggy. It's going to be tough for him. I'll tell you what else is tough for him. He's now got Jono Hughes right on his back wheel.
He has. This will be very interesting as they come around the turn 1, 2 and 3, because both those riders are very fast through there.
Jono Hughes, one of the best riders through turn 1, I think. He has a beautiful fast flowing line through there. And it is a tricky corner, isn't it, Len, turn 1?
It is. You can actually take it a little bit faster than you think you can, but you can also come unstuck if you run wide.
A little bit faster than you think you will. Yeah, it's caught a few riders out over the years, but at the moment we've got 3 riders all together going up over suckers. Stuart Bugg from Bob Sellers still, and Jono Hughes right on his back wheel. So this is going to be a cracker, Len?
It is. Those top 3, they're well within a second between them, probably even closer, even half a second. And then there's quite a gap back to Larry Eaton, and then who have we got in 5th spot up there?
Karen Webb, that'd be.
Karen
in the historic
Webb, she's
class.
riding well as well.
Jono Hughes, it looks like he's right on the edge of tyre traction through the sweeper. Big lean angle and a lot of throttle on. Looking for a way through on Bob Sellers.
Oh, this is great racing. If everybody could see what we're seeing, it'll be the day to be out here at Basketville today. Of course, we've got the premium race at 2 p.m. today, the 2-hour endurance.
Yeah, we always look forward to that one, but at the moment, Jono Hughes out of the seat again, trying to get the drive on the VFR 400 to get up the outside of Bob Sellers. He's trying everything.
Hasn't quite got the horsepower to get up the hill there.
Well, he's on the slowest bike of the 3, it's only just a tiny bit slower than the SV650 in front of him. But determination is carrying it through. He's absolutely committed to trying to get past Bob Sellers. Stuart Bugg stretching them out a little bit now.
Yeah, Stuart Bugg is about to come around and across the start-finish line with a few more laps to go, but he's looking pretty comfortable there in the lead. He's probably got a...
he's looking for a run up the inside of Bob Sellers. I tell you what, after what we saw with Chip, you want to be careful. But he's got that one done. Now it's try to hunt down Stuart Bugg. How many laps remaining there, Len? 4 laps to go, so there's still time to do it. And as I said, I don't think I've ever seen him more committed. He's been out of the seat a couple of times on this 400. Yeah,
and he's got a clean run to catch up with Stuart Bugg. He's probably only got a second on him now.
Stuart Bugg, quickest time, 60.5. He was in the 59s yesterday. So he's capable of going a bit quicker. I think the track's pretty good now, Len. Maybe a bit of wind, but it's certainly dry.
Yes, I agree with you. I think Stuart Bugg will realise that the track's a bit drier, so he might continue with these low 60-second laps. And I think that Jonathan Hughes is going to struggle to keep those 60-second laps, but we'll see how this race goes.
Yeah, Jono Hughes, 61.3 last time through. It'll be interesting to see what this one is. Jono Hughes, 60.8, 0.1 of a second off Stuart Bugg, so he's only doing the same times as Buggy in front of him. I don't think that's... well, that would tell us he's not going to be able to close it down, but stranger things have happened.
But Bob Sellers hasn't given up either in 3rd place. He's pretty close to the back wheel of Jonathan Hughes as they go up the hill again, and closes as they go through suckers.
Suddenly dropped off Larry Eaton now, who's a good way back. Further back then to... who's that? Is that Matthew Coward? It is Matthew Coward from Shane Moresby on the R1, then Karen Webb and Ben Lydon. But Stuart Bugg, our race leader, just off the end of the back straight now.
There goes Bob Sellers under brakes at the end of the straight into the sweeper, and Bob Sellers is in 2nd place again, but it's not over yet.
You have to be committed to put a move on Jono Hughes. He fights his track space very hard. So that was a great move from Bob Sellers. The extra little bit of straight line speed from the SV650 would have helped him, but nevertheless, it was a good, hard braking overtake.
Oh, absolutely. And Bob Sellers and Jonathan Hughes are probably 2 of the most experienced racers we have out here, and club members. So they would entrust in each other for every move that they put on. and this is terrific racing.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, given that Jono Hughes is in the feature race this afternoon, I'm surprised by his commitment to this, but it just speaks to the character of the guy. He just loves his racing.
Absolutely, he's a fit man, an athletic figure. Bob Sellers has the drive and definitely the experience to take it up to any of us.
In fact, he's gapped Jono a little bit. Bob Sellers has got a second wind in this race. Let's see his next lap time through. 59.9. He's done it.
Yeah. He can go home tonight with that ticked off his list. I think they're going to struggle to catch Stuart Bugg on the Kawasaki ZX 750. I think it is, Chris.
Yes, it is. No, you're right. I think that extra horsepower has helped Buggy out there. Not to say he's not riding it very well, he is, but it does make life that little bit easier, particularly for overtaking. You can see that Jono Hughes is having to work so much harder to put an overtake on because he's on the slowest of the three bikes. Karen Webb coming under a bit of pressure from Ben Lydon at the rear of the field. Ben having a wonderful weekend. Talking to him this morning, he was disappointed he ran out of petrol yesterday.
Yeah, Ben Lydon just coming through in a 106.
Stuart Bugg will actually pick up the race win. Picks up the checkered flag now, and Bob Sellers holds off Jono Hughes for second. And most importantly for Bob, he breaks the minute on the SU650, so things are going to be peaceful in the Sellers household.
Absolutely. That was a good race to watch.
Larry Eaton just coming around to take out fourth place. Pretty lonely ride there for Larry in the end. Then we're back to another lonely ride in Matt Carey, but Matt was actually entered for the 2 hour this afternoon. Unfortunately, ended up withdrawing from that. Would have been nice to see Matt in there.
And followed a couple of seconds back by Shane Moresby on the 2000 R1. And that's that race done.
Actually, almost done. We've got Karen Webb coming under pressure from Ben Lydon, and Ben looking for a way through on the line. I don't think he's going to be close enough, but he's giving the little 600 the berries.
He's had a last lap lunge at taking Karen Webb, but didn't quite get there.
No, not for lack of turning the throttle. Yeah, he almost had two hands on the throttle. He was turning it that hard.
Now, what's your thoughts on the weather today, Chris?
Well, we've been talking about that all morning. The forecast was telling us the winds are going to be pretty steady, strong but steady. So we're hoping that if conditions stay as they are, then it won't be that bad. The forecast was for the showers to clear, so for a dryish afternoon. And as I was saying to Rod, it's a tough job for the officials to make a call, but you can only work with what you've got in front of you, and we needed something fairly substantial to cause a reshuffle of the schedule. So at this stage, I think it's playing out as they expected, and hopefully we're going to have a good bit of weather this afternoon for the 2 hour.
Yes, we have a bit of cloud cover, and the track is dry now. The sun is out, peeking through the clouds. But it's a difficult call for the officials and the club committee on shuffling the schedule around, because we know that there'll be a lot of people out here coming out before 2 o'clock to watch the premium race, the 2 hour endurance race. So shuffling it around would have had quite a big impact, but as it turns out, and after assessment early this morning, the schedule won't be moved, so that's a good thing, and I think the weather's going to be kind to us as well.
Well, let's hope so, Len. We always are throwing curveballs for this 2 hour race. I don't know why, but it feels like whatever we do, we seem to get challenging weather. But look, at the end of the day, it's part of racing motorcycles. We don't have a roof over the facility. People know that things can get wet, although what we've seen is wet. A few years back, remember that one that we had to cancel? It was so wet, it was ridiculous.
That's right. We had actually had water flowing across the track, which was dangerous, quite dangerous. So a difficult but good call by the officials and the committee.
Yeah, that's right. And then I remember the very first 2 hour was cancelled because of a massive storm coming through during the race. So we do expect to go racing in the wet, but that one was a bit extreme.
And the 2 hour, of course, the weather can change through a 2 hour event. It can be a hot, dry track, and then it can be pouring with rain in that 2 hour period, so it makes it very difficult.
That's
and
right.
What have we got up next, Chris?
This is our last sprint race for the day, which is our Formula Basketville. It's always a fun class, given the time handicap, not handicap but penalty. They can't go under a 64-second lap, as you know, and if they do, they get a 10-second penalty for every lap they break that 64.
Yes, that's right, Chris. And this class in particular, rarely see any bigger smiles on competitors that come in after their racing. It really is a fun class to run in, although they do take it seriously when they're out there, and we see some really good racing.
Yeah, I think the red mist affects everyone though, Len. You see a bike in front of you, whether they're in your class or not, it doesn't matter. You always dig that little bit deeper to try and beat them.
That's right, we've all experienced that, Chris, and sometimes it's brought out our best performance, and luckily most of the time it brings out your best performance.
Well, it's why I think people who are thinking about racing that haven't yet done it should just get in and do it. I often hear from people who are used to doing ride days, and they think, oh, I'm not fast enough yet, but almost without exception, your first race meeting, you'll take a second or two off it just because you get towed along with everyone else, and you won't know where the time comes from. You just get into the flow, a little bit more adrenaline, and most people absolutely love it. They say, why didn't I do this earlier?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. So we have the bikes lining up in the starter's grid under the starter's orders at the moment. There is a bit of rainfall, a bit of a shower down now, so the riders will see that on their visors, and it is a little bit daunting when you see those speckles of rain on your visor. You're not quite sure how much traction you've got, and they are out on either road tyres or slicks, most of them with slicks by the look of it.
Well, they're in the starter's hands now, so they're about to find out, and I don't know if that was a clean start. There were a few bikes potentially jumped it, but it's Ryan Chen, I think, who was the race winner from yesterday, heads the field through turn one for the first time. Not the cleanest of entries for most riders there in turn one, Len. There are a few people going up and under, but it's Ryan Chen who will actually lead the field for the drive up the hill the first time. It's Ben Lydon behind him, or a few uncertain people, probably, as you said, Len.
Look at that coming up from last place up to, well, he's backed off going into Suckers, but he actually overtook about four riders there, and then backed off and lost those positions. He has them back now. I can't see who that is.
Yeah, that's Juhu Lee. He started from the rear of the grid because he didn't manage to qualify yesterday.
That's the speed difference that we're seeing, and he'll cut through that group pretty well. He's now up into third place.
It is, but as you said, Len, the rain is actually falling now, so this is going to really challenge these guys. They want to be very careful because, as you well know, this is the most tricky time, going from a dry track to a wet track and trying to pick the amount of grip that's there.
That's right. We haven't got the lack of adhesion flags out yet, so those officials out there can see the track quite closely, so they'll make that call and just advise the riders. But as a fellow rider, you really know yourself before you even see those flags.
It's stating the bleeding obvious most times. Your helmet's got rain all over it, and they say, oh, there could be rain on the track.
Yeah, and it could be a little bit slippery.
Yeah, but look, the officials doing their job. Oh, we've got an overtake at the front. Ben Lydon down the
clean move
outside, I think, of Ryan Chen. But Ryan, I think, may be having his first race meeting, so absolutely exceptional performance from him today.
And it's great to see him. He only started his ride days out here a few months ago. Of course, we had a break for COVID, but he's absolutely loved it. He's brought quite a few of his friends out as well. And he's a really committed committee member. Club member.
Club member, yeah. Juhu Lee having a great ride too on the MV Augusta there in third place. Another very enthusiastic rider.
And that Augusta is a beautifully presented bike.
It certainly is.
Always turns my head as I walk past it.
Yeah, I always, from a distance, pick it as one of the triumphs, but you get closer and realise what it is. And you're right, Len. It's an immaculately presented bike, having a very good ride there too.
And the timing, Chris, there's nobody going under the 64 seconds, so there's no penalties being applied so far in this race.
No, I think the shower's probably helping that. That's probably backed them off a little bit. Talking to Ben Lydon in the lead this morning. He's having an absolute ball this weekend. Unfortunately ran out of petrol in a race yesterday. Thought he was on... his fuel tap was on. It was actually on reserve.
That trick.
Well, he hadn't bothered to familiarise himself with the operation of the fuel tap, so lesson learnt. But leading this field comfortably enough, Ryan Chen not being dropped off, but there's a little gap between them. And then back to Juhu Lee, who's putting in a beautiful ride.
So the top three riders, they're going around in 1 minute 6, 1 minute 7s. And all three of them have their best lap times at 1 minute 6s. So this is pretty close racing here. That rain, it's only showers, but now it's coming down a bit heavier now, so that'll start affecting their times, I think.
Yeah, there's a puddle in the middle of the pits that Rod and I were looking at earlier, and we can see rain droplets falling on that pretty solidly now. They're only light, but it's enough, as you were saying, Len, as a rider, it's so hard to gauge the level of grip. You can't see any lying water. You just know the track is gradually getting more and more damp.
Yeah. That top three is, they're closing up quite closely now. And there's only less than half a second between them. In fact, they're on each other's wheels.
Yeah, 4 laps remaining. So this is really coming down to the wire. It's a great race. Oh no, and that's Ryan Chen who's slid out. So that's what those rain droplets can do.
Yeah, and he's up, which is a good sign. The yellow flag's out at turn 1.
Exactly what we're saying, how hard it is to gauge.
He'd be disappointed in himself, but he's up, and he's, as we do, the first thing we do is get up and we have a look at our bikes, and he'll be a bit disappointed with himself today.
Yeah, that's if you know what day it is. I know how that feels, or even where am I?
Yeah, sometimes it's what am I doing here?
That's right, exactly.
But if you can get up and then go over to your bike, make sure it's turned off and still okay, and off comes his gloves, and he seems okay up there, and he's wandering around, wondering what just happened then.
But Ben Lydon still doing a great job at the front of the field. He's about to come up to the accident scene, so this yellow flag's waving. Not a red flag out yet, which is good, but he's certainly going to have to back off here because Ryan Chen is standing exactly where he shouldn't be, right in harm's way if a bike were to go down.
Yes, it comes with experience. If you come off the track, the experienced riders, they'll move as far away as they can from that crash scene, because if you've crashed there, somebody else is likely to.
Yep.
So you usually find a barrier to get over, or just give yourself several paces away from the crash site. Yep.
Also clearly stated in riders' briefings, but unfortunately it just does not seem to be recalled after a rider falls off. And right now, there's still bikes at race speed going through there. They could do exactly what he did, and he'll be collected by them. So a really dangerous situation there.
So back to the leader. Bikes have slowed down quite a lot now, and they've probably learnt from that incident that the track conditions are very slippery.
Yeah, it's as I keep saying, it's just such a challenging situation. You're not on wet tyres. The track is variable, and it's in fact it's changing every lap with the extra bit of rain. But Ben Lydon backed it right off now. Got a massive lead over. Actually, Graham Cunningham has come through to pick up second place over Juhu Lee, who's no, in fact that's Matt Allen. So where is Juhu Lee? Is he just? He's coming in. Is he?
He's coming in. Yeah.
Yeah. Decided that's enough for him.
I saw him coming down the straight, and I thought, well, he's going well, but he's decided to play it safe in those conditions, and it is raining reasonably heavily now, so that will be quite a wet track.
Yeah, certainly wet enough. No standing water yet, but as you say, Len, it's properly wet everywhere now.
Now it's going to be one of those days where there's going to be showers and the track's going to be wet, then it's going to be dry, so we have a bit of wind here, so the track does dry out very quickly when that rain stops.
Yeah, if there's an encouraging thing, is it's exactly what the Weather Bureau were forecasting for light showers around this time, and hopefully going to clear. So with some luck, fingers crossed, our afternoon racing is going to be dry.
I can see some blue skies off in the distance, so this rain will stop shortly.
Great contest for second and third now between Graham Cunningham and Matt Allen.
The inside, he's
had to back out of that one.
Yeah, decided that's not worth the risk. The last lap board is out now, so this will be between second and third. Will be a really close race, I think. And Matt Allen's been racing for some time now, so if there's a sniff of a place, I think he'll have a go at it.
Well, he almost won yesterday. He had to do the Superman over the start-finish line to put his body in front of the bike to try and get the win. Forgetting, of course, that
taking him up the inside now.
The transponder's on the bike, not on your helmet. But yeah, the Aprilia 250.
They're going into the suckers side by side, and Matt Allen has got through. He's kept that place.
Both riders doing exceptionally well in tricky conditions, but Matt's determination has paid off there.
Yes, this will be interesting going down the straight, because I think Matt's a bit low on his horsepower here, but he'll be very good under braking at the end of the straight.
Well, he was very close through the sweeper last time through, so he obviously is good under brakes, as you say, Len. In fact, he's held off Graham Cunningham down the straight, so
good job.
Often flying. They're having a great ride. Ben Lydon, though, really, credit to him. What a weekend he's had.
Yeah, that's a
top ride.
New racer as well, and he's loving his races, and he'd be loving to see that checkered flag coming across, and terrific ride from Ben.
And so too Matt Allen, who does get the better of Graham Cunningham. Credit to all three riders for sticking that out. That was a very, very tough race. So that actually concludes our sprint racing for the morning, and in fact that does only lead into a 10-minute, 2-hour free practice. Now in these conditions, I don't know that anyone's going to be wanting to go out, depending on what the forecast's saying. If this afternoon is going to be dry, then it may well be that most teams decide not to go out.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. I was walking around the pits this morning, and all the 2-hour bikes that I noticed all had slicks on. So if they were going out to right now, I expect that they would want their wets on, but still probably a little bit dry for full wets, given that blue sky's coming over now as well. So they might hold off a bit, and as the track dries out, they might even go out in their slicks just to test it out a bit, because if it happens through the 2-hour endurance race, you need to make that tough call on whether you come in and put slicks in or not.
Just looking up the pit entry road to a possum coming into the racetrack. Obviously heard the 2-hour was on.
Yeah.
Looking for a bit of afternoon entertainment. I don't know where he's off to. Hopefully not onto the racetrack.
No, we might have to keep an eye on that. He's well over 100 metres away from the track at the moment. He's up sheltering under one of the vehicles in the car park, so I think he'll be sensible to stay there.
Oh, well, at least he's in for some good racing this afternoon. Well, we might just take a break, given that we're not really sure what is coming up now. If there's not going to be any bikes going out for the 2-hour, then it may be an early lunch. But look, we'll take a break until we know more. Come back to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Chris.
Well, back already, and I have an apology to make. I got out of sync in the program. We actually do have another full set of sprint races for the Juniors, Lights, Premodern Open and Formula Basketville. So, that said, Tassie Juniors, can you please make your way to the dummy grid for the start of race 25? Getting a bit too excited there, Len. Not following the program closely enough. I thought that was going to take us through the 2 hour free practice, but another set of races. So something to look forward to.
We did get caught out there, Chris, but we're back at it now. The announcement's just been put over the PA, and I hear the officials horned for the 2-minute warning for getting the bikes out into the dummy grid. And we've got our Tassie Juniors, which is a new class this year. Oh, they ran last year as well, didn't they, Chris? And that keeps on building up. And
it's a really exciting development, Len. It's good to see the kids coming out. They're certainly having a good time.
They are, and it's a short type of what's the word for it? Opportunity for them for their ages, and they're on generally Yamaha R15s, and there's a couple of 2-stroke 85s out there.
Yeah, the rules allow for 4-stroke up to 150cc and 2-stroke up to 85cc, and a couple of little KTM 85s down there. They're the fastest accelerating bikes in the field. But look, I don't think it's really mattering what bike they're on at the moment. They're all having an absolute ball out there, and we've seen some great racing this weekend.
And that's right. And everybody that started has stuck with it. And why wouldn't you? They have it in their blood now, and we've had one rider that's moved up to Lights production this year in Chad Wiley with his Ninja 400.
That's right. It's going to be interesting to see how Chad goes in the handicap feature race this afternoon.
It will be.
But I think the talking point for this race is it's the first proper wet race for the juniors. They've had mainly dry races, a couple of raindrops during their race, but not enough to really cause any problems. So this will test them a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was a bit damp on the last round of the club championships at Basketville. So remember that I had to get my wets out as well, and only 4 races on those brand new wets, so that's still going well. But a lot of these riders and the horsepower of these bikes, they can bring them unstuck, but probably not as quick as the larger capacity bikes. And it's just good experience for them to ride. Some of these riders have come from motocross as well, so they're used to having the bikes moving around a bit underneath them.
Yeah, it helps if you're on a motocross bike as well, which Ollie Skinner and Chloe Skinner are.
Yeah.
But you may have missed Brodie Curtis's big moment there yesterday at the top of the sweeper.
I did miss that.
Oh, yeah. That was sensational. Massive slide, round full lock. And saved beautifully, but pretty exciting to watch.
We have the bikes on the starting grid now, under the starters' orders. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 lined up with no gaps in the grid.
No, we have one to come. That's David Coward, who's
he's moseying on along around the track there, and I know, and that's under the starters' orders, and you get a slow rider coming around the back, and you think it's forever before you're starting, and yeah, it's a little bit unnerving.
Ollie Skinner being the man to beat, but these wet conditions will ask the question of him. Tom Turner been going very well, but Brodie Curtis probably the quicker of the 150 riders. But at the moment, Ollie Skinner again gets the jump and will lead the field into turn 1.
Ollie gets great power off the starts, doesn't he?
Oh,
big slide!
There you go. It's very slippery out there.
He's gone back to second place, but he held that very well, and that comes from his motocross experience, I think, and that looked like he was on a dirt track. That big slide he had.
Oh, look out! There's Brodie Curtis down.
Brody's off again. He's gone onto the grass, the wet grass, and there's often no coming back from that.
Chloe Skinner spinning it up off the bottom of the hill, so it goes to what I was saying. First proper wet race for these guys, and it's going to be a bit of a steep learning curve for them.
Yes, Brody's up, standing by his bike. Be nice if Brody could just move back away from his bike and over near the tyre wall. Keep himself safe, and in fact the officials are pointing to him to ask him to go, and off he goes out of harm's way there. So the race continues, Chris, and who have we got in?
That's Tom Turner leading the field for the first time. Ollie Skinner hard on his tail, but it's the first time Ollie's actually had to work for this, so this is going to be very interesting.
It is. Tom's riding really well there. He was tucked in really tight in behind the screen going down the straight, and he's keeping that distance going across the start-finish line.
Ollie Skinner with the foot on the ground, motocross style. So too Chloe coming through the sweeper. So they're certainly finding conditions a bit more tricky than they have for the rest for the start of the weekend.
I think Ollie's hasn't quite got out of his mind that slide he had in turn 1 on the first lap.
And that's a fair thing too.
Absolutely, it does make you stop and think about things.
Tom Turner flying though out in the lead. I think he may even be stretching out that lead a little bit over Ollie Skinner.
And Oliver Skinner's still spinning up going up the hill, and the back end sliding around.
Yeah, not easy at all. David Coward very tentatively going down through turn 2, and that's fair enough. First race meeting, first wet track. It's a bit of a daunting experience. It's so hard to get feel out of road tyres on a wet racetrack.
That's right, and if you're a new competitor, especially when you see somebody go down, it does make you slow down a bit when you don't have that experience, and it's a good, safe way to self-preservation.
Tom Turner doing a beautiful job out there in the lead though.
He's doing a great job. Looks like Ollie's really struggling for grip out there.
Remember, it's going to be a peakier 2-stroke, so it won't get the nice smooth drive that the 150 in front of it will. Making it a little bit harder for Ollie.
In third place, just coming across the line now. Who's that, Chris?
That's Harley Phipps, having a nice ride in the wet too.
He is. Look, takes a nice line through turn 1 there.
He certainly does. He's coming ahead. I was saying this yesterday. He's coming ahead really well. All the juniors are looking so much better on their bikes compared to not that long ago when they were starting out, and they looked very shaky and unsure. But
I just witnessed Oliver going at the bottom of the hill, going around that corner there. He's actually going around motocross style with his foot out, sliding on the tarmac. So he is really struggling for rear wheel grip there.
yeah, as I say, probably the nature of the bike, the power coming on pretty sharply compared to the 150 in front of him, which would be having an easier time of it. But as we always say, the wet weather's a good leveller, and the 4-strokes do actually lend themselves to these sort of conditions.
And Tom's gone out to a 2-second lead now. He's riding very well.
I don't think Ollie's given up, but again, foot on the deck, spinning it up sideways, doing everything he can to try and rein in Tom. But what have we got? A 1.7 second gap this time through. It goes to 2.2. So Tom Turner's actually stretching that gap a little bit. Outstanding job leading this race. Harley Phipps crossing the line now. He goes through at a 1 minute 23. So he's about 3 seconds off what Tom Turner's doing at the front of the field.
I think that's probably the first time Tom has experienced the pointy end of the field.
I think it is.
Great job.
Look, absolutely. I think you can't underestimate what a great job that is. Tricky conditions. And he's seen firsthand in front of him what can happen. So he's keeping his composure and doing what from here looks like a faultless.
And continues to stretch his lead. He's doing a great job. And we have Chloe just coming across the start-finish line now, and she's riding very conservatively, as she should. She's doing a great job, and motocross style as well through turn 1, going into turn 2. We'll see if the foot comes out in turn 2. And yes, again, riding very cautiously, which is the right thing to do for these young new riders. Of course, that family comes from a motocross background, and it's great to see them with our club. And they have really good support from their mum and dad.
And Tom Turner picks up the checkered flag for his very, very first race win. I tell you what, that's one of the rides of the weekend for me. I thought he did an absolutely outstanding job. So too Ollie Skinner. Couldn't quite pull Tom Turner back, but...
And then we have Harley Phipps in third place.
Third place, that's right.
Great ride from Harley.
Waving to his dad. And further back then to... David Coward, where is he? Must be down at Calvin's, just out of sight at the moment. But look, great job to all the juniors. Again, that was very, very difficult to go out on a wet track. Certainly tested them. Poor old Brody. Shame to see him go off. Luckily, it was a fairly minor get off, just on the wet grass. But Len, I just need to jump out for a second. So how about you and I just have a really quick break before the next race? We'll come back very shortly.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, so next group out on track at the moment. Lights GP, Lights Production, certainly provided some of the entertainment we've seen so far, Len. Looking forward to this one. Track's still a bit damp though.
It is, and of course we have the 20-lap feature race this afternoon, is it, Chris?
It is this afternoon, yep. We have a lunch break first. I'll try and get on the program this time.
That's right, so I'm not sure that we're seeing the numbers that we have for the other races. Certainly look like peak hour traffic out there over the weekend with the lights races getting a bit of practice in and making sure the bikes are all sorted for the feature race.
Yeah, once again, tricky conditions. The track's still properly wet, although the rain has stopped.
Now, who's your pick for this race, Chris?
Well,
You're
look,
watching them pretty closely this week.
yeah, look, Liam Waters has been the standout. He's a class act. He took the win last year with fighting head-to-head with Joel Kelso for the entire 20 laps. He's won every sprint race so far, but look, having said that, it's the first proper wet surface we've had, and it's going to be drying during the race as well because the rain has stopped and the sun is out, the wind blowing through. So another really difficult race for these guys. The track is going to be changing every lap.
That's right, Chris, and we see different riders on the podium that you normally wouldn't see in a dry race. So wet race does actually bring out the skill of the rider and the way the bike's set up.
Well, I can see full wets on Liam's bike, and it looks like wets on Taryn's bike as well, so that'll be interesting. Particularly, as we're saying, if the track does dry during the race, it's going to make it a bit difficult being on wet tyres. It looks like wet tyres on Jesse Wood's bike too. Look, given if this track stays properly wet, I wouldn't be surprised if Jesse Wood wins this. He's been loving these wet conditions. So to see a production bike take out the race would be pretty exciting.
It will be. And there's every chance because of the torque and the power that they deliver. Now we're at starters' orders.
Yep, ready for a start now. So red light about to go on. And it's on, ready for a start. Beautiful start from all the front three, but it's Jesse Woods, I think, who gets away first, and yep, he will actually hold the lead into turn one. Liam Waters right on his back wheel, Taran Ocean right behind Liam. So the
few slides there in turn one from the midfield.
Yeah, as you'd expect, it's all gently at the moment. Everyone finding their way. Hopefully they'll get through cleanly. But as we said, it's the main three at the front, and Jesse Woods on that production 400, as you said, Len, using that torque to his advantage.
And we've got Liam coming right up onto his back wheel, going up through suckers, up on the back straight, and we'll see him close up again. Liam is a bit tentative going through the corners at the moment, just testing out the track. Yeah,
certainly has the straight line speed advantage. I think we'll see him go past Jesse this time down the back straight, but we'll see what Jesse can do back through the corners using the torque of the four-stroke. So Liam Waters does head the field.
We'll see Jesse close up on him through the sweeper here, I think.
Certainly does. And Taran Ocean not being dropped off yet either. He's doing a great job there. All three riders on full wets by the looks of it.
We have a rider down at the sweeper there, Chris. I can't see what.
Oh, that's a KTM. Hopefully, I think that could be Doug Watson, the Rainmaster.
Could be.
I think it is.
He's up. He looks fine.
Trying to pick his bike up. But, again, another example of a rider who does probably need to get out of the way if they can't get their bike up straight away.
Yeah, I think it might be Doug. He's struggling to get that bike up, and maybe it's just time to leave that, Doug, and just make yourself safe.
Particularly with the field already halfway around the next lap. It is amazing, isn't it, Len, how picking your bike up can just be 100% of your focus rather than your own safety. But Liam Waters coming through now. You'll see the yellow flag, so the riders will button off, but Doug does need to get out of there. Actually good. He's seen the bikes come through and decided that that's the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, good move. If that is Doug there.
It is. He's up on the bottom of the timing screen. But Liam Waters at the front, starting to stretch Taran Ocean a bit. I don't know what happened to Jesse Woods. We were a little bit distracted by that issue with Doug Watson, but Jesse's dropped right back, so maybe had a moment. But now it's Taran Ocean. He's decided he's going to have a bit of a go at this, and a little bit of a gap back from Liam yet, probably a second, but Taran looking pretty determined. He'd like to pick up a win for the weekend.
Yes, you're right, Chris. If you have a bit of a moment on a corner on these bikes, they really rely on the speed through the corners to give them momentum onto the straights. So if Jesse has had a moment, that sounds like that's what's happened.
I think really Liam Waters showing his class. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but been super impressive.
Yes, he's tested the grip he has now, and he's clear. Has a reasonably clear lead, probably about a second in front of Taran. But I don't think Taran will give up. He's had a few laps around the circuit before. No,
we do need to remember that both these guys are really still thinking about the 20 lapper this afternoon. They don't want to go and throw it away for the sake of this last sprint race. But as is often the case, when in the heat of the moment, you can forget about all of that and just think about chasing down that guy in front of you.
Yes, that's right. You start thinking about easing off, and that's often when mistakes happen.
Now we have a yellow flag at the top of the hill. I can see a rider parked just off the exit of Sucker's Corner. Cannot see who it is. We'll try and pick that up on our timing screen. In fact, I'd say it's Reece Tan. It is. It looks like his bike, and I can see his number dropping down the field. So it's a shame because he was having a great race meet.
Yes, and he's parked it up against the tyre wall, and he's stepped over the tyre wall. Good move.
Yeah, so he would appear to be 100% okay, which is good to see. Will often be the case in these conditions. You just lose the front and just slide out. So most riders just annoyed that they're on their backside rather than feeling any worse the wear for it.
Well, let's hope those riders can get their bikes back for the 20 lap feature race this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly hope so. But at the moment, Liam Ward is still keeping Taran at bay. Probably, what's the gap on the screen? 1.9 seconds. I think that's probably just been stretched out a little bit. Maybe Liam's just starting to pull away.
And Jesse Woods in third place, having a very lonely ride. There's just as much distance between him and second as there is from him and fourth.
Fair bit going further back here. We've got Heath Fielding. I've said it a number of times now, having his first race meet, an absolutely fantastic performance. Just crossing the line. He's ahead of Lockie Curtis, Matt Allen, Dane Griggs. Liam Waters, our race leader, just coming over the start-finish line to pick up the last lap board, and he has stretched out his lead out to 3.1 seconds. So again, showing his class, really solid performance again. Like you're right, Len. He did what you need to do, and that's feel out the grip, get his confidence, and felt sure of what he was doing, and he's just slowly edged away. Heading down into Calvin's Corner for the last time. Just trying to pick up our leader now.
One more turn to go for our leader.
Wherever he is.
We still have that yellow flag out at...
Coming into the braking area at the end of the straight now. So goes past the parked Doug Watson. Just avoid the next group of riders in front of him. He won't have to pass them, but pick up the checkered flag to take a clean sweep of the sprint race. Well done, Liam Waters.
Second place to Taran.
Taran Ocean, nice ride.
And Jesse Woods coming around the last corner, going a bit wide there, Chris.
Yeah, he did open the corner up a little bit, but I think he's all okay. It doesn't look like he had any moment.
And Dane Griggs.
Yeah, he'd just been lapped, I think. Actually, no, that was Tim O'Halloran actually on the club bike. He rented the bike for the weekend.
That's good. That's good to see Tim out there on the club RC 390.
Great to see Jeremy Huddleston finally having a good sprint race. Just picked up where Taran Ocean's been given a 20-second penalty, so maybe he jumped the start. I thought the start looked pretty clean, unless he overtook under a yellow flag or something. I don't know. I don't think he overtook anyone, did he?
The start looked pretty clean to me.
Did he overtake Jesse Woods? Maybe that was under a yellow flag. I don't know. We don't have that information in front of us, but that will put Taran out of second place and back into about fourth. So maybe that gives Jeremy Huddleston third place.
Yeah, with that race finished, Chris, we have is it 2 more sprint races before lunch?
We do. We have the we're back to the Premodern Open, Historic Open and Formula 3, and then we're into Formula Basketville. And if I've got it right this time, that will then take us into the 2-hour free practice.
That's great.
Looks like our regular commentator, Rod, is back. Len, thanks for your company. Thanks for filling in.
Thanks very much, Chris. It's great to be up here in this great vantage point at Basketville, and I welcome all spectators to come out this afternoon for some great racing and our premium 2-hour event. Thank you.
Actually, just before we do pick up commentary again, I just need to take a couple of minutes out. So between this race and the next, bikes haven't yet been called up, so I'm just going to have a very, very quick break myself.
Okay, back after a short break. Got the next group out on track.
Yeah, this is our Premodern group, Premodern Open, Historic Open and Formula 3. Certainly produced some great racing so far this weekend, particularly Bob Sellers at the front, along with John O'Hughes. Stuart Bugg's been the man to beat on the Premodern ZXR 750. But thankfully for Bob, he did actually break the minute finally.
Oh, okay.
He did.
I did miss that. When was that, Chris?
Well, that was in the last race. You were otherwise occupied, Rod, but Bob managed to get it done, 59.9 or something.
Okay.
Just snuck under, but that's all he needed to do.
Well, he's allowed back in the house then.
He is. Larry Eaton got dropped off a little bit in that last one, so hopefully he can get away with the leaders and be amongst it. John Hughes was absolutely determined in the last race. I was amazed by how badly he wanted it. He was out of the seat a few times.
Okay. Looking at the track, we had a fairly decent rain shower about 20 minutes ago. The track's looking almost dry. There's a few wet patches around the track, but looking at where we are here at the commentary box and certainly the run around the sweeper, it's pretty much dry now. A little bit wet on the start-finish straight.
It is patchy, so they're still going to be very careful, and sometimes with sun on the track it's not that easy to pick up where the damp patches are, Rod.
Alright, we're in the starter's hands. Red light is on. A little bit of a creep there from don't think anyone jumped the start, but a great start from Larry Eaton using that acceleration drive with the Motard bike, puts it into the lead into turn one. Yeah,
he's actually leading for the first time this weekend, I think, from Stuart Bugg. Actually, John Hughes got away nicely and goes around the outside of Stuart Bugg through the S's. Stuart taking it a little bit cautiously on the dampish track. So too Bob Sellers, but as you say, Rod, Larry Eaton flying away at the front.
Yeah, he got a great start, and that bike certainly is very quick off the line. A lot easier to fire off the mark than some of the bigger bikes. Looks like there's no issue with grip, certainly over suckers. Track, I reckon, it'd be getting plenty of sun up there, and it would almost be bone dry, not stone wet.
Well, certainly not in front of us. There's dry patches and wet patches, or damp patches, not wet. So, as I was saying, sometimes when you're racing, it's hard to pick that up, depending on where the sun is. But at the moment, we've got John O'Hughes all over the back of Larry Eaton under brakes at the end of the sweeper.
It's definitely looking good in the sweeper where they are now. The track is pretty much dry there, and Jonathan Hughes around the outside, a great move around Larry Eaton, heads into the lead over the line, and looking like turn one's in pretty good nick now too. Yeah, getting pretty squirrely though there, John O'Hughes under brakes, but look, he's obviously committed, as you said, Rod. He's pushing pretty hard. Well, it's still a bit wet there, Chris, coming off turn two, heading down the hill. There's a little bit of movement there through the rear tyres of both bikes in first and second. Yeah, there's no doubt there's still a few damp patches, so you'd want to be have your eyes open and be pretty careful. Bob Sellers clearly taking it easy. He's almost the length of the back straight behind the leaders now, so the damp track has made Bob decide I was to be a little bit careful. Yeah, watching them there going up the hill, looks like it still must be a bit wet over there. It looks dry from here, but it's hard to pick up. Everyone's very ginger getting on the throttle heading up the hill, and quite a bit of movement from Stuart Bugg's rear tyre there. So no issue for Jonathan Hughes, and Larry Eaton looking pretty solid in second. Yeah, Buggy certainly not liking the conditions as much. He's back in fourth place. But Rod, I think just here in front of us you can see the track is actually still quite damp. Maybe without your sunglasses on you'd see it, but there's only a few dry patches. Most of it's damp. Oh, I don't know. Looks pretty good to me, but who would know? Try without your sunnies. They are polarised. Are they? There you go. There you go. John O'Hughes, 10-second penalty. I don't know if he jumped the start. Well, he did creep a little bit. I did see him move like it was ever so slightly, so it's probably enough to incur the penalty. He definitely didn't get an advantage, but he did move a fraction. I did notice it before the red light went out, so you have to put his head down if he wants to take the win from here. He's got only just over or just under a 2-second lead from Larry Eaton, so it's going to be tough for him to take the win with a 10-second penalty from here. Yeah, barring any issues. But both riders doing a good job out there in front, as we keep saying. Tricky conditions, so you do have to
be very, very mindful of what line you're taking and where you're putting power on. We've seen a few riders come undone in the last few races. But John O'Hughes still probably the margin about the same, back to Larry Eaton, about 1.5 seconds. I don't think Larry's giving this up, Rod.
No, he's definitely not. In fact, the previous lap it was at nearly 2, and now it's down to 1.5, so Larry's definitely on the sniff. Wouldn't be surprised to see him challenge for the... Well, he's going to take the win anyway if he stays in this position with the penalty, but he doesn't know that and Jonathan doesn't know that, so they're both going to push and treat it as a normal race.
Yeah, Stuart Bugg decided that these conditions aren't for him. He's quite a distant fourth, but at the same time, having won the preceding sprint races, he'll probably still be in a good position to pick up the win for the round, or the weekend, I should say. Larry Eaton not dropped off at all, but I don't know if he's gained anything either. Let's have a look this time over the stripe. It was 1.4, exactly the same.
Yeah,
So
still looks a little bit tentative, both of them through turn 1, so you can still see, I can see the wet patch there coming down off turn 2, right in the middle of the track there. It's still quite damp.
Yeah, it is.
And they look like they're getting off the bottom of the hill okay. Certainly the riders back in 3rd and 4th onwards, they seem to be very tentative off the bottom of the hill. But Jono and Larry, no issue at all getting the power down.
I'll tell you what is noticeable, the wind is picking up. Looking across those marquees, some of them blowing quite hard, and the flags as well. So that's going to be a factor this afternoon.
Yeah, we hope everyone's marquees in the pits are well tied down, well weighted. We don't want to see them taking off and flying through the pit area.
I think that margin's closed a bit, Rod. Larry does look closer. It was 1.36 last time through, so this time it is 0.6.
Yes, and even noticeably there, Larry going into turn 1, he's almost in a position to challenge here, Chris. He's right up. He's literally 2 or 3 bike lengths back now.
He's certainly close enough now, isn't he?
He's definitely close enough. Whether it's going to be a battle of brakes or a battle of straight line speed, and the straight line speed between the 404 and the big single is almost identical, as we can clearly see there. Going up the hill, there's absolutely no difference between the bikes in straight line acceleration.
No, I can't really see where Larry's making the time up. I guess it was only half a second, so it may be just a little bit everywhere. But
well, this will be interesting down the main straight here. There can't be a lot of laps to go. Must be 3 to go.
Coming around to pick up the last lap board at this time.
Rightio. So now I'd say on brakes, I would, if the positions change from here, I would put my money on Jonathan to still take the win. But Larry's looking very strong around the sweeper.
He certainly is. We know how hard. Oh, that was actually the win. They were on the last lap, so
right, okay.
We missed that. Jonathan Hughes does actually pick up the win, and that explains why I guess Larry was digging so deep on that last lap.
Okay. Well, I was thinking we were still on 8 lap races, so that they've been obviously shortened to 6. So I was thinking there was a couple to go. So 6 lap race. So, but Larry Eaton actually will pick up the win because Jonathan Hughes, with a 10-second penalty for jump start, that'll actually shuffle him back. He will still he will take 2nd place because the gap back to Bob Sellers in 3rd was around 20 seconds. So just rounding out, it will be Larry Eaton from Jonathan Hughes, Bob Sellers, Stuart Bugg in 4th, Matty Cowd and Karen Webb. Can't be many races to go, Chris, before we start getting towards the...
No races left, no sprint races. We've only got the 2-hour free practice, which goes for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Now that's interesting. Looking at the track, which is half dry, half damp.
Don't we have Formula Basketville to come?
Sorry, yeah, I'll catch up in a minute. We do have one last.
We have
yes.
Formula Basketville and Premodern up to 500 if there is any. Mind you, we did see a shuffle yesterday. Everyone going into just the Formula Basketville. So
that's right. It is all Formula Basketville.
So that'll be the last sprint race before we get into the 2-hour free practice. Then we'll probably get a lunch break in and then prepare for the feature races of the afternoon.
That's right. Those flags blowing very hard down there now.
It's even rattling our door here, so looking at the tent stand here towards the toilet block, they look like they're well strapped down.
As they need to be. Going to make it very difficult this afternoon in the 2 hour as you're starting to fatigue a little bit, but
I can see Brett Simmons there, Chris. He's busy trying to add extra ropes or something there to make sure it's tied down, one of the marquees. So they may be even deciding to take them down. I'm not quite sure, but what's the latest update on the weather?
well, the wind forecast here is up to 40 kilometres an hour, fairly steady, so I think we're probably approaching that now. We had 50 kilometre hour winds on Friday up the top of the hill there at Suckers. The riders were saying that was difficult, so given that, you'd hope that that's fairly manageable with what they have at the moment. But of course the issue, as you well know, Rod, is not the constant wind but the gusting wind.
Yeah. Yes, it can be very tricky. Especially if it's coming across the track and Suckers at the top of the hill, you can turn to that corner and cop a wind gust and it can almost blow you off the track there, push you very wide, and it's not the place you want to run wide.
No. Well, look, I'm not sure who it was made a very valid point here the other day, that we talk about this being very windy here at Basketville, and look, it is, but go to a place like Phillip Island and you really do experience wind.
Well, been there many times, and not only wind but also driving cold and driving warmth, but conditions can vary there considerably, probably more so than here.
Yeah, I can remember very clearly racing my historic bike there, and usually it'd be into turn 1, or sorry, down the main straight, back from 6th to 5th through turn 1 and accelerate through to turn 2. But the wind was that strong coming across the track that you'd come out of turn 1 in 5th, and rather than accelerate through to turn 2, you'd have to drop back a gear. The headwind was so strong.
Okay.
It actually, the bike went backwards.
Yeah, I've certainly not having ridden there, but been there many times to watch MotoGP, Superbikes, etc., and had some very awful conditions to contend with as a spectator. Can't imagine what it'd be like on track. Literally, I've seen, especially the little bikes like the little Moto3 bikes, virtually blown off the circuit.
Yeah, so exposed there at Phillip Island. The racetrack, of course, right on the edge of the ocean.
And we've seen all sorts of different things they do to the race bikes, where they drill the fairings and try to make the bikes less of a sail on a crosswind. So not something that you're going to see here, but certainly at those high-speed tracks with a lot of crosswind, something they do to improve the aerodynamics.
Yeah, it was popular in MotoGP there, probably in the late 90s, early 2000s. They all started to drill their fairings.
Yeah, you'd see them come out with fully drilled.
Not sure if they still do that, do they?
They possibly don't now with all the aero that they now use. I'm seeing bikes now with all types of winglets on the side of the fairings and bits and pieces, and that more than likely drilling holes in it would probably affect the way that works.
Yeah,
we're only guessing because we're not experts in aerodynamics or anything like that, but they certainly put a lot of development into what we're seeing on these modern GP bikes now.
Yeah, well, manufacturers have certainly played around with aero on bikes many times over the years. Remember the Suzuki GSXRs from the late 90s? They became very rounded, big bulbous ducktail on them.
Yes, I do remember that. I remember getting the DVD, might have been a VHS actually, the release of the GSXR 750T, I think it was, where they took the chassis from the Schwanz's RGB 500 and then they converted that into the new 750 road bike, and aerodynamics was a big part of the advertising with the ducktail shape and.
But manufacturers seem to have gone away from that to a more, pointy, narrow tailpiece.
Certainly some bulbous tail sections in this field. Looking at the little Aprilia down here, it's got a very large tail section. It's quite comfortable for a pillion.
Ready for a start though.
We're in the starter's hands, the red lights are on. And we're away, and looks like a clean start from everybody. Once again, looks like Ben Lydon will lead the field into turn 1 with Matt Allen in second.
Been putting in a great ride in the last race in very difficult conditions to pick up the win?
I'd say the track conditions are now pretty much dry. There shouldn't be too many problems anywhere around the circuit. That where we could see in the previous race there was a bit of a wet patch from 2 to 3. That looks like it's pretty much dried up now with the sun beating down.
But Ben Lydon's still in the lead. Interesting seeing this field of Formula basketball bike go up the hill. All different capacities, and they do a lot of reshuffling as soon as everyone can open the taps.
Well, there's a CBR 600, a CBR 250. We've got a little 250 Aprilia, which is a two-stroker course. You've got your a CBR, another CBR 600, I should say, and there's an MV Agusta, an F3.
Yeah, that's Juhu Lee. Missed yesterday, but out there today and enjoying it, although he did pull in during the rain, and I don't blame him if he was out there on slicks. Beautifully presented bike. Slowly making his way through the field. He got away last because he didn't qualify, so he had to start from the rear. But still, it is Ben Lydon doing a great job out there in front. Absolutely brilliant weekend he's having. And there goes
Matt Allen's in second, and Matt Allen making some progress there through the corners. But it's going to be all in vain because the bike ahead of him is a 600cc and he's on a little 250, so he just will not have the straight line speed to make any impact on making his way forward.
Nice, and there again reshuffling of the bikes as they accelerate up the hill. I did see Graham Cunningham ride around the outside of Juhu Lee through turn 1, but Juhu's just reclaimed that using the power of the MV.
Yeah, you think down here on the back straight the MV should come through almost up to the front of the field. Certainly should contend with. There we go.
And there you go.
The speed difference is considerable.
Oh, but Chris Eaton back down the outside of Juhu Lee, so she's on for young and old here at the moment.
And we've got Matt Allen there trying to go around the outside, so he's using his experience in the corner speed, the little 250, to try to make a difference against those bigger bikes. But it's an uphill battle, Chris. It's going to be tough for him.
It is.
He's definitely quicker through the corners, as you can see here. He's making time out of turn 1, and he's going to try for probably run around the outside through 2, but it's all going to be in vain again as he gets onto the straighter parts of the track.
Riders obviously feeling the conditions are quite there. 67 the quickest lap time so far. Doing 64s yesterday, so 3 seconds off that pace, but look at that MV Augusta fly up the hill. Got the inside of Chris Eaton on the...
He's having nothing of it though. He's held line and gone around the outside, but look at the straight line of speed there again. The MV's gone up into second place as we head into Calvin's.
Chris Eaton on a 2005 CBR 600, so the 2016 MV Augusta is F3 has certainly got the straight line speed.
And look at it here down the back straight there, coming up onto Ben Lydon. It's probably got a good 10 or 15 k's more in top speed, and he's right there. He's challenging, looking around the outside, but it's got a little bit wide there, and he's picking and changing his line, but I would say into turn 1 here he's got the line if he's prepared to have a go on the brakes.
Well, it's getting a bit tight in there. You want to be very, very careful. It backs out of it quite wisely, I think.
I have seen a few incidents today with a few riders coming together in turn 1, so
Great.
Maybe he's rehearsing the move, Chris. Maybe he'll have a go at the next lap, but he's clearly got superior straight line speed.
All bikes actually closing up now. Graham Cunningham went round the outside of Matt Allen again, but there's not much in it between them. But Juhu Lee's got to the lead. Be interesting to see what the next lap time is. I think I'd be very surprised they're not getting faster. The sun's out. Wind has actually died out a little bit by the looks of it, although as we keep saying, the gusting is what causes them the problems.
Yeah, the wind's definitely abated from what it was doing about 10 or 15 minutes ago. Looking at the marquees in the pits, they're definitely not as lively in the way that they were blowing around before.
So this will be interesting. Juhu Lee leads the field round to complete lap 3. Give you a lap time shortly. He goes through to 1:06.8. Ben Lydon starting to be dropped off a little bit. Ben was in the he did a high 3 yesterday, so he's capable of running there if the conditions are good enough.
They certainly look good enough right now. The track is almost dry, I'd say.
It's a little bit patchy just out here on the start-finish straight, but not enough to worry about. It's Juhu Lee stretching away now, and there's not a lot of time left. I see the last lap board being prepared. So doing a very nice job up there. pulled out probably a couple of second lead now, Rod, by the looks of that.
Definitely. You got a feel for Matt Allen in this field. He's definitely got the corner speed on the field, but he's got the smallest capacity bike in the field, and so he's bringing up the rear. But every time we get to the twisty parts of the circuit, he's right there. It just loses the time he's made up in a straight line.
But Juhu Lee comes through the sweeper for the second last time to meet the last lap board. He goes through to 65.3, so the pace is getting faster.
And Chris Eaton's has gone past Ben Lydon into turn 1, so he's decided he's going to make a break for second place.
Yeah, or maybe Ben's decided he'll take the points. Who's that? Graham Cunningham around the outside of Ben Lydon.
So we don't know is there an issue with Ben? He seems to have rolled out of it.
He does a bit. He ran out of fuel yesterday.
Okay.
Which you, I think, picked, Rod. But Juhu Lee's flying away at the front now, almost the length of the back straight.
We haven't had any, no one's broken out by the look of it.
No, I think the damp conditions have kept that at bay, although 65.3 last time round for Juhu Lee. I think this one might be a little bit faster again, but probably not enough to really be an issue.
He wouldn't want to break out on the last lap. That'd be a damn shame to drop under the 64 second and have a penalty. And mind you, he'd almost be far enough ahead for the penalty for one lap if he did break out, not to matter.
It's getting very close, isn't it? So he will come round and pick up the checkered flag. 65.5 on the last lap.
Okay.
Big battle here for third. Graham Cunningham outside. 3 abreast, but Chris Eaton gets it from Graham Cunningham and Ben Lydon from Matt Allen.
I was getting a bit busy there, Chris, through the sweeper.
It's getting very busy.
Looked like Graham Cunningham. He was carrying a fair bit more corner speed, and Ben Lydon, a bit of a line change there, and could have got a bit ugly. But anyway, they kept it clean, which was great. It's not a place you want to clang two bikes together coming around there.
Not at all.
Definitely seen it happen before, and it certainly would be the least favourable place to crash on the circuit, I think.
Yeah, totally agreed. I've come close there, Rod. I've fallen off at the top of the sweeper, but not through the sweeper with other bikes.
I've fallen off about where we're looking from here, Chris, about where the silver car there.
That doesn't help people listening to us, Rod.
No, well, it's about maybe a bit over halfway through the sweeper. I've ended up somewhere there in the ploughed dirt on my head, but it's not a nice place to crash.
And up there in the spud patch.
In the spud patch. Yeah, and that can be quite hard on itself. It's fairly rough in there.
Yeah.
When you go in there with your body, have a bit of a roll and a tumble.
So look, I'll have the third go at this. I think that concludes our sprint races for today, which leads us into the 2-hour free practice. With the track mostly dry, I would be expecting a few bikes to go out just to do their last shakedown. It's the last opportunity to be on track before the big 2-hour this afternoon.
Just looking around to see who's in any leathers, and looking at the Wiley team. Looks like I can see Cole Buckley. He's still in his civvies. And the sprinkles of rain start again. I can see Harry Sellers going out there on the R6, so that's obviously to make sure the bike's okay. I can see, I think it's Kurt Shusham's coming out.
It is Kurt.
Definitely one of the favourites for the win today.
So an opportunity for riders just to either scrub a fresh set of tyres or bed in some brake pads, or just clear their heads and be absolutely ready for this.
Looks like we've got Brian Smith, I think, coming out. Jonathan Hughes' teammate. The Motorworks team, it looks like...
That is Brian.
That is Brian, or is that...
That is Brian.
That's Joel.
That's Joel, of course, on Marcus Delaney's bike.
Okay.
Sam Garler there, who's riding solo this afternoon on the Triumph 675.
Give the man a medal.
Yeah.
Riding solo, it's a marathon effort to do a 2-hour sprint race, which effectively is. We call it an endurance race, but it's really a 2-hour sprint race.
Now we do have Brian Smith on the John L. Hughes Brian Smith entry.
Probably good that they spend some time on the bike. They've got a co-pilot, as Brian Smith does pilot a Triumph Daytona, but not that particular one.
That's right.
That one belongs to Jonathan Hughes, and no doubt there'd be subtle differences between the models, just with either suspension setup, even geometry.
Mitch Hawksley coming out on the team Spencer Hawksley entry, the CBR 600. from Motorcycle City. Beautifully prepared machines, beautifully prepared outfit.
Yep, I'm just trying to pick up, I think it's Chris McGrath, maybe heading out as well on the Kawasaki ZX6. Just about to come under our commentary position now. Oh, it looks like Chris McGrath.
Yep.
He's go out for their final shakedown.
So Rod, you've ridden a few 2 hours. What would you be trying to get out of this free practice session?
I'd probably sit it out because try to keep myself fresh. But look, I guess depends where you're up to with your weekend so far. I know in the past we have sat this one out, but definitely have ridden it as well if you're still chasing a little bit of track time. Yeah,
look, I'd be looking just to test a couple of things to put into practice, like your rider change coming into pit entry. Just get all that down absolutely pat, because your pit stop can make or break your race. As I said, just get a couple of hard laps in before the race as well, just to absolutely focus your mind for the start of that endurance race, because being a Le Mans start, it feels different. You don't go away with the rest of the field from a red light, so you need to be ready to hit the ground running, so to speak.
Yeah, it's definitely a different start, the Le Mans style. Great for the spectators to watch. It's quite challenging for the riders. It's something that they only do once a year at this event, normally starting from normal grid positions.
Of course, the other thing, Rod, is it's a good opportunity just to calm the nerves again. As you probably know, sitting in the pit, you can become quite anxious. Pull the helmet on, get on the bike, and a lot of that goes away.
Oh, yeah. I used to get incredibly nervous before. I think most people do. It's normal. But definitely once you get going on the bike, the first lap out, those nerves seem to disappear and you just get down to business. So it's definitely sitting in the pits, and especially when you're the second rider too.
That's right.
You know, watching your rider or your team go round, and then getting towards the time where you're supposed to, you're going to take over the reins. You've got to get yourself ready mentally, physically, get your gear on, and just try to rest and keep out of the sun, and make sure you hydrate well, and just get ready for that long stint on the saddle. So it can be quite numbing on the body, being tucked in a race crouch, even though you're clambering over the bike, but quite numb for knees, feet, hands. Racing a motorcycle is not an easy thing to do for a long period of time.
No, it's not at all, and a lot of these are designed for people of smaller stature. So if you're a bit longer in the leg, as you and I are, it can be...
it makes it even harder.
It does make it harder. So you do need to focus very much on your body position and trying to stay as comfortable as you can, because you're working hard in a compromised position for a good period of time.
So we're just seeing Kurt Shusham's coming in to do rehearsing a rider change with his co-rider Damien Falls.
I think they're more just both having a few laps, so they're just changing bike. It's not so much practicing the rider change, because obviously there'll be the fuel stop they need to consider as well. But as I say, a really important time just to let riders have a few laps, settle their minds, and as we saw with, as we see now with Chris McGrath and teammate Scott Honeychurch entering the pits, doing exactly what they're going to be needing to do this afternoon. Efficient entry into pit lane, find where they are in the, or find where the pits are on the dummy grid, and rehearsing exactly what they need to do.
And the conditions, Chris, are looking pretty good. Let's hope that rain we've seen today, let's hope that's the last of that. Let's hope the forecast was correct.
Certainly do hope so. Just looking at lap times, no one's really doing anything special, which is what you'd expect, all around the flat minute mark. Like I said, it's just more of a rehearsal and just bed down all those thoughts and strategies.
Certainly looking at the wind direction, it's the classic direction we see here at Basketville, coming across the track from the main straight side across. So suckers at the moment will be very tricky. If you look at the long grass there, Chris, out in the paddock, you can see it's getting buffeted pretty hard. So Suckers would be a very, very tricky corner to navigate at the moment.
Interesting, talking to the guys on Friday, a lot of them saying that the 600s are having an easier time of it in the wind than the leader bikes. I can only assume that's because the leader bikes are wheel standing a lot more.
It's the only reason you can think of.
Yeah, because they're very, very similar weight and size otherwise.
Yeah, you say they're similar in weight, and they probably are, only within maybe probably 10 kilo difference, if that.
Oh, if that. Heavier crankshaft and bigger pistons. And
certainly, when you ride them, though, the weight difference it feels substantial when you ride them, the difference between the 600 and the 1000, especially from turn 1 through to Calvin's here.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's probably the crankshaft mass and the gyroscopics. The crank doesn't want to move on its plane as easily as a 600 crank, and you do feel that even in larger motocross bikes. You feel that, but that's only my guess. I'm no expert.
I've never ridden a larger capacity motocross bike. I'm sure one of the ones you've owned, I'd love to have a ride of, which would be I think a CR500.
Yeah, have had a CR500. It's look, I don't know if it's a good experience.
Are they an animal or not? People say they are, but are they?
They're probably not as bad as you'd imagine. A lot of people think they're probably a larger version of an old 250 with a very peaky top end, but they're more of a tractor, very flat sort of power curve. But
so I've ridden some older peaky 250s, and they were a handful.
Yeah, so they're not like that. They probably aren't that much faster, really, in outright speed. But it's just all the bottom end torque they've got. But anyway, we're not here to talk about old school motocrosses.
Well, it's still a nice topic to talk about.
It is. The first thing I actually noticed about them is they accelerate better than they brake.
Yeah,
which is not a good good combination.
That was possibly a sign of the times, because even a lot of road bikes and race bikes back in the day accelerated better than they stopped. Certainly a big change in development these days, with brakes have very good across most bikes these days.
Yeah, and a necessary change.
One can only imagine what the MotoGP brakes would be like. Extremely expensive, extremely high tech, made of carbon fibre, carbon rotors and carbon pads, running at an extremely high temperature, 700-800 degrees plus. They must be something all to themselves in the way that they work.
Yeah, but even so, they still have brake problems. Look at, was it Mategi last year?
Yes, they have they introduced a larger disc rotor specifically for those hard braking tracks.
Well, look at Vinales, who had to jump off because of brake failure.
And now we're seeing also covers coming onto certain tracks, so they still keep extra temperature in them. Anyway, that's those brakes are unaffordable and unobtainable, I think, for most people, and also in certain categories you wouldn't be able to use them. So certainly here at our club level racing, your brakes would be worth more than your whole bike. So
that's right. There's only 1.5 minutes left of this 2-hour free practice. Then we'll be, according to the program, into the lunch break.
Be interesting, Chris, seeing the starting grid for the handicap support race that's on after lunch.
Yep. I've got to try and get to that as soon as this session finishes, so I'll be straight out of here and have a look at it.
Do you know how many entries we've got in that race?
Was about 10, but I think I might have had one drop out of it through an incident earlier in the day. It's Damien Folds just re-entering the pits on the Folds Sushams bike, and that's actually Kurt's bike. I don't think that's their 2-hour bike.
Okay, wasn't sure there was a difference. Kurt's got his own bike here, and Damien's got his own bike here. Both
That's right, yeah.
Both ZX10s.
Both ZX10s. I think there's 3 of them down there actually. All ZX10s. So winding down now. We've only got the 25 seconds left, according to our timing screen.
So lunch break will be approximately a 30-minute break. During that 30 minutes, we'll get all the respective flag marshals will be fed and looked after. and everyone have a bit of a rest and prepare for the busy afternoon ahead.
Checkered flag now being prepared. Last rider on track is Chris McGrath. Who's that coming back into the pits? Is that Brian Smith or is it Joel Benson?
Joel Benson.
Yeah.
On the Marcus Delaney entry.
It's going to be a trick for us trying to differentiate those. Both very, very similar leathers and a white bike.
Marcus's leathers are more. He doesn't have any green on his leathers.
No, I'm talking Brian Smith.
Brian Smith, and I think the harder one will be Matthew Long and Brett Simmons, both the same type of leathers and the same colours. So,
speaking of Brian Smith, I heard on the grapevine that he was celebrating a birthday today.
Okay.
What better way to celebrate it, Brian, than at the Basketville 2 hour?
Is it a milestone birthday? No, I don't think it is.
Well,
I think last year was his milestone birthday.
I thought I'd do the right thing and not mention his age.
Well, it's not. We've got a fair bit on him, so
if that makes it better, then that's all right.
That's fine.
Well, that concludes the 2 hour free practice session. So I'm sure that now takes us into the lunch break.
Think you got it right this time, Chris?
About time.
So we'll have about a 30-minute break for lunch. Get everybody fed, all the marshals and flaggies and officials prepped and ready, and we'll be back for
the handicap reverse grid feature race, which is always one to watch.
Yep, and then of course we've got the great little feature race for the lights, the 20 lapper. That's been a ripper of a race for the last couple of years, and of course the bigger race, the 2 hour, kicking off at 2 p.m.
Look forward to that coming back for an afternoon feature race. Right.
Yep. See you then.
Thanks everyone soon. Okay, so lunch break concluded and bikes now making their way onto the track for second half of the afternoon, or second half of the day I should say, into the afternoon, which is the really pointy end of this meeting. Coming up is the first of our feature races, and that is the reverse grid handicap. Things are starting to get pretty serious. All races from here on in, winners go away with trophies. This race provides a lot of fun because, as I said, it's a reverse grid handicap. So what we have is riders' lap times from the weekend have been reviewed. We've taken the fastest lap time from each rider and we've decided on a handicap based on those times. So the slowest rider will start first, the quickest at the rear of the grid, and our clerk, of course, Peter Woods, he will let them go according to the time increment or delay between riders, so that ideally they all hit the line at the same time on the last lap. So as I said, it's a lot of fun for the riders, it's a lot of fun for the spectators. Obviously that means as they get away there's going to be, the field's going to be stretched out, but as the laps wind down they're going to be getting closer and closer together. With the handicap being worked out of people's fastest laps, it's going to mean they're all going to have to put in and try and produce their best to take the trophy. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Challenge now for the riders is that the wind has picked up. So just out there at lunchtime, it is actually blowing quite hard, and it's going to make it very tricky out there, not only for these guys but into the afternoon, with the other feature races being the Lights 20 lapper and the Motorworks Michelin 2 hour. Just chatting to a few of the guys, they're obviously very aware of the challenge that is ahead of them, the strong winds, and as we've been saying during the day, riding 2 hours around here is very difficult. You do become fatigued and it would be very easy to be caught out by a strong gust of wind. So it's going to be a tough day for these guys, but right now the job at hand is for the field here in front of us for the reverse grid handicap. The pole sitter, if you like, or the bike first away, is going to be Chad Wiley, son of Jason Wiley. He's having his first outing on the Ninja 400, so he'll be flagged away first. Shortly after will be, and there he goes, Taylor Franklin Smith, about a 5-second delay. Then we're on to Chris Eaton, Juhu Lee, Matt Allen, Karen Webb, and together is Darren Grice and Shane Moresby, who both had almost identical race times. So they'll be hunting down. Glenn, you've just joined me again. Always a fun race to watch.
Oh, it's everybody's come to the edge of the track to watch this race. To have handicap races once a year, we run these, and so much fun. There's a big delay in this last two before setting them off, and the starter has just started them off now, so that's how much delay they have. So this will be really interesting and a lot of fun to watch, see how they go. Make
it hard for Darren Grice as well, because he's on the smaller 750 behind Shane Moresby, but they've been doing the same lap time, so Darren's got to get past the larger capacity bike to get the trophy, but at least he's got a carrot to follow as well. But first bike round, as you'd expect, Chad Wiley, he heads the field.
And hasn't Chad come a long way? This is his first year on the 400 Ninja, coming out of the juniors, looking good. The gaps are still consistent with the starting times, but we'll start seeing them close up really soon.
Well, don't blame the handicapper, Len, because that was me. Okay, I won't say that until we get it right. The Chad out to a nice little margin at the moment, but as you said, we have to expect to see those gaps to come down. So we'll try and keep you informed on what the gap is. Right at the tail of the field, Shane Moresby and Darren Grice still lapping together, as you'd expect, because their fastest lap from the sprint races was identical.
Yeah, so this will be their first flying lap. So Shane Moresby's holding Darren Grice off quite well at this stage. So they'll be close racing right through to the end. But if your handicap's right, Chris, you'll see those two along with another 5 or 6 bikes going across the line pretty much the same time.
How's it feel for Chad Wiley knowing he's being hunted down?
He's a lovely young man. I think it'll be in the back of his mind thinking, when are they coming?
Juhu Lee has made the first move on Chris Eaton, but Chris is looking for another way through. Gives it another big rev and on the back wheel of Juhu Lee. So already the battles are starting.
Yes, they're starting to creep up. This is looking really good.
Whereas there we go. Look at Darren Grice looking for a way through on Shane Moresby. So already action aplenty.
Oh, I think Darren might make a move on him over there.
Oh, he does.
Move now. Up the inside around the sweeper, and let's see them close up again around turn 1. Darren still leads that last group there, but they're catching.
So back to our race leader. Where's Chad Wiley? Coming down the back straight, I think.
Here he comes down the middle of the back straight now.
Yep, still holding off. Nice little margin, but as I said, how's it feel? He knows he's being hunted down. Juhu Lee, it's got the better of Taylor Franklin Smith as well.
There's only about probably about 3 seconds in it now between first and second.
Nothing like a bike up the track a little bit further to spur you on.
I think it brings the best out in everybody.
5 laps to go. Matt Allen having a bit of a lonely ride there, Len.
He has. He needs to pick his game up a bit if he's going to tag onto the back of this this group of 4, the first group of 4.
Darren Grice pulling away from Shane Moresby.
Yes, that's quite comfortable now. So Darren's doing a good job there. Much better than his handicap.
Yeah, well, Shane's actually slower than his race time by the looks of that. Darren goes through to 61, so he's doing very well.
Yeah, I've been talking to Shane through the day and through the weekend. He's out there today just to enjoy himself, and that's a great thing to do. And this is the right race to do it in. Juhu
Lee looking like he's the could be the man to beat. Up on the back of Chad Wiley.
I might see Chad Wiley lose the lead over the start finish here going to turn 1. Might just hold him off.
4 laps to go. In fact, reason there is the Juhu Lee previous best of the day was a 65 and he's into the 64s. So probably a dry track and also just the extra excitement about being in a feature race.
You know, I think the bigger bike that Lee has going up the hill might draw in Chad Wiley.
Yeah, I think you're right. Chad's doing a wonderful job out there, but I think he's not going
right on his back wheel now.
Not going to be able to argue with the extra speed of that MV Augusta.
There he goes, overtaking. So we have a new leader in the handicap race, with the others closing very quickly.
Yeah, Juhu Lee, best lap, 64.7. A bit of a late starter this weekend, so he's probably just finding his feet, and it's worked to his advantage in finding his best pace in the last race.
So that top 4 are really closing up. There's a bit more of a gap back to, who's that, Chris?
That's Matt Allen.
Matt Allen.
Now we've got Chris Eaton coming through. Right on the back of Chad Wiley. Taylor Franklin Smith still doing a great job just off the back of Chris Eaton.
And Chris Eaton's had a great weekend too. He's knocked about 6 seconds off, 5 or 6 seconds off of his later times.
Karen Webb certainly not up to her morning speed. She's going around 66, so she's certainly not going to chase down Juhu Lee. Darren Grice is the man to watch. He's doing 61, 62s.
Yes, and I think Darren Grice is about to overtake Karen Webb going up the hill, and yes, he makes a nice clean move. Of course, Karen being a very seasoned racer, she gives people plenty of room, and she's a good safe racer.
Chris Eaton through on Chad Wiley. Taylor Franklin Smith, is she going to be able to pull in on Chad Wiley? I think she's maybe close enough. That's going to come down to the wire.
A couple of laps left.
Darren Grice, he's the man. I don't know if he's going to be close enough.
He's got a bit of work to do.
I don't think anyone's going to get with Juhu Lee at this stage.
Darren Grice will definitely overtake Matt Allen. You can see that closing speed, quite a bit of difference there.
In fact, last lap board out, I was being prepared, I think. 2 laps to go.
Now we've got half a track with nobody in it, so it shows that your handicapping has been pretty good, Chris.
Well, I don't know,
Because,
I don't know how good it is.
The final laps here, and they're starting to bunch up a bit. So we've got half the track with no bikes in it, and the other half it's looking pretty busy out there.
Yeah, Juhu Lee comes around to pick up the last lap board. So he goes through to 64.7, another, I think, almost PB for him for this weekend. Chris Eaton doing a great job holding down second place, just ahead of Chad Wiley, also doing a terrific job.
And he's just in front of Taylor, and Taylor needs to find a little bit here if she's going to get in front of Chad Wiley, closing up really nicely through the S's now.
Yeah, Darren Grice now starting to make inroads into that gap to the bikes in front of him, but I think it might be 1 lap too late for him. Juhu Lee has been the one who's out of the box though, almost a second faster per lap than what he did in all his other races. So,
I think he was playing for this handicap race all day.
Well, he may well have been, but I think it's because he didn't race yesterday. He's only just finding his feet, and he did have some patchy weather to contend with.
Yeah, that's a really nice ride for him in this race.
Absolutely.
And Chad looks like he will hold off. Oh, there goes Darren Grice.
Gets Taylor Franklin Smith on the last corner. Now can he get Matt Allen?
Oh, I think he might get Matt
Sorry,
Allen.
Chad Wiley, I should say.
And this will be close over the start finish.
Oh.
Chad Wiley just holds off a charging Darren Grice.
Well, I got 4 of them right. Matt Allen and Shane Morrisby not far behind, and Karen Webb a little bit off her morning pace. But as I say, Juhu Lee, a great win there, and as I just said before, he's gone quite a bit quicker than he has in all his sprint races. So, look, other than Juhu Lee, I think we got that pretty close.
That was a lot of fun, that race, Chris, and now I'm going to hand over to the normal commentator who knows a bit about what he's talking about. So I'll hand you over to Rod.
No worries. Thanks, Len.
Well, Len, that's a great introduction, but I think you know a fair bit about it as well, having piloted motorcycle around these circuits for a long time yourself. So that was a great race to watch. Is there penalties, Chris, for breaking out in your time if you go a second quicker than your quickest lap?
No, there's not. But it just goes to show that it's, handicapping's a difficult ask.
It is a difficult ask. Do you think riders would sandbag all weekend just to win the handicap race?
No, I don't think so. I think the fact that other than Juhu, who obviously stepped it up, his sprint races were a little bit patchy. As I said, he was a bit of a late arrival, so I think he's just finding a little bit more pace as the weekend goes on, and he went a second lap faster, and the results showed that. But look, all the others I think were pretty close. Karen Webb is a little bit off her morning pace, so was Shane, but all the others finished very, very closely, and that's what we want.
Yeah, look, it can't be an easy thing looking at each rider who's entered their fastest lap for the weekend and then using that as your baseline, because there's so many variables from day to day with the weather and the wind, and conditions can affect how riders are. Certainly you're dead right with Juhu Lee. They're not riding the day before, so he has had difficult conditions all morning to contend with, and now the conditions, apart from the wind, probably the best they've been all day for a dry track.
Yeah, you've just come in from outside. How's the wind?
Gusty. Yeah, it goes through moments of not too bad, and then you get a few gusts coming through. So I think there was one particular gust when I was down in the pits before that I was talking to chip sellers. I said, "Crikey, you wouldn't want that to hit you at the top of the hill." So thanks, Len. Yeah, it would probably affect your line quite considerably, because it was a fairly decent old gust. You know, we had bits and pieces of stuff blowing everywhere. So
yeah, look, it is going to be a challenge for these guys. I was just saying that before. Not only riding in a sprint race, wind and gusty wind like that is challenging, but during a 2 hour when you're fatigued and
Yeah.
It just adds to it, multiplies the risk factor and the difficulty level.
Yeah, and Chip went on to say that during that the warm-up there for the 2-hour riders that Harry said the wind was really difficult. So yeah, and that was only a short time while they're doing that quick practice. So anyway, I guess we'll see. Hopefully, if it can stay like this, it's not too bad. I think we're all praying that rain that may be around somewhere continues to not come over the circuit.
Of course, what it does do is make the strategy a little less certain for riders. With the wind, their lap times might be off a bit. They might have set their race up very, very carefully for fuel economy. So it might mean they use less fuel. It might mean they use more fuel.
Yeah, it could have an effect. I think definitely with the longer race, we won't see that in the race coming up. I think people will fuel their motorcycles accordingly, and all the bikes can easily do the 20 lapper that's coming up in the lights. So what are we going to get out of this race, Chris? We've seen some fantastic 20 lap lights races in the past. Last year was no exception. An absolute ripper from start to finish.
Yeah, one of the all-time best races I think we've seen here.
Yeah, you couldn't take your eyes off it. It was and the lead changed. I'm not sure how many times now, but it was
almost every lap. I think
it did multiple times. It was a great race. So missing some of the other talent we had last year, but due to ASBK and other commitments, but certainly got a great field of riders here.
Yeah, it's hard to see Liam Waters being beaten, but look, you never say never in motorcycle racing, particularly in these challenging conditions.
Yeah, certainly on those little bikes too. The GP-based lights bikes, they're a very light bike. If you're ever in the pit and you're not familiar with one, go and lift one off the stand, or just jump on one and see how light they are. Probably around the 70 kilo mark, I guess. Certainly not very heavy, and the wind would have a big effect on the way they go in and out of a corner.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Taron Ocean can do. He's been very strong in the last couple of sprint races.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if he's going to have the pace to run with Liam, as we've seen through the previous races yesterday and today, but I think he'll definitely be there, a podium contender, along with Jesse Woods. I'm not sure if there's anyone. Jeremy Huddleston has ran at the front of this event before as well, so
he's won this event 2 years ago.
He has. So whether Jez is on his A game for this race, I guess we'll find out very shortly.
That's right, and look, I know the guys are pretty excited, guys and girls, pretty excited about this 20 lapper, so everyone's going to give it their best. So look, it's going to be interesting. It always is, and there's plenty of bikes in the field, so part of it's staying out of trouble. Big part of it is getting a good start.
Yeah, and there's definitely, being a longer race, there's definitely lap traffic to contend with the faster riders. So, you will see the blue flags in operation. So let's hope that when that happens, that riders can get through cleanly. There's lots of different levels of experience between some of the people racing here today. Some have only, haven't been doing it very long. So important thing is learning the craft and being safe on track. So other riders coming through at pace, you just got to make sure that you hold your line and not move around too much on your racing lines.
Yeah, that's right, particularly in the 2 hour where there is a lot of overtaking. It's a bit of a new skill for a lot of people, because our 8 lap sprint races, there's not always that much overtaking. So people really do need to be on their game and be a little bit cautious when it comes to overtaking. We saw what happened here earlier today, where overtaking can go wrong. It's a difficult thing to judge, isn't it, Rod?
It is, absolutely. And as we know, all race bikes, there is no rear vision mirrors on them, so quite often a lot of the riders, not all, but a lot of the riders wear earplugs for obvious reasons, and you don't always hear or know that there's another motorcycle right behind you or attempting to pass you, either on the inside or the outside. So it can all of a sudden surprise you quite a lot, and unfortunately we see incidents from time to time.
Yeah, that's right. You've really got to try and get yourself into a position where it's obvious you're there, and even better if the other rider you're overtaking has no say in coming back on you.
Yeah, certainly we see that with a lot of riders, but and certainly at a high level, the way they make the passes, they very much plant themselves in front of the other rider so they know they're there. But it's not always that easy. It sounds easy in practice and you can talk about it, but when you're actually on track, it's not always something that's easy to achieve. So
yeah, we said exactly that yesterday. We were referring to MotoGP, and it looks as if riders do it all the time, just quite naturally, the way they put a block pass on the last lap at the very highest level. But gee, they take some courage.
Yeah, they certainly do. You know, no one's sandbagging or going slow. So you've got to really work at getting the right line and the right drive from one corner to the next to make that move work for you.
Yeah, just if you're out by only a few centimetres, that rider trying to overtake may not see you, and they cut across in front of you, and you're both down.
And we've seen, we've seen it go wrong at World Championship level as well, where riders come together. But in part, I think when you watch Moto3 especially, that's some of the most exciting racing, and lots of riders all locked in within a second and a half, sometimes 18, 20 riders over a period of a whole Grand Prix. So we probably won't see that here today, but it'd be great to see everyone locked together. But there's a lot of different bikes in the field here, with two different categories of your GP based 2-stroke and GP based Moto3 bike with the 4-stroke motor, and then we've got a big field of production bikes, and they can vary considerably in age and displacement. So of course, being lights, they're all a smaller capacity, but you've got bikes like Ninja 300s or Ninja 400 with the twin cylinder 4-stroke engine. You've got 4-cylinder 250cc bikes. There's a few 2-stroke 250s in there as well in production bikes. So a real mix of machinery and riding abilities.
And of course the GP bikes.
And I did mention the GP bikes.
Oh, you did? Okay, I must have.
You were asleep then, Chris?
Yeah.
I think Len will back me up that I did mention the GP bikes, but
Len's shaking his head.
I'm being ganged up on here. No, well, the GP bikes, of course, as I did mention, you've got some of the earlier type, which are a 125 2-stroke, and then you've got the more modern, as we see in the World Championship level, the 4-stroke Moto3 style bike. Certainly very fast. You definitely know they're a Grand Prix bike by the engine sound. Quite loud, and certainly a lot faster than the production machines.
Well, I've just heard the 2-minute warning, and I can see bikes starting to file out, so getting very, very close now.
And look, even the wind at this stage has decided to abate. It's looking across towards the bottom of the hill, Chris. There's a lot of long grass there on the tyre wall, and not too long ago that was almost flat with the amount of wind hitting it. So you can see there's a little bit of breeze, but it's pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, the other really encouraging thing is that at this stage, fingers crossed, that those showers have passed. There's still some grey cloud around, but the track is totally dry, so that at least works in our favour. Yes,
you can see looking out over Granton Way, there's definitely some rain in the hills over there and probably around Mount Wellington. Hopefully that stays over there and doesn't affect this next 25 minutes or so of this race.
Yeah, just for those that aren't at the circuit, the current wind speed's around 20 to 30 kilometres an hour and gusting up to 40. And that's been the forecast all day. There have been a few gusts at 40, but the forecast is for gusts not to be any worse than that. So I guess what that means is the conditions won't worsen. What we've got is what we're going to get.
Let's hope.
A drier track. Hopefully that means that we're going to get through our race day. The riders know what to expect. It will be challenging, as we keep saying, but with any sort of luck, everyone will get through and have a good day.
So riders now making their way up pit lane to start their warm-up lap. No doubt a few nerves, Chris, as they head out of pit lane.
Yeah, without a doubt, Rod. I don't think you're a true racer if you don't feel a little bit of anxiety and a few nerves before going out. But
no, pretty normal.
Something I never really enjoyed, that the butterflies before a race, but I eventually realised that having that was part of what helped me to ride fast, so I tried to pretend it was my friend.
Well, look, you've got to use it positively, so I don't think anyone down here who's riding today doesn't have some pre-race nerves. I think it's just part of it. the thrill of it, or let's not say you're scared of it, because if you were, you wouldn't do it. It's definitely the thrill of it, and the excitement of racing with all your friends and having and challenging yourself, because part of racing a motorcycle is not just trying to beat the people around you, but you also got to challenge your own mental capacity.
That's right. And look, it's not just motorcycle racing. I think it's any form of competition. Anything you're serious about, you're always going to feel a bit of anxiety going into it.
Absolutely. And look, we talk about we've been to rider schools, and we've seen how the professionals rehearse for these sort of events and racing motorcycles. So a lot of it's it's a mental approach and thinking about how you do it and how you do it properly, and how to make it effective for yourself.
Yeah, for me, confidence and calmness comes from having a good plan and being confident in what you're doing. If you think you're going into unknown territory, there's good reason to be nervous. But if you've prepared well, you know what you're going out there to do. You've rehearsed it in your mind. It puts your mind at rest, and then all you need to do is focus on the job and get it done. All
right. Well, here we are, Chris. The 20 lapper. We're moments away from a start. We've got all the riders on the grid. Liam Waters in pole position. Looking for the tower. We'll have a red light on, and we're away, and a clean start again from Jesse Woods. And looks like he may have the lead into turn one, but Liam Waters on the Moto3 bike should have the straight line power to move into the lead.
And he does exactly that, Rod. Once again, he picks up the lead of this group. And as they hold down through turn 2 for the first time. Terran Ocean third.
Terran Ocean didn't get the best start, being the 125 two-stroke bike. A little bit harder to get off the line, but now recovering and moving into third.
I think that's Dane Griggs there in fourth on the KTM. He's been getting good starts today, and now the dry track, that favours him a bit more, so it will be good to see what he can do. Second production bike in the field at the moment. But Liam Waters, look at that, already stretched out a big lead over Jesse Woods, as you'd expect. Jesse being on the production bike, not the GP bike.
Yep, Jesse Woods on a Kawasaki Ninja 400, running in ASBK spec with the control ECU. So still got a bit of speed there, Chris, as you can see. The 125 Grand Prix bike behind him of Terran Ocean has a bit of work to do on a straight line still. Yeah, the problem for Terran here is he's already lost the toe on Liam Waters, so any hope at all? Oh, look out, we've got a problem there with Heath Fielding in the middle of the sweeper. I think he's either missed a gear or I think he's okay, but not a good place to have a bike slow. He had a lot of the field filing through behind him. I don't know if he's running again or not. I'd say looking down, it's a gear selector issue. Well, what we have to hope for here is that he can get that bike off the track. It's close to the end of the arm coat. Yeah, it's not a good place to be there, and if he cannot get that bike clear before the field head around, they'll have to red flag it. But look, I think he'll be right. The LF flags are waving, and he's only about 10 metres off, so he should be so okay. Close. Yep. And Liam Waters is into the braking mark at the end of the straight, so he will be beginning the run around the sweep, and it's quite a fast section, but he's just about made the arm coat, so yep, that's all good. Excellent. Yellow flag clear, comes in. So yellow flag in, back to racing as normal. Liam Waters absolutely streeting the field here at the moment. We've got Terran Ocean looking for a way through on Jesse Woods, but I think the horse is bolted for Terran. I don't think he's got any say in trying to reel in Liam Waters based on that early gap. Yeah, Dane Griggs has got to say, Chris, doing a great job on that single cylinder KTM 390. You know, he's holding off Jeremy Huddleston, and Jeremy's on a Moto3 spec bike, so that's a great ride so far from Dane Griggs. Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Just shows the corner speed that you've got to maintain on these small bikes to get a competitive lap time. It's not about horsepower. Now it's going to be interesting to see if Jezza can do anything about Terran Ocean further up the track. So the gap between them at the moment, Terran Ocean is 8 seconds back from Liam Waters. Jeremy Huddleston's 10 seconds back. There's only 2 seconds between them. Here comes Liam Waters, looking very smooth and very fast as he heads around the sweeper. Goes through at a 58.6, so not far off his fastest for the day, so that wind can't be causing too much problem for them. Now it's looking pretty good at the moment. I'm using that long grass looking over towards the bottom of the hill as a yardstick for the wind, and as you can see, it's pretty good. Interesting battle for second. Like Jesse Woods on the production bike, still doing a great job holding off Terran Ocean on the GP bike. Dane Griggs doing a fantastic job there in P2. What sort of lap time we're seeing from Dane Griggs here on the KTM? 63.3 last time through, and that was his fastest lap. Okay. So I'm just, that's making me wonder about Jeremy. Has he got an issue with that bike? Because we've seen Jeremy Huddleston in the 58s on a Moto3 bike before, so...
I think as we were saying yesterday, he hasn't been on the smaller bike for some time. He's been racing Superbike. And he's had a wretched weekend, to be fair.
He hasn't had a very good week, no.
He had a flat tyre there yesterday. He had stalled on the start in race 1. But there he goes past Dane Griggs, so...
Just showing the straight line speed of the Moto3 bike.
So now it's going to be interesting. Dane looking for another wave through, but I think Jeremy's probably got the pace. Once they get into the tighter part of the track, that's where the GP bike should really show its advantage, and it does.
Look like Liam Waters has just posted the fastest lap of the race so far on the last stripe. Chris, can't quite see that, what it is on the screen. But
58.6.
58.6. Jesse Woods also, he just posted his fastest lap so far with a 61.8 I think, or 61.3. Need my spectacles to see the screen effectively, sorry.
So Jeremy Huddleston in 4th, 3 seconds behind Taran Ocean, doing similar lap time. So it's really going to come down to Jeremy trying to dig a bit deeper here. A couple of spots of rain there, Rod.
Yes, I was just about to say, Chris, what we don't want to see is there's a bit of a front passing again over towards the gap there where we can see over towards Granton, and hopefully that won't come this way. It'll keep continuing down the Derwent River, but there's definitely a few spots on our window. Looking at the big puddle in the pits, it's not too bad. It's just a few spits, but anything can happen here with our weather, as we've seen throughout the day today.
Yeah, I may have spoken too soon. I really hope that we've seen the back of the showers, but at the moment, a couple of light drops.
Yeah, well, I've just looking at a radar picture here that Len's just passed across, and there's definitely still some fronts passing through, so let's hope we see the end of it shortly, especially before we start the main race in around the 2 o'clock today.
Good to see the Rainmaster, Doug Watson, on bike number 5, back out there after his little layover in the dirt.
Don't put the mockers on him, Chris. The commentator's curse. What happened this morning? Did you?
Oh, I can only assume that
the wet track caught him out.
Wet track caught him out.
Bit of over-exuberance based on the result in the previous round we had here in the rain.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I haven't spoken to him, but they were tricky conditions, so I can only assume that that's what it was. Taran Ocean not making much of an inroad into the production bike in front of him. Jesse Woods, they're both lapping, well actually, Taran's just set his fastest lap, that last lap, which is 61.9. Liam Waters back to a 59.6. Well and truly ahead in the field, but...
just noticing the marshals do have the lack of adhesion flags are out all around the circuit, but looking from here, I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's only very, very light, a couple of drops falling.
It's enough as a rider though, Chris, that a lot of people would mentally back off a fraction. Seeing those flags, and you're going to be, questioning, yes, okay, they're showing that for a reason, so...
Yeah, that's right. I think Len and I were saying earlier that usually it's pointing at the obvious. You've got raindrops on your visor and somebody puts out a flag to say it's raining.
Yep, certainly do. And, and as a rider, you take that on board, and generally, when you're not thinking about 100% going fast, it does have an effect on your lap time. Certainly no difference there between Jesse Woods and Taran Ocean in 3rd, still locked about a second apart, second and a half maybe.
1.8 actually,
1.8.
And now it's now 6 seconds back to Jeremy, so it's not looking like Jeremy's going to be able to bridge that gap. Liam Waters though, showing the field how it's done, crossing the start finish line now. He just goes through in a 1 minute flat. Now his fastest lap on lap 4 was 58.6, so he's backed out of it a bit. Conditions are probably not perfect, but at the same time he's under no pressure, so keeping maybe a little bit up his sleeve. This is the battle though we want to keep an eye on. Taran Ocean, is he going to be able to do anything about Jesse Woods in front of him?
Well, knowing Taran and knowing Jesse, Taran Ocean will definitely keep pushing all the way through to the end. Both very fast riders, and we know Taran, he's very quick into turn 2, as we can see. Probably Probably gone a little bit hot there, but he looks like he's breaching the gap to Jesse Woods. It's definitely coming down, Chris, and I wouldn't be surprised to see seeing Taron challenge for second place in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, and I guess to be fair to Jesse, he's on a production bike. He's lapping around about his fastest pace. Taron, best lap 61, and his best time on a 125 is a low 58.
Yeah, we did see Jesse Woods yesterday in better conditions, a low 60, I believe, on that bike. So certainly conditions right now with the wind and a little bit of lack of adhesion. What's he done? A 61.8. So, but as we can see, bit of lap traffic here for Jesse Woods to contend with. It's not going to help him.
No, not much room out there. Just going around the outside of Tim O'Halloran. Now, Taron Ocean, there you go.
Taron shouldn't have too many issues getting past, but he's going around the outside. That's a long way to do it. But
yeah, but as you said, Rod, he carries good speed through there.
He does. Taron always carries good corner speed into turn 2. Always has through his career. And you do see that with different riders. Certain parts of the track they tend to work, or it gels for them better than others.
Of course, the other thing to point out about Liam and his lap times is he's now in lap traffic, so that's going to affect his lap times a little. So Heath Fielding, the bike that re-entered the pits, is actually back out there, so I don't know what the problem was.
It could have been as simple as the gear shift coming loose or something like that, so could have been fixed with a spanner, adjusting the bolt or something. Could have been a circlip. Only he will know. So
Taron Ocean getting balked a little bit there behind Doug Watson as they come over the line, so that gap probably just stretched out a little bit as they've got through that, or navigated their way through the lap traffic. But Taron Ocean certainly hasn't given this second position away.
Yeah, looking at Liam Waters, he's got almost a 30-second gap over the rest of the field, so clearly head and shoulders above all the other riders here today.
The spots of rain still coming down, probably a little more so now. We can see on the puddle in the centre of the pits.
Yeah, it's definitely got a little bit more velocity to it for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be enough to really affect anybody at this point. We're looking at what we got, 11 laps. 11 laps completed for the leader, so just over halfway completed, 9 laps remaining.
Yeah, why those drops still fall, the track is gradually getting a little damper, so it still could play out as a factor. Jesse Woods looking for a way through on Mike Green, but gets walked into turn 1. That gives Taron Ocean a big hand.
A big sniff here because Jesse Woods and Taron Ocean he's going around the outside the long way again, but he's going to come out of there in a pretty good position.
Yeah, it's certainly a hard way to do it, isn't it? But it's working for him at the moment.
It certainly is. The gap's down to, well, over the line at least, it was down to a 0.7. So that's the closest he's been. So he's definitely, I think this time, Chris, within striking distance down the main straight as they enter it shortly.
That's right. We do need to point out again that these guys are actually running in separate classes. There's both the production class and the GP class running together. Taron Ocean on the yellow bike, he's GP, and Jesse Woods is in production and leading the production class. Starting to get a bit wetter still, Rod?
Yes, definitely. The wind is pushing the rain hard against the window here. It probably is not as well. I was going to say it's probably looking wetter than what it is, but it's hard to tell from here. There's definitely a fair bit of rain coming into those puddles.
Taron Ocean now all over the back of Jesse Woods and makes a move down on the inside into turn 2.
And to me, looking like Jesse Woods there is probably rolled out of it a fraction, seeing that the rain is coming in a bit heavier.
Well, these were the conditions he was really excelling in this morning, so I don't know he's going to give this up too easily.
It's pretty interesting there, Chris, looking at the performance of the 400. It's definitely got a lot more legs than the Ninja 300, as you'd expect, but not a hell of a lot of difference in straight line speed between the 125 GP bike and the 400 production bike.
No, and here it goes, look at that.
And Jesse Woods getting a slipstream here down the back straight and is going to have a go on the brakes. Taron Ocean, as we know, has got a lighter bike and big brakes, and Taron simply rolls it through and keeps second position under cover.
Very, very light rain still falling here.
He's definitely not going to let Taryn have it all his own way, Jesse Woods.
No, it'd be a shame for Jesse to make a mistake fighting a...
But that's interesting, Chris, too, that the speed there. I would not have thought that a Ninja 400 would actually be able to out-drag a 125 GP bike down that straight. So,
no, look, I totally agree. It goes to show they're not slow. Liam Waters just trying to find his way through on a couple of lap bikes. Things get very tight into turn one. But gets through cleanly.
Yeah, we've got 6 to go. Let's hope the conditions don't get any worse.
Well, Liam Waters' lap time down to a 62 from a 58 earlier in the race. So it just goes to show that this little sprinkle of rain is actually playing out and affecting the riders.
Oh, big bit of a moment there for Taryn Ocean as he got on the power heading around the sweeper. So Jesse Wood just right on his back wheel. Looks like Taryn Ocean again had another slight step in the rear there as he came towards the start-finish line. So
yeah, you can't ignore those warnings too many times, Rod.
So definitely some grip issues now. The rain coming in reasonably heavy, blowing on a bit of a 45-degree angle across the track. So
another moment there for Taryn Ocean. Almost runs off the track.
Very easy for mistakes to happen. Jesse Woods has the benefit, Chris, of running a production-based tyre. It does have grooves in it. It's not a wet tyre, but it may help just make the difference compared to a full slick that Taryn Ocean is using.
Well, Taryn's lost a lot of momentum there from that other moment. He's had 2 scares in the space of half a lap.
And conditions worsening literally every second here. That rain's got quite heavy. Definitely starting to see, we can't see any dry patches on the track anymore. There's no standing water, but definitely very damp conditions under tyre. I was going to say underfoot, but under tyre.
Yeah, actually you see the rain falling now, and the track is quite damp. With wind behind it.
With some wind gusts as well. So definitely a bit of a nasty front coming through. Let's hope all the riders can ride accordingly to conditions and keep themselves safe and keep it upright.
So Taryn's rolled right out of that. It's not going to be a chance at all at challenging Jesse Woods. But just looking at Liam Waters.
Still pushing pretty hard on slicks.
He is. He's just gone through the 106. Now he's got a 40-second lead.
He needs to be very careful. All the riders need to, ride the conditions. You can feel the bike underneath you, so certainly right now you won't have a lot of grip compared to what you did a few laps ago.
No, it'd be horrible out there at the moment. You've been going around on hot slicks and suddenly you get a wet racetrack.
Well, looks like that little front may start easing, but the damage has been done as we starting to see spray coming off the rear tyres here as they head around.
4 laps remaining. Jesse Woods now with a comfortable lead over Taryn Ocean. It's good that Taryn wasn't brought undone by those couple of moments because it got pretty hairy there.
Yeah, he's definitely taking it very easy now, as a lot of riders are. It looks like that wind's sort of dropped out again, Chris, and that rain looks like it's eased quite a bit. Still raining a little bit, but as I said, the damage has been done. The track's very, very damp now. Seeing some spray coming off there of Liam Waters as he heads through turn 1. Not the best conditions to be on slick tyres.
No, and of course it's not just that they don't have any tread on them, it's that they want to stay warm, and the water on the surface, red flag is out. What's going on there?
Well, it's probably for safety reasons, I dare say.
Well, it's a flag-to-flag race, Rod, so it won't be that.
Okay. Well, I can't see any incidents anywhere. I can't see any riders down. Certainly,
the recovery van's going out, so there's an issue somewhere.
Must be an issue somewhere. I'm going to guess and say the only part of the circuit we can't see is the run onto Calvin's. Maybe a rider's gone down up there at Calvin's, but certainly can't see anything from here.
No, I can't either. But as I say, the wet weather will not be reason for the red flag. Strong wind, yes, but...
well, 3 laps to go, Chris. I doubt we'll see a restart. But you never know. I guess it's up to the officials to make a decision. But there certainly doesn't appear to be a rider down at the top of the hill, and we've got there's a rider.
No, that was earlier in the race.
Heading up the hill, we've got a
broke down and parked it there, I think.
Well, I'd say it's just track conditions is the issue.
Well, that's going to be a bit contentious because that is the nature of the race. It is flag to flag.
I guess only the person who can answer the question will be the clerk of the course.
Yeah, that's right.
But I would say rider safety is they've made that call. Being a sprint race, I know it's a flag to flag race, but I guess at some point, if track conditions become deemed too dangerous, they're going to stop the race. It's probably the right call. Certainly wouldn't want to be out there on slicks in these conditions right now.
No, well, it's rider's prerogative to pull in if they want to.
True.
No one stops them doing that. And other riders are quite comfortable doing it. Oh, sorry, circulating. So that's where it becomes very, very difficult.
It does. Anyway, it looks like we should get some information hopefully soon, and whether the race will restart or whether they're going to call it.
Yeah, I think. Well, look, it's only 25 past.
There's plenty
2 hour to start at 2 o'clock.
There's definitely plenty of time to.
There's just enough time, but they need to change tyres or allow the track to dry up. And of course, the 2 hour needs to start at 2, so that means bikes need to be out and lining up for the Le Mans start. So it gives us a half-hour window. So will be interesting.
Well, let's hope that rain shower was the last one we see today, because we don't want that to happen during the 2 hour race.
No, it makes it very difficult.
There's every chance that will happen, and it certainly will make things lively for the competitors, because that is a flag to flag race. So wind or rain, they've got to contend with all the conditions. So I've just got a message here from one of the officials. So I'll just I think you've got better eyes than me, Chris.
Sure, it's one of the officials. It might be an old girlfriend.
No, it's definitely it's from Sean Patmore. So
red flag, water and wind gust, track unsafe. Okay, well,
there we go.
Contrary to my understanding of the way the race is meant to be run, but
so I might just text back and say, are we going to get a restart, or is that going to call it? So maybe Sean, if you can let us know, we can. Race called. There we go. Okay. So that brings the 20 lapper. Not quite 20 laps, but due to the unforeseen weather, I think they made the right call. We didn't want to see riders going down, so we can run through the results. Even though we got two categories, of course, but outright track positions first. Well, we have Liam Waters, a clear victory. Jesse Woods bringing it home second, and he's the first rider on a production bike. Taron Ocean in third. Dane Griggs has recovered very well to stay in fourth position. Jeremy Huddleston in fifth. Chris, help me here. Lockie.
Where are we? Lockie Curtis.
Says
Graham Cunningham.
Graham Merrick von Batouche.
Michael Green. Doug Watson. Taylor Franklin Smith. Timo Halloran. DNF Garth Newton and Heath Fielding.
Okay.
So in class order, Lights GP, we have Liam Waters.
Taron Ocean.
Yeah, Taron Ocean.
Jeremy Huddleston.
That's right. Then we're down to Marek von Batouche, and that's all. I think the other two DNFs were GP bikes.
And
so
we'll do the podium, or the top three for production. Jesse Woods with the win, Dane Griggs for second, and it'll be Lockie Curtis. Is it, Chris? Why we got a different name here? What's
well, you might have to ask him, Rod.
Okay, right.
Under Curtis, and his licence is under Ranson.
Okay, right. Well, it looks like he will be coming through as third position for production.
Well, without a restart, that gives us a
bit of a break.
Half-hour window, I suppose.
We'll have a little drink and go and rest the feet, and we'll be back to call the main race. Sounds
like a plan. We'll look to around about 10 to 2, I'd say, before the bikes start to get out there and line up for the big one.
Yep. Anyone on the hill too, if you're hungry or after a drink, there is a food van down here in the pits. It's free admission. You just head towards the Tilford Auto Group Bridge, and in you come. plenty of bikes to look at, plenty of riders to chat to as well. So we'll see you back shortly for the big race.
Well, Rod, the time has come.
Yes, we're back ready for calling the main race.
The Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour.
Just looking at the starting list, Chris, we've had through bike issues and various things. We've had a few teams unable to make it to the main race, but and we've also had a couple of solo riders. Wade Schrader, he's now teamed up with Kane Bauman due to an issue with his bike from the sprint races earlier today. But,
is he? I just see Wade actually riding out on his bike, so maybe that didn't happen.
Okay, well, right.
There you go. There's Kane Bauman. So we're wrong about that. I know Kane was interested in...
well, obviously the issue that he had, he's got it sorted. There was an electrical gremlin with the bike. I did see a wiring harness out of it earlier, so he did say they were trying to get it sorted, and obviously he has. He's back out there. It's good to see.
Le Mans start, Rod, for people who aren't familiar with it. You want to talk them through it?
Well, basically you're going to see the bikes will roll up here around to the normal start grid. They will then back the bikes up to the fence on about a 45-degree angle, and the riders will then line up on the other side of the track. Their teammate or an assistant will hold the bike here, and once the flag drops, which will be actually the Australian flag, I think, will be raised, they'll run across, jump on the bike, hit the starter motor, and away they go.
That's the theory of it. We've seen riders fall over on the track on the way to the bike.
We have.
We've seen bikes not start.
We've seen bikes that don't like to start when they're hot. Mine was one of them one year. We've had all sorts of issues. So one thing we don't want to see is certainly as bikes all start off together, everyone's sort of trying to get that track position. So
yeah, as I was saying earlier in the day, it's different for these guys. They're usually sitting there on the grid looking up at the red light, and that's a normal race start. But this one, it's quite different. I've said this previously, that it's quite an unusual feeling to be standing on the other side of the track and you can't hear an engine anywhere. It's completely quiet. It's so unfamiliar for the start of a race. Usually you're surrounded by revving engines, but it's a bit surreal, isn't it?
It is.
Really?
So while the riders are lining up, we can see who's going to be taking the stint with a lot of teams here. So looking at the pole position, it looks like Damien Fools will be doing the first lap, or the first stint I should say, with Kurt Shushams. Looking at position 2, Mitch Hawksley. We've got one of our mainland riders, Kyle Buckley, former Supersport champion, Australian Supersport champion I should say. We've got Matthew Long doing the first stint, the pairing of him and Brett Simmons. You can continue, Chris, I'll have a breather. We've got...
where'd you get your Matthew Long? Then we've got John O'Hughes, Harry Sellers, Joel Benson, Chris McGrath, Josh Rees. Then who's that? I can't see which bike it lines up with, but we're almost ready for a start, I think, are we? Not quite.
We're getting very close. Everyone behind the line, so good luck, everybody. Hope everyone's got their vantage points, and we're going to see some exciting racing straight up. The track is patchy, so riders are going to have to start with fairly cold tyres.
Tricky if you're not opening laps, isn't it?
Tricky if you're opening laps, because there's not going to be a lot of grip there.
Well, we'll be quiet as well until the bikes are in action. Let the riders focus on the job at hand. And go. The 2020 Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour is underway. First bike away, Damien Falls fires the big ZXN nicely, closely followed by Mitch Hawksley on the little 600. Matty Long gets up there into third place rider. Can't quite pick up P4. Is that be Chris McGrath?
I think it's Chris McGrath, yes. It looks like Well, it's a bit hard to tell from here, but they're going to have to be very careful on these first few corners.
Jono Hughes, I think, behind Chris McGrath.
Jonathan Hughes on the Triumph Daytona in 5th position.
Terrible start there for Kyle Buckley. Didn't get the Ducati fired up, and so too Sam Gala last away. But you're right, Rod. These opening laps need to be very, very careful. It's a long race, and there's no point being a hero on lap 1.
No, the tyres will be a lot colder than normal, being the type of start. So it's going to take a good lap or two for them to start getting up to temperature. And with the track conditions the way they are, you've got to be very careful on the right hand. Looks like is that Matthew Long challenging there to go into the lead past Damien Foulds? But
Is it Damien Foulds?
I think it's Damien who started.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's going to be the challenge for these 600. You need to keep an eye on this. It's
Definitely Matthew Long.
It's a bit tight in there. But the 600s do find it hard to get past the 1000s down the straight. So, in fact, they won't get past the 1000s down the straight. So, it's harder to get a clean lap on a 600.
It certainly is, and up the hill too, where they're about to head, you'll see the clear difference. The ZX10 at the front of the pack there, a little bit harder to get on the power as Matthew Long's gone up the inside there, but that's a great move by Matthew Long going into the lead, and that's the position that they will definitely want to be in and try to eke away to a handy buffer.
Now, 2 riders to keep an eye on. The leader, Matthew Long, and in 3rd place, Mitch Hawksley. They'll be 2 of the strongest teams in the 600 class, and they also entered in the Superbike class, which the 600s can do. But actually, 4th place now, Mitch Hawksley. So keep a close eye on those 2 throughout the race. That's going to be a very interesting contest.
Yeah, a long way to go, Chris, obviously. Only 3 laps in. As we've seen in previous years, there's a lot of toing and froing can happen in this race. Pit stops, a lot of strategies, tyre wear, rain, wind, fuel stops. There's a lot of things that have to go through the process to get the flag at the end.
That's absolutely right. You do need to get to the end, and a lot of things can and do go wrong in this race. But look, at the moment, Matty Long starting to stretch out at the front of this field, and I think it probably speaks to what I said earlier, that he has been persistent and gone out there and experienced the track in all conditions. So at the moment he's going to be feeling quite comfortable. He knows how this track feels with a bit of water on it.
Yes, absolutely, and I know their strategy will be to try to get into the lead, which he's done, and we know Matthew's very fit and he's capable of doing long stints on the seat, so it's exactly the start that they would have been after. Let's hope things go to plan for them, and the conditions don't catch them out in these tricky early conditions we're seeing.
So quick race order. We've got Matthew Long from Damien Foulds, Jason Spencer, which is actually Mitch Hawksley, Jono Hughes, Marcus Delaney, Chris McGrath, Wade Schrader, Peter Bellchambers, Josh Rees, Harry Sellers, Kane Bowman, Daniel Briggs, Jason Wiley, who is Kyle Buckley, and Sam Gala. So they're the team names. I don't know which rider is necessarily on the bike, but gives you a bit of an idea of the order at the moment. Quite a bit happening in P2 there, right? I can see some challenges going through Calvin's. I know Jono Hughes was pretty anxious to get past Mitch Hawksley, I think it was, and another contest there. Is Jono going to go down the outside? No, he's not. Mitch holds on to that position.
Holds onto that position, and I think it's Sam Delaney on the Marcus.
No, that'd be Joel Benson,
Joel
is
Benson.
it?
Joel Benson. Yeah, Joel's riding very, very well.
These guys really riding more like a sprint race than a 2-hour endurance race. So if this is any, gives any idea what this race is going to be like, Rod, we're in for a treat.
Well, it's probably good for the riders too, having being 4 riders close together like this. Time will just naturally pass, and they'll be busy with the job on hand, and it helps pass the time, Chris. You're not riding around on your own.
No, you're absolutely right.
Feeling all the pain, especially later in the race, of cramps and various things. So
yeah, and there's one thing I've said a few times from first-hand experience. It's not until about lap 15 that people start to settle into this as an endurance race. They feel like they're in a sprint race for the first 10 laps or so, and then you just start to go onto autopilot a little bit more. The race starts to settle down. But you're absolutely right, Rod. These guys at the front, they're going to be enjoying it. It's going to be passing the time, and it's what they need to keep their focus on lapping consistently and fast. Just
looking at, looks like Matthew Long has done the fastest lap of the race so far. So the leader is getting that gap out to around 2.3 seconds. So
Yeah, 58.5. So a fair way off what these guys are capable of, but of course it's an endurance race and it's also still a little bit patchy out there.
there's a bit of a bottleneck here behind Damien Fools. We've got Mitch Hawksley there going up the inside there of Damien Fools up the hill. A good move there on a 600 to out-drag the ZX10, Chris.
It is, but come the back straight, I reckon the ZX10 will be straight back past it.
Well, they're certainly dragging each other along.
And that is the problem for the 600s. There you go. Now Mitch is going to have a big lunge under brakes, and he does.
And he does. A very good move on the brakes there. And one thing I've just noticed, Chris, too, looking out, the weather could be closing in again. So
I did see that. I didn't want to mention it.
well, I think we'll keep our eye on it, but it's certainly shaping up to be like it was earlier in the day. So
Oh, that's tight. John Hughes right on the back of Joel Benson. Looked like he's going to go through, and Joel was sweeping across in front of him.
yeah, Joel's riding extremely well.
Exceptional. Just looking for Harry and Chip Sellers. Oh, Harry's just crossing the line now. Must have got away to a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, we don't know whether there's any issues with that bike too after the earlier tumble, so they've got it going again and got it repaired.
Just looking at the Team Wiley bike.
Kyle Buckley.
Just gone through 58.8, so still 0.3 off the fastest time. He's lapping at the same time as the leaders, but not making any inroads. And of course, he doesn't really have to yet. It's a long race, and as we say, it does need to settle down. We're just talking to Kurt Susham's there in the pits before, talking about managing this race, and managing was the operative word. You do have to manage in these conditions. You need to push when the conditions are right, and just persevere and get through when the conditions are bad.
Yeah, certainly looking at the leaders, looks like second, third, fourth, fifth, that trio, they're pushing each other pretty hard, and it looks like to me, Chris, that they've actually caught Matthew Long a bit.
Well, let's keep an eye on the gap there. It's 2.3 seconds last time through.
Well, it's been 2.3 now for a while, so yeah, Matthew no doubt would have a pit board. His team would be well prepared, so he'll be trying to manage that gap.
Well, Damien Folds has set the fastest lap of the race so far, by the looks of that, with a 58.1. Matthew Long in the lead has done a 58.5, but all that group back to 7th in the 58s.
Yes, just looking there, Chris, Damien Folds has actually broken away from the pack of 600s, and he is hunting down our race leader, who also 600cc mounted. But once again, fastest lap of the race, that stripe round, Chris, Jonathan Hughes on the Triumph Daytona.
Well, there you go.
Into the 57s now, so track conditions are definitely on the improve.
Well, all the riders have approached this well then. They've been a little bit cautious in the opening laps to let the track come to them. It's a good way to approach a 2 hour. I was a little bit concerned with the competitiveness in the opening laps, that somebody's going to put a foot wrong, but so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. It looks like Damien Folds has made some inroads into Matthew Long. The gap on the last lap around Chris 1.8, so it's come down half a second. All the top 4 riders on that last lap all put their fastest lap of the race in so far. And
already into lap traffic, I'm just noticing Matthew Long go past Sam Gala. Sam riding solo here today, first 2 hour meeting, so big experience for Sam. Damien Falls coming up the inside will actually thread the needle and get through. Good work, both riders. Then we've got Mitch Hawksley looking for a run through the inside of Sam Gala. Sam's being swamped by that pack at the moment.
There's bikes going everywhere, trying to all file their way around him, so hopefully he just holds the line and lets them go around.
But we've seen, right, haven't we, how important it is just to keep your composure.
Yep.
Overtaking traffic, your race can be done and dusted right there.
It can be done. Jonathan Hughes there trying to get round Sam Gala. Got on the throttle a little bit heavy, and he had an up out of the seat moment there at the bottom of the hill, so still a fair bit of uncertainty on the grip levels.
Was that Sam out of the seat?
No, it was Jonathan Hughes.
Yeah, okay.
Trying to get round Sam on the inside, gave it a big fistful and fired himself up out of the seat.
Of course, the point is it's a long race and you don't need to be so anxious. You will get those, as you go through traffic, some work for you and some against you. You don't need to be absolutely, have to make it happen that corner.
The gap from the leader, Matthew Long, back to second. Damien Folds is down to 1.3, so it's just slowly but surely Damien's just chipping away at trying to get himself in a position to challenge for that race, or the lead of the race, I should say. I was about to say race victory. A long way to go yet, Chris.
Yeah, a long way to go. Damien was just balked a little bit there by Sam Delaney, I think, just through the bottom of the S's. Very difficult place to pass, and Damo doing the right thing, just biding his time. As I keep saying, it's a long race, and you have to be there at the finish.
You certainly do. The fastest lap of the race so far on the last lap, Kyle Buckley. So he's starting to find some rhythm after a bad start on the Ducati.
A couple of little spots of rain on our commentary box window, so look, hopefully that's not going to amount to much. It's not really a dark sky, there's blue patches, so let's hope that blows through.
Yeah, it looks better than it did a few minutes ago. Looking out towards the Granton side, it's quite a bit of blue sky, patchy cloud to the other part of the circuit, so fingers crossed we don't get too much more rain.
Clear track at the moment between Matthew Long and Damien Falls. No lap traffic in sight, so this will be good to see what Damien can do. Damien on bike 666, of course. The leader Matthew Long on bike 23.
Once again, Kyle Buckley, another fastest lap of the race, so hopefully Kyle can keep threading his way through, and after that poor start, try to get back in touch with the leading groups.
Worth pointing out as well that Kyle Buckley looking to make it a hat-trick here today. Winner of the Superbike class and outright for the last 2 years, along with Kurt Sushams, but has changed teams this year to ride with Jason Wiley on the Ducati Panigale.
And it's an unmistakable bike, certainly the sound of it. The V4 Ducati is a unique sound all to itself, so certainly very fast and a good bike to watch coming down the back straight over the hump.
Now what's interesting here is we know that the Ducati has a small fuel tank. It's reasonably thirsty. It's likely to need to get through on 3 fuel pit stops, but the pace Kyle is running may mean that they're looking to do only 2 stops.
Yeah, Kyle must feel that there's a little bit of rain in the air again, Chris, looking at those puddles in pit lane. So Kyle very tentative through the sweeper, the end of the straight.
It looked to me like he actually ran a little bit deep off the end of the back straight.
He might have felt there was a little bit of issue with the grip. He's definitely not pushing as hard as he was. No difference. Matthew Long still pushing very hard at the lead.
Yeah, 1.6 it was, and 1.6 again. So no change. Then it's back to Mitch Hawksley, 3 seconds behind Matthew Long. Then John O'Hughes, Marcus Delaney, who's got Joel Winston on board. Wade Schrader doing a great job up there in 6th. 58.7 so far, the fastest time for Wade.
Okay, he'd be happy with that.
Oh, he'd be delighted, given that he didn't even think he was going to be able to run. He's just going over the start finish line there at the moment, riding solo. It's a massive ask for Wade to be running 58s.
That's a hard effort, riding solo around here. We've seen riders do it and almost have to be lifted off the bike after the 2 hours. They do get a little slight rest, you could call it, when they refuel in the middle of the race. Most bikes only 1 fuel stop required, but some bikes more than 1. But yeah, very tough ask, Chris, to do a full 2 hours.
Something worth noting is Kyle Buckley's last lap was a 64, 6 seconds a lap slower than his previous.
Okay.
And he looked noticeably slower over the start finish line, so it's either those drops of rain you spoke about, Rod.
There's definitely a few drops of rain, as we can see. The commentary box window is starting to get a decent covering of rain,
or there's an issue with the bike. So let's keep an eye on Kyle on the Team Wiley Ducati Panigale, just coming down over the hump at the moment. Yes, doesn't look to be in a hurry, does he?
No,
still circulating.
Doesn't look very happy. Right about that part of the track, maybe there's a bit extra water down there.
Well, 6 seconds a lap difference is a lot. Kyle, another rider who chose to sit out the opportunity to get out there on a damp track, so maybe he's just coming to terms with that. Oh, it's a tight move into turn 1. Josh Rees around the outside. Oh, that'd be Peter Bellchambers, I think. Good battle further back there. Just coming down through the S's at the moment. Josh Rees, Peter Bellchambers. Who's that behind him? Rod, can you pick it up?
It's must be Chris McGrath.
Is that Chris McGrath from Harry Sellers? Okay.
So they're not far off being lapped, the boys. The The leader now heading up the hill halfway. He's just going to Suckers. Matthew Long still leading the field. Still got a 1.3 second gap over Damien Falls. A little bit further back to Jason Spencer.
The spots of rain coming in a bit more noticeably now.
Yep, certainly are. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought there as I was looking at the puddles. Definitely looking probably worse than what it is. I'm not sure, but the commentary box window is getting pretty well covered as we look out towards Granton.
So this is really going to ask the question of these guys. What are they going to do? Oh, two riders either side of Harry Sellers. Got Damien Falls has actually picked up the race lead. We missed that, didn't we?
We certainly did. Matthew Long's probably decided the conditions to just back it off a little bit and be safe.
Bikes everywhere at the moment going down through the S's. So Damien Falls has got through on Peter Bell Chambers.
It looks very hectic here at the bottom of the hill. There's 6 bikes all trying to get through the corner together.
It's just so important to keep your head. There's such a long way to go. You've got to stay out of trouble.
It is, absolutely. Here we are. What have we got? Still an hour and 43 to go, so there's a lot of racing still to happen.
We're only at the 15-minute mark, and this is where I said usually people start to settle down a bit and ride it as an endurance race. But that big group of riders together from first back to, 6th, they're treating this as a 2-hour sprint.
It's certainly woken Matthew Long up. He's going to now probably put his head down and have a red-hot crack at trying to get back to the race lead.
Oh, it looked like Joel Benson spinning up a bit there in the chute, was it? Trying to get round the outside of Chris McGrath. Look, this is better than the sprint race, Rod.
It has been so far the best race of the weekend. It's exactly what we want, Chris.
Well, I guess it's what you hope for the biggest race of the year, and the boys are not disappointing. Don't forget there's gusty wind out there as well. There's sprinkling rain. It's
so far the wind is pretty good. Looking at our telltale long grass over towards the bottom of the hill, it's sitting pretty good at the moment. Just
noticed Sam Gala, who had been our last place, just picking up Sam Delaney. So moves through, puts a nice move on into turn 1. So we'll move up one spot.
Okay, it's trying to pick up where the leaders are. Looks like we've got...
Well, they've just come over the line now. Where's Matthew Long? Matthew Long didn't fare well from that overtaking of the slower riders. In fact, it's so busy out there at the moment.
Matthew Long is obviously, he's put his head down again because he just set his fastest lap so far in the race. So into the 56s there, Chris.
Now this is going to wake Kyle Buckley up too because he's about to be lapped. Mitch Hawksley spinning up a little bit at the bottom of the hill, trying to get the drive up the inside of whoever that is. Is that...
That's Mitch Hawksley, I think.
Yeah, Mitch Hawksley behind Damien Falls, is it?
It is, yes. It's the Mitch Hawksley, Jason Spencer entry.
You're going to bring me out some binoculars today, Len. What happened?
You want to have my good eyes, Chris. I can see really well.
Well, there's plenty to look at the moment. Mitch Hawksley down the inside of Josh Rees, I think it is.
Yeah, certainly some lap traffic. Kyle Buckley there, who's nearly a lap down on the Ducati. Damien Falls there in behind.
Oh, Mitch Hawksley looking for a run up the inside of Damien Falls and gets that done. What a great move from Mitch Hawksley.
So once again, we have a 600cc bike leading the way in the 2-hour race.
Now, this is not going to sit well with Kyle Buckley at all. Double race winner. I don't know what's... Oh, look at that. Down the inside goes Mitch Hawksley. It's like, get out of my way, please. He's on a mission. Oh, it's a rider down. Who's that?
Oh, looks like Jonathan Hughes.
It is Jono Hughes. That's a shame. Right at the bottom of the hill. Just asking a little bit too much to the front. Now, maybe that track is slightly damp. I don't know, but it's such a shame.
No, that is a shame. Such a strong, consistent runner, Jono, around here.
Now, he's not necessarily out of that. It was a very, very slow get off. In fact, he's back on it. The bike's running. Be careful coming back onto the track there, Jono.
Yes, definitely a little bit of... looking at the track, Chris, you can see there's a bit of... That rain is probably just affecting the riders enough that there's a lack of adhesion.
Now, the other thing I just noticed is Damien Falls just cracked his visor coming over the start-finish line. So I don't know if he's getting a bit of fogging or the sun on the visor with the rain on it is causing problems.
Yeah, Matthew Long he's recovered from backing... Oh, Matthew Long's lost the rear of the bike at the bottom of the hill and he is down. He's just got on the throttle a little bit too hard there and that lack of adhesion has caught him out. That's a real shame.
That is a real shame, but look, again, it speaks to this is an endurance race. I know it's tricky conditions, but you just have to get to the end.
You can see the track conditions from here, very tricky. The track looks dark, which tends to be just a lot of raindrops on the circuit. But Matthew Long, hopefully he can get that bike going again. He's back on the seat. He's got it running. He's just going up on the side of the track, heading up the hill. He's just made the track again, so fingers crossed there's no damage and no clutch levers or anything missing. Foot peg's still intact and he can rejoin the race.
Well, if nothing else, just as Jono, at least they can get back to the pits and they've got the chance to throw a couple of spares in there if they need to.
Yeah, I've got to say I was certainly looking forward to seeing Brett Simmons later on ride the 600, because so used to seeing Brett piloting a 1000cc bike these days, so it would have been nice to see what he could do on it.
Yeah, well, that's racing, and the guys at the front have poured a lot of pressure on, and a few cracks are starting to appear.
Okay, well, just a quick recap with the positions after that little change there. We got Jason Spencer and Mitchell Hawksley leading the way.
56.7 fastest lap.
Okay. Damien Foulds, Kurt Shusham's on the ZX10 in second. Marcus Delaney and Joel Benson, they're sitting in third.
Well, I just saw Sam Garler go up the inside of Matthew Long into turn one, so that tells me that the bike might not be in the best shape.
So that's brought Wade Schrader, Chris, up to fourth outright. So he's riding solo.
With one fuel stop.
With one fuel stop. Jonathan Hughes is remounted and he's re-going. He's in in fifth position. And Matthew Long, who's after that little get off, he's staying in sixth position.
Yeah, drama everywhere, Rod.
Well, once again, the sun's out. We've got a beautiful blue sky with a bit of patchy cloud over towards Granton, and hopefully that track will dry out pretty quickly, Chris, and we'll see racing back to normal.
Oh, Kane Bowman there, just putting a move on the inside of who's that down into turn two? Is that Chris McGrath?
It does look like Chris McGrath.
Chris is not really having a great meeting at all. Now, look, it could just be the strategy they're running to. Matthew Long re-entering the pit, so obviously that bike does have an issue. Now, what's going to be interesting is it going to be back into the pits proper or onto the dummy grid?
Looks like he's going up the dummy grid, so maybe just I can still see it has a clutch lever.
But the bar's bent forward by the looks of it, which would make it quite difficult to ride.
So there looks like going to be some adjustments there. Matthew's pointing to the left handlebar. So there looks like they're going to grab some tools and try to get the situation rectified.
Now, what I didn't notice, Rod, is Jono Hughes. He's still out there. Yes, he is. He's coming down the straight at the moment. So it looks like he's absolutely fine. Let's just check his lap time to see if he's slowed up at all. But that's going to tell us if that bike sustained any damage in that little off he had. So Jono just coming over the start-finish line now. He goes through with a 59.2, so no, you'd say that's quite okay. But I tell you what,
Damien Foulds has caught and passed Mitch Hawksley again, so we've had a change of the lead, and the 1000cc ZX10's gone back into the lead of the Motorworks Michelin 2.
It looks like Wade Schrader down at the top of turn two.
It does, or he's certainly ran off there, or something's we've missed, but he's just parked on the grass and trying to get himself restarted. Bike is going.
Is he going to rejoin though, or is he going to park it? That's what we don't know. I don't know if he fell off or just ran off.
Well, that electrical issue, Chris, may have come back. I dare say that's probably what it is. There was a bit of some wiring that didn't look quite right. It was just sort of a bit broken and a bit old, and I think they probably did their best to rejoin it and repair it, but it may have come back in and is causing the issue.
I don't know, Rod, but I can tell you what, this race continues to throw up drama, and if you're not here watching it, gee, you're missing out. This is unbelievable.
Very close at the front. The leader's separated by a tenth or two, so...
Remembering, of course, that Mitch Hawksley in P2 is riding a 600, but he's also entered in the Superbike, so that is actually Superbike 1 and 2, but Mitch Hawksley is leading the 600 class.
Just looking to see where the Wiley Ducati entry is. Kyle Buckley's now found his way up to fifth position. And once again, Chris, Kyle Buckley set the fastest lap of the race so far on the last lap. So if you can tell me what that is, that'd be handy. or if Len's got good eyes. Just here.
Just there, somewhere towards the screen, Rod.
Yeah, that'll do. What have we got there?
Kyle Buckley has done a 56.5, so only just faster than the leaders.
Okay.
Who are crossing the line at the moment. So, look, Damien Ford's doing a great job. Teamed up with the other double race winner in Kurt Sushams. He's also looking for the hat-trick here this weekend. But a long, long way to go yet. As we've seen, there's already a few people who have had little offs. Luckily, they're all still on track and circulating. Maybe with the exception of Wade Schrader. I don't know if Wade's still out there.
Well, I'm not sure. I think he's parked the bike over behind the signs towards the bottom of the hill.
Okay, so out of the event. That's such a shame because he was looking so strong there, running in...
He was in fourth at one stage. I dare say, Chris, that the electrical issue has come back into the bike. It was along near the coils on a big long wiring loom, so he had it out of the bike and was attempting to get it rectified, but anyway, that's racing. Now, Chris, I must mention, I got a message from our great mate Brad Wooten, who's listening in, and it's a damn shame that we're not seeing Brad on the grid. Hope you're well, mate. A great racer and well-known figure around the paddock, all around Tassie in the motorcycle racing scene. So, shame not here today, Brad, but we're thinking of you, mate.
We certainly enjoy watching Brad out there rubbing shoulders with everyone. Fierce competitor, very, very fast rider.
And a true gentleman. So I told him I'd give him a plug and say g'day, so as you do. Okay, where are we up to? Damien Foold's still leading. We've had 27 laps down. Still an hour and 30 to go, Chris. Plenty of time for a lot of changes in this race.
Just looking at Matthew Long starting to recover some positions. He's on the back of Harry Sellers there at the moment, coming down through the S's. So hopefully they've rectified that bike. I think it was the left-hand handlebar was just pushed forward a little bit, which would make it very difficult to ride.
Certainly would be. And the leaders are just past the start-finish line. Damien Foulds is just inching away ever so slightly from Mitch Hawksley. He's got that lead out to, it was 0.3 a few laps ago. It's out to 1.9. So he's doing a great job, just keeping it smooth and consistent. And as we can see, the track conditions have improved greatly from about 5 to 10 minutes ago.
John Hughes is entering the pits now. I don't know if that's due to the crash. I doubt it. I was just about to say while you were talking there, Rod, that the 30-minute mark will see some people pit and change rider that are doing a 30-minute stint. No, it looks like they're wanting to...
There's an issue with the bike, I think, Chris, because Brian Smith, his teammate, he does not have his helmet on or is ready to ride, so... They're down looking at the front wheel or the front end of the bike. It could be, could be a fork issue, could be a brake issue.
Yeah, I did see a bit of mud stuck there inside the fairing, but there's no hurry about the bike, so maybe they've decided there's a problem they can't fix. We'll keep an eye on that.
Looking like two dejected bodies, I'd say.
And it is very, very disappointing, isn't it, to be out of the race so early on. But it's a tough race. You know, this is the best of the best here.
Okay, I'm just trying to pick up where Matthew Long, he has found himself...
Well, he's coming through now. He's just got past Harry Sellers. Coming through over the start-finish line now. So it'll be interesting to see his lap time, Rod.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where Matthew Long is on the track. They're showing him in position 13. I don't know if that's right.
Well, it would be, given that he not only had a spill but came into the pits.
Oh, of course he came in. That's right. Yes, I forgot about the coming in the second time. So
Damien Foulds is going past good mate Chris McGrath. Gave him a look as he went past.
And Damien Foulds has now got that lead out to 2.5 or so seconds. So just every lap or so, he's just getting a little bit more on Mitch Hawksley on the 600.
Yep. And as I said before, the 1,000 will have an easier time of it getting through traffic. Mitch Hawksley will have to wait and do it in the corners more so than the 1,000 that can just blast past bikes down the back straight.
Just looking down here at the Triumph Daytona, Jonathan Hughes and Brian Smith. Jono's still got the helmet on. Looks like he's putting the gloves back on. I'm not sure. But whatever that issue is, it looks like it may have ended their day earlier than expected. So not good. Not a good result for the guy, because they were definitely going to be a front runner in the 600 category.
Interesting to see Kyle Buckley there just coming over the start-finish line. Got himself up to 4th. Goes through at a 57.2. So, look, that pace, they're capable of going much faster, has done in practice. So I'm just wondering if they're running to that strategy to try and minimise it to 2 pit stops.
Well, is it possible for that bike? Not sure of the fuel capacity, but I think at full pace all the way through the race, it's very capable of going a lot quicker. That would use a lot more fuel for sure. Well, I think
they're a pretty smart team. They would have done the maths, and I'm thinking that that's what they're doing. They're running it to that pace because they know they'll get through, or hope they'll get through on 2 pit stops rather than the 3. Speaking of that, it did make me think that Damien Fords, who's just crossing the line now on that 1,000, is very, very likely to have to do 2 pit stops. Like in P2, Mitch Hawksley, the 600, most likely only 1. So for the outright win, Damien Fords is going to have to extend that margin by enough for 1 extra pit stop.
Well, that'll be tough to do because right now he's only got a lead of, only 4.9 seconds out of, or nearly 5 seconds. So you're going to need a good 40-second lead or more for a splash and dash at the end. We have seen races lost from clear victory, we believe, with fuel issues right at the end of the race.
Oh, absolutely. Long history of it. And
one of the things about this race, Chris, it's 2 hours. It's not quite long enough, but it's not quite short enough. It's right in the middle, so it throws up a lot of variables.
It does, and for those of you that probably aren't that familiar, the 1000cc bikes don't quite get an hour on a tank at pace, so they have to back off a little bit and run a more conservative lap time to get through on 1 pit stop. So there's lots of strategy that riders can work to.
Yeah, well, certainly some of the thousands will, but generally the ones that are at the front are using a bit more fuel per lap than some of the slower thousands. So it's always crucial to try to get that one stop strategy is definitely the way to win this event.
Yeah, still plenty of the race left. Just looking at Matthew Long coming through over the start-finish line now, despite the fact that he's down in 12th place, 2.8 laps behind. It's going to be a tough ask to get back up to the lead, but plenty of time left. We can see more showers. Anything could happen, so they'll continue to plug away at that.
Yeah, that weather pattern that we've been seeing all day, Chris, is still... We've got some nasty sort of darker clouds heading our way again, so wouldn't be surprised if we see some light sprinkling again in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Kyle Buckley just goes through 56.8. That is the fastest lap out of everyone on the last lap, so he's starting to wind up the wick a little bit. Again, it'll be interesting to see what their strategy is.
Well, I think the first strategy is to keep it upright and finish the race, but certainly managing the fuel stops and the rider change is crucial.
And what we always see in this race is the second hour is really where it all starts to happen, and even the last 15 minutes, surprises happen. Riders run out of petrol. It's thinking back to Chip Sellers, who fell off in the last few laps at the top of turn 2. You never say never in this race.
Was it a couple of years ago, I think, was it? Or
Rider ran on the Harry Sellers at turn 1. Looks to be absolutely fine. Not sure what happened there. But he's re-entering the pits now at the top of turn 2.
It's the second time the bike's found its way over turn 1 today, which is a shame.
Yeah, thankfully he's still circulating though. So that team were running in P7 outright, and they were the 4th 600. Big group of riders going over the start finish line at the moment. Josh Rees right behind Sam Gala, who's behind Sam Delaney on the Daniel Briggs bike.
On the Daniel Briggs ZX6.
So Sam Gala having a great ride out there. He's up to 11th, as I was saying earlier, his very, very first 2 hour and riding solo. So he'd be learning a lot there, Rod.
Certainly will. Won't be long he'll be learning a lot about how it feels being on a bike for a long time.
Yeah. Flat 57 there for Kyle Buckley. Slightly slower than his previous lap. His quickest lap so far in the race is a 56.1. Now, look, I'd be almost certain that unless there's a bike problem, they're running to that strategy. They're very capable of running as fast as 54s. So that tells me it's a fuel economy strategy. Sam Gala right behind Sam Delaney now. Sorry, I'm getting my words mixed up. Going into turn 1, looking for a way through. Looks like Sam Gala's I'll lose that up the inside.
That's Josh Rees at the back of that pack.
Josh Rees. Too many names going around in my head. But they're having a fun time between them. And as you said before, Rod, that'll pass the time for them.
It will. Keeps you entertained, not riding around on your own. So just a few little spits of rain again, Chris. I can see we're starting to get a few drops of rain on the window of the commentary box, and those telltale puddles down in the pits are starting to show signs of spitting. So hopefully this front, it will only be a light one, hopefully.
Yeah, the sky's pretty light, so I think you're right. I think it's there's not much in it.
Well, that grey cloud that came through is right over the top of us right now, so it looks like there's not much in this one, hopefully. Unlike the one before. What have we got here?
Just noticing Chris McGrath in the 62s. So I know we've said before, Chris is a very capable rider, capable on 1,000 of lapping the 53. So I don't know if they've got a bike problem or running to some sort of strategy I couldn't work out.
I'd say it's a bike problem, Chris.
That's what I'm wondering.
Chris's fastest lap of the race is a 60.9. So, and we know on his Superbike that he's lapped in the 53 second bracket around here. So clearly, I'd say a bike issue of some sort.
And look, on a ride day on that 600, he'd be doing 57s blindfolded. So I think you're right. I know he had a gearbox issue in that bike on Friday, which they thought they'd fixed, but maybe they didn't fix all of it. But he's still circulating, and that's what you need to do in an endurance race.
Just looking at Josh Rees there. Is it Josh on board, or is it?
That's Josh.
It is Josh on board.
Having a good ride, isn't he?
He's just looking up that little group of three. He was looking up the inside there at the end of the straight to go from the back of that group to the front of that group. So they're keeping each other entertained, these three.
And that's what we keep saying. They're passing the time. They're doing some nice lap times. What they probably don't want to do is too much overtaking, because it adds to the risk and slows them up. But we've got Matthew Long, I think, coming up behind them, is it? It looks like Matthew.
Yes, it's Matthew Long.
So he'll break them up a little bit as he comes through.
Yes, he will. And
now we've got Kyle Buckley entering the pit. So, Jason Wiley's in his leathers, ready to jump on board. So right, this is the 40-minute mark. So there you go. They're working to a two-stop strategy.
And they're definitely going to be putting some fuel in. As we can see, the fuel churns out. And they've got to get the bike on the stand, rider off the bike. There's a bit of a procedure for safety reasons to follow when you're refueling in the pits or in pit lane. So the rider's off.
So what's critical about...
Oh, there we go. Well, that's what we don't want to see.
No, that's why there's a valve on there.
A bit of fuel spillage there as they got the fuel churn into the tank.
But what that confirms, Rod, is what I suspected. They're going for a two-stop strategy, and that proves they can do it. They've got through to 40 minutes.
Do you think so?
Well, they have. There you go. It's on the screen.
Rightio.
So if the bike can do 40 minutes running at that pace, that's going to put them right in the mix at the end.
Looking down here, Chris, on the ground in front of us, we can see those spots of rain again, just making the track surface a little bit slippery.
It's certainly darkening up the bitumen, so that's what we saw before. This is the critical time when accidents happen.
And this is what we saw. Well, we had those two accidents, Jonathan Hughes and Matthew Long, earlier in the race. Exactly these conditions caught them out.
Matthew Long just going down the inside of Sam Gala there at the end of the back straight. 4 riders together. It's going to be really important that everyone's very careful through this stage of the race until this shower passes. There is nothing at all to be gained by pushing hard through these few laps while the track's a bit damp.
Just picked up our leader there, Damien Fools, just going, putting another lap down on Peter Bellchambers, or the Peter Bellchambers bike. I'm not sure if it's Pete on board or his teammate, but
Jason Wiley now out on the Ducati Panigale, so not the nicest track to start his session.
No, very not. very much so.
Although he's a confident rider in the wet, but probably not on hot slicks.
I don't think so. And just checking the gap again, Chris, for the leader back to Jason Spencer, or Mitch Hawksley. It's just under 10 seconds. So there's a bit of work to do there if they need to do an extra fuel stop later on in the race.
Now what's worth pointing out here, right, is the sun's out again. The shower seems to have largely passed. There's a couple of sprinkles still, but with the sun and the rain, that track is probably going to start drying again. So just another challenge thrown in here for these riders.
Yeah, it's still spitting quite well, but thankfully not enough to make any surface water settle on the track.
Yeah,
Noticing the marshals now they are showing the lack of adhesion flags, but I'm sure every rider's well aware that there's a little bit of sprinkling coming down on their visors.
Yeah, I've been saying it all day. It's a horrible feeling, but you've just got to persevere and get through it. Try not to take too many risks, but at the same time, not give up too many seconds.
So certainly some shuffling there through the pack. Matthew Long has now found his way up into 8th position or 9th position. He was down in 12th or 13th, so he's caught that trio of Sam Delaney, Sam Gala and Josh Rees and got through ahead of those, which we would fully expect.
Yeah, well, Josh Rees has pulled clear of Sam Delaney and Sam Gala, so he was running with that group for a while. Damien Ford's our race leader, just indicating to his pit that I think he's ready to come in. I saw the hand off the handlebar, so that might be the signal.
Fairly early on, I would have thought, Chris.
Well, not for a two-stop strategy. I think they probably want to miss the busy part of the middle of the race when most riders are coming in. He's over 40 minutes, so that will work for a two-stop strategy. Because what can change all of this is a red flag.
Absolutely.
But
that's something we don't want to see, of course.
No, but it's all part of an endurance race. Just looking at the bitumen here, it's already drying off, so it just goes to show what sort of challenges can be presented for these guys. Makes it very, very hard.
Yeah, track conditions changing every 10 or 15 minutes. Bright sunshine again with a little bit of cloud shining through. The track conditions look pretty good again, so it's amazing how 5 minutes ago it was so gloomy here.
Damien Ford's just crossing again, but I can see Kurt Susham's down there with his helmet on, so I think I was right in noticing that the hand signal. It was to say I'm going to come in, but how many laps that means I don't know.
Well, what will be interesting too is whether they're going to do a fuel splash or they're going to just jump one rider to the next.
Well, I think a smart thing to do would be to fill it up, because that means there's only one more pit stop left and that'll get them through.
Well, I can't see anyone there ready to initiate the fuel refilling process, so maybe it's just a rider change.
Well, it'll be a funny thing to do, not put fuel in it. But look, we'll find out shortly.
We will. Maybe he's going to continue a bit longer.
Josh Rees really riding a good race out there. He's up to 4th place. Best time of 58.3. Very, very impressive. He's got Matthew Long there behind him at the moment.
Can't quite work. He must be a lap down, I think, Matthew, still on Josh.
Oh, he would be, for sure.
Yeah.
So Matthew, where is he? Matthew Long
He's
in P8
yeah.
is 2.9 laps down.
How can he be 0.9? But anyway, 2.9 laps. And Josh Rees is 1.9, so he's definitely a lap. He's got a full lap behind Josh Rees, so a bit of work to do there, but I'm sure it's achievable for the pace that he can run. We've seen some pretty good pace out of Matthew all weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure he's kicking himself. Taking a bit of getting past Josh Rees. Just goes to show how well Josh is racing. You know, he just has put the move on in turn 1. You know, that early pace from well, look at that. Mitch Hawksley has a fastest lap of 56.7, but Josh Rees fastest lap 58.3.
Okay.
It's not too bad at all.
Yeah, I think we've seen Josh run in the 57s before, so he's not far off his PB.
I think he should be very, very happy with that. It's good, really good pace to be running for this 2 hour race.
It looks like the fastest lap so far of the race still belongs to the Wiley Ducati with Kyle Buckley previously.
So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of lap times Jason Wiley produces. If he's doing the same as Kyle Buckley was, that tells us that that is the pace I need to run to get through 40 minutes on a tank.
Yes, we'll have a look as he comes past next time and see if he's got used to the track conditions. I think the previous lap for Jason was a 58.
Oh, just getting past Peter Bellchambers there, threading the needle as they come over the start-finish line, almost out in the dirt.
Yeah, 57-1 there for Jason.
But so far, these guys managing this race quite well. Getting through on 2 stops. We know they've got some good pace there if they need it. What would be really good to know is how much fuel was left in that tank when they came in.
Just looking down here for where Kurt Schuschmans may have wandered off to. We haven't missed a rider change, have we? I don't think so.
No, I don't believe so.
So the smart thing will be when they do that change, they'll have to do the fuel stop because it's, what are we going, an hour and 13 to go. So
No, Damien Ford's still on board with Matthew Long right behind him.
this will be good for Matthew. Follow the race leader and keep getting towed around.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that he was the race leader.
He was the race leader, but unfortunately had that little spill and had to come into the pits and make some adjustments to the bike. But if he can stay there and get a tow around, it might be good for Matthew. Big difference in acceleration up the hill, Chris. The ZX10 clearly got a fair bit more mumbo on a straight line than the R6 of Matthew.
As you would expect. But the 600s are very efficient through the corners. As you were saying before, they steer well. Now Damien Ford's sitting up there a little bit. I don't know if he's going to come in this lap. So I can't see Kurt Schuschmans there ready to jump on board.
No,
so
he's still circulating on his way around the sweeper now. So
just check his lap time this time through. It's through 58.1. So backed it off a little bit. Was doing 56.5s before, but we are almost up to 50 minutes.
and Jason Wiley there, 57.3 on the last lap. So he's maintaining a low 57 pace, which will work well for their strategy to get through on one more fuel stop.
That's right, and I think I saw them put a new tyre in that bike as well, which is one of the advantages of the Ducati. You can actually change a rear wheel very, very easily. But running that sort of pace, I doubt it's torturing the tyre too much.
No, it'd be more than likely very, very easy on the tyre. I think their biggest concern will be the fuel consumption of the bike with a reduced capacity tank compared to some of the other bikes.
Yeah, well the good thing is they've already proven to themselves it will do 40 minutes at that pace, so as long as they can manage that, and as I was saying before, it'd be interesting to know how much fuel is left, because that'll tell them if they can push a bit harder if they need to. Jason Wiley just up the inside of, can't quite pick who that is, going into the top of turn 2.
I think it was Josh Rees, I think.
It looks like it might be Josh, yes.
Chris McGrath going over the line again, so he's not having the day that he was hoping for. 101.6 there, Chris, on the last lap for McGrath.
No, look, I can only imagine that it was a problem with the bike. Oh, there is a problem with the bike related to the issue they had on Friday.
Has to be.
It's, as we keep saying, Chris is a quality rider, and 57s he'll do blindfolded. So unless there's some other strategy, which I can't work out, I think it's got to be a machine problem for them.
Just looking down in pit lane, the triumph pairing of John O'Hughes and Brian Smith, unfortunately, both in their civvies now. So whatever happened with that spill for Jono has unfortunately ended their race early.
I've got a feeling they crashed out last year as well.
I can't remember.
I think they did. So not having the best of luck with this event.
No, it'd be interesting to know what's actually taken them out of the event, whether it's a front end issue or something else that's happened with the bike from going through the dirt. We can only assume.
Kane Bowman just re-entering the pit. Sorry there, Rod.
That's all right. I'm just watching Jonathan wheel the bike backwards down here through the pits. And so, can you see anything, Len? That looks... We can't quite sort of see it from here. Here we are here. So, foot peg is intact. Surely it must be a front end issue from the impact.
Yeah, look, quite possibly. Could be like a brake rotor or something. You've got a bit of a knock, or it does have some mud down around the engine, as I said. But look, I don't know. We might be able to find out a bit later in the race if somebody can ask and let us know. But at this stage, it's only speculation.
Sorry, Len.
Yes, Kane Bowman just being refueled and having a good old break and stretching the legs. He's riding solo, and as we were saying before, knows that every lap becomes hard after this. So making sure he's having a good walk around.
Yeah, very important. He has a drink, which he's about to have some Powerade.
Now,
you probably drink 2 bottles of that in the flash.
What's really interesting here now is they're up to 51 minutes, and Damien Folds is still on that ZX10 and hasn't been refueled. So if that goes over 60 minutes, that's one stop for that 1000cc bike.
Well, I'm pretty confident that will work for them, Chris. I'm sure last year they did a one stop.
Well, Kurt Sessions is down there standing up with his helmet on. So they're ready to change if they need to, and I guess what they're trying to manage now is if they can get just over the 60 minutes, that is huge.
It certainly will be a big effort for a ZX10 to do the hour, or a bit more on the tank. I'm sure they squeezed every last mil of fuel into it before the start. Naturally, as you would, you want to make sure you've got that fuel tank absolutely as full as it'll be.
Well, we know that the Wiley Ducati is definitely working to a 2-stop strategy. So if that ZX10 from Damien Folds and Kurt Hashems can get through on one, then that's a massive advantage.
Yes, and they've got a comfortable lead still over the 600 pairing of Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley, so they're up to just over 16 seconds now. Good to see the Joel Benson having a great ride on the Marcus Delaney R6. They're still in third.
I'd actually be thinking, Rod, that there's a good chance that ZX10 of Damien Folds will make the hour, because the pace they're running, that sort of 57, 58, the thousands will do an hour on that.
Yeah, we've just clocked 53 minutes into the race. So you'd like to think that if they're coming in around that 58, 59, or even a fraction over the 60 minutes, they're in with they've proven the bike will go the distance.
So it's a very critical time for that team.
Certainly, what you don't want to happen would be for the bike to run out somewhere on the other side of the circuit. If that happened, that'd be a disaster.
Well, I'm just wondering if that hand signal that Damo gave his team was that the fuel light is on, and from there they probably know how many laps it will do with the fuel light on.
Well, it's a good strategy to know with your bike. Certainly, you want to know if it's going to do 10, 12, 15 laps on the fuel light. As we know, Chris, most of these modern bikes, when the light comes on, there's generally 4 or 5 litres in reserve. So the fuel burn around this circuit's not high on most bikes. It's probably well under 0.4 of a litre or less. So you can certainly work out exactly how far you should be able to make it.
So we do have an update on... Oh, there we go. Damien Folds pointing to the fuel tank, so clearly that's time.
Okay, well that's 54 minutes, getting close to 55 minutes done for the race, so... Oh, Chris, is going to be close, isn't it?
Well, it's not enough.
Whether they're going to get through.
It is not enough.
If he's starting to get surges, he can... that bike could run out somewhere around the circuit before he makes it back, which you don't want to have happen. So
no, we've actually seen 1000cc bikes running out of petrol as they come down the pit entry road with only a few laps to go. So it's absolutely critical. As I was saying, this time of the race, that's what the team were probably not wanting. They wanted to get through for another few laps to get on the other side of 60 minutes. But it's looking to me, Damien is sitting up. I think he's probably going to be coming in this lap, is he?
He certainly is. He's got the boot out, signalling to the other riders that he's pulling into the pits. So
Yep, well that proves what I said, that the thousands struggle to get the hour, and that does not work well for the team.
and it looks like he may just be rolling into the pits as well. So his engine's still running. Yes, it is.
Oh, it's down to fluffy though.
It's sounding a bit fluffy, so it must be on the last few bits of fumes left in the tank. So, okay, make sure the rider's off the bike, and we've got Jeremy Huddleston there assisting with the fuel duties. He's got the fuel churn into the tank, and
Damien Falls almost falling over as he jumped off the bike. Very sore legs.
well,
We know how that feels, Rod.
I do. I've had the same feeling when I've got off the bike before in these races. So Damien is very tall. He'd have to be 6'3", so his long legs in the race tuck for this amount of time would be very painful for him.
But it does go to show just what it's taking out there. These guys are starting to get very sore and very tired.
One thing we know that his teammate Kurt Shusham's about to get on the bike is works very hard on his fitness. So we know Kurt is more than capable of running the rest of the race at a pretty competitive pace, as he's proven before with some victories, Chris, in this event.
So what's critical here is that we're at 56 minutes and Kurt Sushams is away, so he will not get an hour and 4 out of that tank. He will have to pit towards the end of the race, barring a red flag.
There'll be a quick splash, and then you can't refuel during a red flag either. So, as far as I'm aware, unless the rules have changed.
No, you can't.
So that's going to be interesting. It's going to, once again, the strategies of this race is going to come out to play in the last 10 minutes of the time allocated.
So Sam Delaney there, just coming into pit, change over to Daniel Briggs. Just trying to get the rear stand located. That's taking way too long.
Right
Now
off
we're
before you get the fuel churn in, boys. So
Yep, we're away now.
once again, you can see the pain in the rider's legs, Chris, as Sam crosses the Armco on into the grassy area. He's walking like he's been whacked around the back of the legs with a large stick.
Now what's really important here is that our race leader, Mitch Hawksley, looks like he will get through the hour on the 600, which is what you'd expect, but they are running a good pace. So that really puts him in a strong position.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do for Kurt Shusham's there. He's a full minute now behind the race leader.
That's right.
Granted, they do have to stop for fuel, so it's going to, it's going to be that last 10 minutes. It's going to throw the whole thing out as far as strategy goes. So
yeah, but so too does Kurt Sushams have to stop for fuel.
He will have to stop again.
So they both have one stop left. So Kurt has to use the advantage of that 1,000 to try and pull back Jason Spencer in the second half of this race. So that's going to be a big challenge.
It will be, and we know Jason Spencer on the Seabout 600 is the current lap record holder for a 600 Supersport bike here. So
Joel Benson is into the pits. So to Matthew Long.
Matthew Long, he's got a gear shift hanging off the bike.
Oh, that's tragedy for this team.
So that's hanging down. That's going to need some TLC before they can restart the race. He'd be no doubt circulating, stuck in maybe third or fourth gear, Chris.
Yeah, we've seen that before too, Rod.
I have. In fact, my own bike.
I think they can actually win in one gear, can't they?
They did. They stuck in third in 2015, I think, with Mike Jones and Robert Bugden.
Something like that. But that wasn't because the gear lever had fallen off it, because Mike had grounded off.
Mike Jones, after 37 laps or something, grounded off and it fell off. So that was just my bike not having enough ground clearance with the setup the way it is. So anyway, it works for me with my long legs, but these younger guys who are fit and stretchy, they tend to use more lean angle.
Now what's interesting here is that bike of Matthew Long's, there's not a lot of urgency around it. So looking at the gear lever that has fallen off it. So whether that's as a result of the earlier crash, which you'd probably think it was, or just one of those things that was overlooked in the preparation, who knows? Brett Simmons running through the pits with a box of bits. So
Brett Simmons running with looks like some spanners or certainly a socket set.
I'm starting to think though, Brett, not a lot of point in running, because other than to get out there and have a bit of fun, I think the chance of victory today is probably a bit.
Unfortunately, it's no longer available unless there's a lot of shuffling at the front, which highly unlikely. Kurt Shusham's is now shown at the front of the pack again, Chris, with the 600 of Mitch Hawksley coming into pit.
It hasn't been into pit yet, has it, Rod?
Well, it's not...
He's just gone past the start-finish line.
Okay.
So Mitch Hawksley's still out there, and looks like he will get the hour on the tank on the 600. So to me, that puts them in the box seat.
Well, they're showing them in position 7, so not sure what's going on there. So Jason Spencer, Mitch Hawksley, position 7. Did we miss the fuel stop? Or are we looking at something else?
Well, I don't think so, because Jason Spencer is standing down there waiting to get on the bike.
He is.
Mitch Hawksley's still on the bike, so no, I think timing has a bit of a problem there.
Okay.
Harry Sellers coming into the pits, ready for change over to his brother Chip. Chris McGrath right behind him.
Got Bob Sellers there to assist his two sons. They're going to make poor old Bob, the oldest man in the field, pick up the fuel churn. That's a bit unfair.
He showed how sprightly he is earlier with setting his 59-second lap on the SV650.
I guess they said, okay, if you can do that, you can do the fuel.
That's right. Jason Wiley just coming through the sweeper at the moment. What sort of lap times are they running? 57.7, so still definitely with well outside what Jason's capable of. So again, I think that's the magic number for them.
Yeah, Jason's been running low 57s to 57.4s pretty much for the last 10 laps. So that's exactly what you're saying, Chris, about the fuel strategy.
Yep.
Making sure they get through on the two stops.
Kurt Susham's just crosses the line. 55.5 his last lap.
And also the fastest lap of the race so far. So we know Kurt can run low 54s, and they're the sort of times he's probably going to need to do. At least low 5s or high 4s for a good 20 laps or so, Chris, to try to get that lead out.
That's right.
Otherwise, if they need to stop for fuel again, which they probably will.
Race leader Mitch Hawksley into the pits.
Okay.
Yeah. Timing again.
Timing is
all over the place.
Still showing them in position 6. Sorry. Showing them in position 2 now. So
Mitch Hawksley crawls off the bike and lies on the grass. So again, look at how hard it is to do an hour at that pace on these bikes.
And Mitch is only a young guy. Let's remind everyone he's not an older fella. He's in his 20s, so it's hard work racing a motorcycle for any great amount of time. So I guess you don't know until you've actually tried how hard it actually is.
Peter Bellchamber is looking to get down the inside of Chip Sellers, but that's not going to work. Maybe it's because Chip's on his outlap, just taking a bit of time to refamiliarise himself. But Peter Bellchamber's looking for a way through.
And he's going to do it. Up the inside, Pete. That's nice and clean. And he's pulled the move off quite nicely, as we've seen earlier today. Hard to sometimes keep it clean into turn 1.
Now Jason Spencer on the bike and heading out. That's the bike that Mitch Hawksley just jumped off. So hopefully we're going to be able to get an update on our timing soon, because unless he had a big detour off the track that I didn't pick up on, I'd be saying they have to be our race leaders.
It's I would say there's some gremlin there, Chris, with the timing. It's showing Mitch Hawksley down a lap or so. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be resolved before the race is over.
Well, both he and race leader Kurt Sushams have had one pit stop, so they really should be on the same lap with a very small difference between them. And as I say, unless Mitch ran off the track somewhere that we didn't see, I think there's an issue there to sort out.
So we should have seen most riders come in the pits now and change. So into the second hour, we're 55 minutes to go. just doing an update on the timing. We're just trying to get some information from Len about some of the timing, but he's just heading down. Just going to go and check, and we'll keep you updated. But at this stage, it's still Kurt Shusham's leading the race. Marcus Delaney has moved into second with a bit of shuffling with the pit stops and the fuel stops.
Now, what you may have missed there, Rod, is that Brett Simmons is now on board bike 23.
Okay.
Taken, well, they've obviously got that fixed. Now, as we said, it's going to be a big ask for Brett to do much about finishing on the podium from here, but he'll be out there giving it his best. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of times Brett can lay down, because strategy's out the door for that team.
Yeah, you know, they were talking to them before the event. They were keen for to try and win it, and they believed they had a chance, and they certainly did. Unfortunately, track conditions caught out Matthew Long earlier in the race, and then some unforeseen issues that sort of happened from there. So anyway, good to see Brett on a 600, and the current lap record holder as of yesterday. Brett beat the outright track lap record. I'm getting tongue-tied. It'd be nice to see him on a 600 to see what he can do, Chris.
Yeah, without a doubt. In fact, yellow flag up there at Suckers. There is a bike in the wall by the looks of that.
Okay.
I've no idea who that is.
Looks like the rider sitting there next to it, or I can't quite work out who it is or what's happened.
Red flag. So obviously there's a need to get up there and recover that bike, or provide the rider some assistance. So in the pits, all work has to stop. I don't know if people pick up it's a red flag yet.
Oh, right, okay. So unfortunately, we've had a rider down at Suckers, top of the hill. We can't quite make out who it is from here, but it appears that the rider may be sort of caught under the bike. So we've got some officials running over there to see if they can help and assist.
So the procedure now is that the riders come back into the dummy grid. Now, depending on whether or not the clerk, of course, considers it to be a long or a short stop, will determine where they pull up. If it's a longer stop, then they're allowed to go back to their pit area on the dummy grid and put on powered tyre warmers. It looks like that's what's going to happen. And then before the race resumes, they will be sorted into race order, or track order, the order they were running on the racetrack, but from first position back to last.
Very important that I'm sure everybody would know from the rider briefing that while this is happening, there's no refuelling. You can't refuel under a red flag, and you can't work on the motorcycle under a red flag. So basically, park your motorcycle, put it up on the stands, get the tyre warmers on, try to keep some temperature in the tyres, and wait for direction from the marshals.
So the ambulance heading out on track now to have a look at that rider, hopefully only as a precaution. So not really sure who that is.
No, and the recovery van's just parked and obscured our view of the bike, so we can't tell from here. Len's wonderful binoculars he was going to bring in are working a treat.
Yeah, good one, Len.
So we'll keep you updated when we get some more news, but certainly a bit of a flurry of riders resting their legs and having a drink and down in the pit lane here and getting bikes up on their stands with their warmers on. Certainly great or good for the riders to get a little rest, especially the solo guys, Chris, that, you know, unforeseen with the red flag, but they do get a chance to stretch the legs and refuel with some Powerade or something similar.
That's right. It certainly is a valuable opportunity just to, as you say, stretch the legs. It feels so good. Actually, initially it feels horrible when you stretch your legs out, but to be able to walk around a bit and get some circulation going again there.
So I'm just trying to see what bike may be missing. It's
yeah, look, I'm wondering if it's Kane Bowman. Can't see him down there on the
Okay.
dummy grid.
Yep, it was a white coloured bike, I think. So that would possibly be, and I dare say that would possibly be tiredness. You know, doing it solo, it's a tough gig. You can see up towards the front of pit lane there, it looks like Marcus Delaney's R6 there, and trying to work out who's at the very front of the pack. Oh, that's the Spencer 600. We might just take a short drinks break, Chris.
Good idea.
Get the vocal cords lubricated with some water.
I think what's interesting, sorry Rod, before you
Yeah.
do close off, dark clouds again down to the south towards Mount Wellington, so hopefully that's not going to impact things too much.
It's certainly heading this way, looking at the clouds. But
Yeah.
anyway, let's hope firstly that the rider up who's come off the top of the hill's okay, and they can get that situation rectified, and we'll be underway again. So while that's happening, we'll take a short break, and we'll be back very soon.
Well, conditions are worsened, Rod, but bikes are about to go back on track. We were just saying that you really would not want to be heading out there right now on slick tyres.
Certainly slick tyres that are no longer warm. We've had the bikes parked in pit lane now for a good 10 or more minutes.
They have been on powered tyre warmers, so there is some heat in the tyres, but
Okay.
that'll probably drop off pretty quickly on a damp track.
Well, the track conditions right now are probably the worst they've been for the whole race. We've got some pretty driving wind and a bit of a rain squall coming through, so hopefully it'll pass and we can get back to improving conditions. But right now, I wouldn't want to be heading out there.
No, not at all. I was just saying to you that if I was in the race, I'd be taking it very, very easy for the next few laps and just letting this front pass, letting the track dry a bit more, because you've got to make it to the finish line.
It's going to be very hard to get temperature in these tyres in these conditions. It's as you can see, we don't have standing water, but the track is wet. There's a fairly decent rain squall that's come through.
So bike's back on track.
They need to take it easy. Anyway, the race is underway. So
now, potential problem here is the bike 666 is refuelling, and they're not allowed to because they weren't in the pits at the time the red flag was produced. So that will be on the video, and that may cause a problem. Given it's our race leader, that is a critical issue.
Okay. No doubt the officials will be looking at that at the end of the race. So, well, they've got to be very careful. I can't imagine how bad it would be with slick tyres right now. Look at the top of the hill; they're just tiptoeing around, but you can't push it all in these conditions. It'd be very, very easy to go down. So, Jason Wiley heading the pack around. He's just braking at the end of the straight, heading into the sweeper now. It's a little bit hard to see out of our window. There's a lot of water coming in, but it looks very, very slippery.
Yep. Would not be fun at all.
I did say, Chris, on the restart, they'd be probably lucky to make... Someone will probably go down, unfortunately, on the restart, but people are still going to be pushing for position and testing their luck in the conditions and trying to get, further up the field. Yeah,
look, what do you do? Particularly if you have no one in front of you who's a bit of a guide. Although that's not always that reliable either. I've had people fall off in front of me going exactly the same pace, and for some reason I didn't. So you just can't always make a call on that.
No, that's exactly right. So looks like that rain is still coming down pretty hard. The wind has eased a little. Yeah, certainly probably the worst conditions of the whole weekend right now.
Yeah, very, very tricky conditions. I just want to be so careful because there's still a lot of race left.
Jason Wiley leading the field around, so he's just tiptoeing through the sweeper. Very little lean angle being used on these bikes at the moment, as you could well aware. Slick tyres in this track, very poor lack of adhesion. Len, who's just joining me while Chris is heading off to the toilet. So, what are your thoughts on the race so far, Len?
Thank you, Rod. Whenever we have a red flag because of an incident, and it always adds that little bit extra difficulty into the race, the restart, and then people got to get back into the rhythm, and this couldn't be much worse, the conditions that they've had to go back in, but that's part of racing.
It certainly is. It's part of racing that the guys don't normally see, because this is the longest race of the year in Tassie. The 2-hour race is a fair challenge, and we've seen over previous years, Len, many similar conditions thrown up at the riders with mixed weather coming through, rain, wind. We've even had floods in the pits in the past. So
yes, I think it's probably even of good weather rides to bad weather rides in the 2-hour.
And we've had, I think in previous years, we've lost a whole event, didn't even get started with the weather. So
yes, I remember waiting that one out anxiously, and it was a really good call from the officials and the committee to cancel that race. It was just atrocious conditions. Just to let everybody know at home that that race was red flagged because there was a rider pinned underneath his bike very close to the track, so the race had to stop while that bike and that rider was cleared away and treated. He's well. Bit of a trip to the hospital for him, just have some scans.
Okay. So I'm just trying to work out who's actually in front now, Len. Not sure if our timing screen is accurate. We've had
we've
a couple of transponder issues have crept in. It appears, but
yeah, it looks like they've fixed up that issue with Hawksley.
Yep.
Spencer bike. So it's now showing that Kurt Seamus is in first position, Shashrams, and Mitch Hawksley in second, Jason Wiley in third, Marcus Delaney in fourth, Josh Rees, great ride, he's in fifth place.
Well, he's actually hasn't benefited from the restart, as Josh was in fourth position prior to the red flag, so he was having a great ride in fourth. I think Josh is his teammate's actually on the bike now. Chris McGrath has benefited quite well from I imagine it'd be Scotty Honeychurch would have taken the helm of the Chris McGrath bike.
Yep, I'll just hand back over to the main commentator, Chris.
Chris is back. It looks like we've sorted out that timing issue, Chris, with Kurt Shashrams and the Mitch Hawksley. Well, it looks like Jason Wiley's just made a pass on Jason Spencer.
Yeah, there was just a bit of a transponder issue on the bike 72, or coming up on our timing is 52.
Yep, looks like that's all been rectified.
That was rectified, and they're now in the correct position. It's right, horrible conditions out there for these guys, just tiptoeing around. You can see guys losing traction everywhere. I saw Jason Wiley trying to fire the Ducati up the hill. It's a horrible position to be in.
Yes, absolutely. The track conditions couldn't be any worse for slick tyres. Well, they could be, but then it's probably not wet enough to go to wets. That's the thing. And the type of race that it is, the amount of time that you would lose, you've got to weigh up, how competitive that's going to be for your overall result. So. Yeah,
as I said though, the sky's clearing. You just got to get through this. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that's it.
You can't manage it from the paddock.
Hopefully, that's the last of the rain showers. We'll see, but you never know. Still a long way to go.
Sam Garler looking to go around the outside of Daniel Briggs. Not really much room there, and not really the conditions to be taking too many chances either.
No, you just want to be tiptoeing around. I think if the rain has eased, the wind's eased quite well, so the conditions, hopefully, if we can get some sun back out, may get the track dry again. But at this stage, it's quite overcast. Track's staying fairly damp.
Yeah, no sun yet, but as I said, looking down to where that squall came from, it's now bright sky. So hopefully within a few laps, conditions will start to improve, and we'll see a track starting to dry again.
Yeah, it's not easy, that's for sure. It's we can see a bit of sunlight poking through over towards Granton. Hopefully that'll continue and we'll get it in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, just looking down at Team Sellers. Chip Sellers has pulled in. Not really sure what's going on there. Brother Harry in Civvy, so it's not as if they're doing a rider change. It could just be that Chip's not enjoying the conditions enough to persevere with it. Well, that's strong. I reckon you're probably close to being correct there, Chris. Definitely not the conditions you want to be riding in. No, as we keep saying, not nice at all out there. Is that? That's Brett going through, but must have some wets in, because it looks like he's certainly committing, and he is. Look at that, nothing to lose. So looks like the bike 23, Matthew Long and Brett Simmons, they've decided to throw a set of wets in. Coming through the sweeper so much faster than everyone else. Well, if it stays like this, it could be a stroke of genius. Oh, absolutely. If it does stay like this, he's certainly going to claw back a lot of time, but he's got a lot of time to claw back. When did they didn't, hopefully they didn't fit the wets while, can you change tyres under red flag? No, you can't. You can't do anything under red flag. So did we know when the tyre change was made?
No, but that's all being reviewed apparently.
Okay. So there is a camera in pit lane that's photographed all the activities under the red flag, so hopefully they can get that sorted.
Oh, look at Kurt Sasham's back end of the bike spinning up over the start-finish line and only crawling across the line too. What a horrible situation to be in.
There's Brett Simmons there on the R6, is going to go around the outside comfortably.
Now, Kurt's not going to realise he's got wets on, and you'll be thinking, oh, how do you do that?
I think he probably will.
He'd have to by now.
Mind you, there'll be a lot of laps that they'll need to unlap themselves to have a chance for a podium or a better result than a podium.
That's exactly right. Bit of blue sky starting to appear. The sun's not out yet, but hopefully it's a sign of things to come. So it would be great to see this track start to dry off again.
Well, according to the timing, Chris, they're 10 laps down. So is that right? Or anyway,
I guess it would be. The bike was parked there for a long time. They were doing the repairs. They had to change wheels to put wets in.
Yep.
It's only 10 minutes.
Well, true. 10 laps at normal pace. It doesn't take too long for it to get out of hand for you.
Just having a look at the lap time there from bike 23 with Brett Simmons on board, 60.6. So it's not as fast as what Brett would be capable of. 59s, we know they can get around him, but with the wind as well, it shows that he's not holding back. He's certainly having a bit of a crack.
Definitely the fastest bike on circuit at the moment.
Easily.
Probably the only bike on full wets. What Brett doesn't want to happen is for that sun to make its way across and the circuit to dry out. But
well, it looks to me like the shower's stopped, so it's just a matter of how long the track takes to dry off.
And it's still sprinkling. The telltale puddles are still sprinkling down there in the pits. You never know, Chris. They might have got their strategy right. 10 laps down in full wet conditions wouldn't be that bad.
Well, look, maybe. And of course, Brett Simmons looking to get through on the inside of Marcus Delaney and does so. Wants to be careful there in that lap traffic. He's got a lot more corner speed than the other guys, but gets through nice and cleanly. Will the wets last the hour? That's the other thing.
Depends on the track conditions, of course. You know, they need generally conditions like this or better, or as far as better for wets, so wetter. Certainly a drying track will crucify them, and they won't last too long at all, so they need that wet surface to keep them cool. Anyone who's seen racing wets, they're very soft, aren't they, Chris? They designed to work in the worst conditions, and they offer incredible amount of grip.
Oh, like chewing gum.
They are. And as soon as the track is dry, they tend to get very hot very quickly and shred rubber off them. So Brett Simmons will be praying that condition stay as they are. But we are seeing some sort of blue sky trying to find its way across the circuit.
Brett Simmons just crosses the line again, so goes through at a 62. That's probably a little bit slower because of the lap traffic he encountered, but so far credit to everyone else. I know the conditions are awful out there, but they're doing what they need to do and just persevering and getting around, hoping for the track to start drying off.
Just trying to find where Mitch Hawksley, Jason Spencer,
in 7th place.
No, well, that can't be right. But wonder if there's been another lap lost on the transponder. They were in 3rd before. Jason Wiley had moved ahead of them, but here we go.
Yeah, up to 3rd.
They've jumped back to where they should be, yes. So, sorry, back to 2nd.
That'll be right too.
Yep, okay, that's more like it.
So you want to just run through the order there, Rod, just to let everyone know.
Well, we've got 40 minutes to go in the race. Current leader, Kurt Shushrams, he's got a 26-second lead over Jason Spencer, Mitch Hawksley on the CBR 600. We've got Jason Wiley, Kyle Buckley on the Ducati Panigale. They're coming through in 3rd. Marcus Delaney, he's in 4th. Josh Rees still holding down 5th. Peter Bellchambers, Chris McGrath, Sam Delaney, Sam Gala, Matthew Long with Brett Simmons on the full wets, rounding out the top 10. And every lap, as we see Chris, Brett's unlapping, he's getting closer to the lead. He's 9 laps now, so he'll be praying for more rain to come.
Yeah, and it's still, as you say, there's a bit of a sprinkle, but the sun's starting to poke its head out as well. So something we've seen a fair bit of during the day. A few sun showers, but while it's still drizzling, the track's really not going to dry off.
Yeah, there's a good amount of drizzle still. It's reasonably consistent rain. Definitely mixed conditions, that's for sure.
Now Jason Wiley
is pointing at the fuel tank in. Yep. So there's 38 minutes to go. So he'll be. Let's hope he makes it around again, because that we've seen with the Ducatis before, they can go out of fuel quite quickly and not make it round. So he's pointing at the fuel stop. Kyle Buckley will be no doubt getting ready to remount the bike.
How do you feel jumping onto the bike right now on a wet track, and you haven't ridden it on slicks on a wet track yet?
Yep, next question.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think Kyle's going to be at all looking forward to this one.
Well, the sun is now out.
The sun's out. We still have rain falling. The sun's out, but it's still falling quite heavy when you look at those puddles.
It is, but the sky is clearing. There's more blue sky now than there was only a couple of laps back, and I think that rain's going to pass pretty quickly.
It certainly will.
That's going to see a dry track for the remainder of the race, which will really...
It's going to take a good 10 minutes to dry out, though. So
that's right. So the question is going to be, once they can put the hammer down again, where's the field going to be? This has really mixed things up. Jason Wiley enters the pits on the Ducati Panigale, so it'll be another refill right on that 40-minute mark again. Now who's going to... Yep, Kyle Buckley is going to jump on board.
Yeah, good strategy, I think, for the team. Kyle Buckley being the faster rider out of the two, and hopefully he can bring it home for them. And whether they'll be able to challenge for a podium position, only time will tell. What have we got here? Just trying to look at where they are gapped to from Marcus Delaney, who's in 4th position. So they've got about half a lap or so. In fact, I think Marcus Delaney bike would have gone through, I think, into 3rd.
Kurt Sasham's still doing a wonderful job out there. Full slicks on that ZX10.
Yeah, he's just... And Brett Simmons about to catch Kurt again, so Kurt must be wondering what's going on. I think by now he would have worked it out when he sees Brett go past again that he does have wets on. Yeah,
but the window of opportunity is closing for Brett. Even though it is still showering, as I say, more and more blue sky. The sun's come out.
Yeah, the showers are still consistent there, Chris, but it's only a matter of time. Hopefully that sky's looking rather nice. It's looking, if it was like that all day, it'd be wonderful. Beautiful conditions if it stayed like that. But anyway, right now we've got blue sky one way and very grey the other.
Tell you what though, Rod, absolute credit to all these guys for managing these conditions. It is very, very difficult. Daniel Briggs coming into the pits, he's ready to change.
No, well, Daniel's not sure what's going on there, because Daniel would be doing the full second stint. So it must be an issue with the bike, or...
I don't know, there's a bit of conversation going on down there.
I think Daniel's probably wanting to change over to wets, I think. But I think that's going to be probably not a good move.
Oh, now anyway. Kurt Sasham's run on at turn 1. We missed that while we're looking at Daniel Briggs. He's, I don't think he's fallen off. I think he's just run on. Won't hurt his chances too much, I don't think. But
and here comes Jason Spencer. So Kyle Buckley's out there on the Ducati, so no doubt he'll be enjoying the conditions.
Yes, I don't think so.
Yeah, definitely not.
But the encouraging thing, as we keep saying, is the sun has now come out, but the light drops continue to fall at this stage.
It's still raining, or spitting. At this point, the track's not going to dry out any time soon, so... We've got Brett Simmons circulating on the R6 on the forwards. He's... keeps unlapping himself, but he's got a fair way to go still before he can challenge for a podium. Still 8 laps down, but it wasn't long ago he was 10 laps down, so what's his times, Chris? He's running 61s, 61. So he's doing. He's definitely a lot faster than the rest of the field. As an example, Kurt did run off, but a 123 on the last one. Jason Spencer a 111.
Well, you're right about Daniel Briggs. They're putting wets in.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah, you got to. I think it's a bad move. Daniel maybe not confident to continue with the slicks, but the amount of time they're going to lose here will be probably nullified. Kyle Buckley spinning up on the Ducati as he comes across the start-finish line.
Yeah, really not something you want to have to do, ride a superbike around here on slicks on a wet track.
It's certainly very wet too. Sorry, Len. Okay, just getting an update from Len on the seller's entry. So Chip's decided that it's a bit unsafe to continue, and he's decided to come into the pits. So it's fair enough. It's definitely not the right conditions for a lot of riders that they're going to enjoy. So interesting, we're just seeing Daniel Briggs' machine getting the wets fitted. I'm not sure how many laps they're going to lose in the process, but it's going to be at least half a dozen laps. So,
yeah, it's a lot to claw back, isn't it?
It's a lot to claw back, and looking at the conditions, the rain's actually now stopped. So it's only a matter of time, I think, before we see a dry track. Brett Simmons again, still on the full wets. It's probably not the conditions he wants to see. Still running around in the 61s, 61.5 there.
Yeah, so the rain has stopped. I can't see anything on that puddle now there, Rod. It looks pretty well shiny.
Yeah, no, that puddle is definitely, the rain stopped.
Still a bit of a breeze coming through, so that'll help dry the track.
It's still going to take a good 10 or so minutes for this track to dry out based on the current conditions if this sun stays out. So
yeah, not like we have brilliant sunshine yet, but it is starting to come through.
there's just over 30 minutes to go. So there's still time for the track to dry completely. I'd like to think that we're going to see a good good weather for the rest of the meeting. So
now the sun's starting to come on a bit stronger, so I think we're going to see the track start to dry, but it is quite wet still, so there's quite a bit of water that has to evaporate.
yes, a 60.3 on the last lap for Brett Simmons. Pretty competitive time, Chris, in these wet conditions for sure.
Oh, without a doubt. So Kyle Buckley still tiptoeing around, be hoping to see that dry line start to appear.
It's going to take a while. I'd hate to think the fair bit of horsepower. I'd hate to think how much wheel spin he'd be copping on that Ducati.
Yeah, do they have traction control? I don't know.
Probably would, but whether it's depends on how much of a level you turn it up to. So I dare say to be adjustable all the way through, from a lot to very little or none.
I think by the time Daniel Briggs gets his wets fitted, he might be taking them back out to put dries back in, because the sun's now out.
Yeah, I guess Daniel might have been feeling just the safety side of it, that he wasn't feeling happy on the bike and he decided the wets is the go, but certainly won't be changing them back, that's for sure. If it dries out fully, he'll just have to continue on the wets. So Brett Simmons has got their entry, clawed it back to position 9. They're 7 laps down now, so they've made up nearly 4 laps from the restart after the red flag.
Yeah, but as I said, the window seems to be closing for them. As the track now starts to dry, those wets are going to be starting to feel the pressure a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching Marcus Delaney there. He's just tiptoeing around. He's still in position 3. He's got Kyle Buckley bike behind him, but still a fair way behind on track. So be nice to see the track dry out and see some red hot action in the last sort of 20 or so laps.
Yeah, certainly would, just to let the guys sprint to the line, but Look, it just underlines again what a difficult race this is to win.
Certainly in these conditions, Chris.
Well,
very
in any
difficult.
conditions, it always throws up variables, and it surprises people.
Yeah, look, it's a tough race even in full sunny or good conditions. So
Well, we see some of the best riders in Australia come down here and not manage to take the win. It's not necessarily about the fastest rider or the fastest bike. It's about a good strategy for the entire race.
certainly is. Just trying to pick up where Brett Simmons is on track. Here he comes. He's just heading around the sweeper now. You can see the clear advantage that the full wets are giving him. Still running at a very competitive pace. So a 59.9 on the last lap there. So quite a competitive time in the dry, let alone in full damp conditions. The next quickest, Chris, just so you know, Chris McGrath.
It's actually Scott Honeychurch.
Honeychurch on board. He's done a 1:08. That's a bloody good effort when you think about it on slicks.
Well, yeah, I was watching him circulate and he's looking fast, given that he is on slicks.
Oh, he had a bit of a moment there. It's Scott just going through turn one. Looks like Daniel Briggs is heading back out. He's now on the full wets, so they're going to take a lap or three to get up to temperature.
So the race order now, Rod, we've still got Kurt Susham's in the lead from Jason Spencer.
Yeah, Jason Spencer's only eight odd seconds back on the same lap, so...
And we know that we thought the ZX10 had another fuel stop, but in these wet conditions it might have been conserving fuel, so they might actually get through.
Yeah, they probably will. Marcus Delaney, he's sitting in third. Jason Wiley, Kyle Buckley entering there in fourth. Josh Rees, his team's making still great progress, and they're sitting in fifth. Just trying to pick up where the leader is, Chris. Looks like Kurt Shusham's just coming past, I think. And here is Jason Spencer, so must be a helmet change for Jason in these conditions, because I thought his dry helmet had a bit of green on it.
It did indeed, so I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe this one's got the clear visor on it.
Maybe it's easy to change the whole helmet, so just trying to see who's behind Jason there on track. That must be... Oh, that'll be Daniel Briggs. So Daniel Briggs on the full wets, getting them up to temperature. He's definitely got a lot more side grip.
Well, there's no visible lying water around now. We have a fully damp track, but the sun's on it and a breeze blowing through. So I'm thinking in the next few laps we're going to start to see a few dry patches starting to appear.
And I'm praying and looking at the weather. Looks like we probably won't get any more for the rest of the day. So it's a strong chance of this fine sunny conditions that we're looking at will continue.
Tell you what, you're right about Scott Honeychurch. What a great job he's doing on slicks. Spinning it up out of turn one, but not phased at all by it.
No, that wouldn't faze Scott.
No. Oh, poor old Kurt Susham's, look at that. Back end walking all over the place over the start-finish line.
Look at him just tiptoeing there through turn one. You could see how difficult that was to turn. Jason Spencer's not that far behind. He's in touch.
That's right.
He's definitely in touch. He's got that gap. It's sitting at around 8.5 to 9 seconds, so he's not far away.
Daniel Briggs all over the back of Jason Spencer now. Of course, Daniel Briggs has those wet tyres on.
He certainly does. So, who have we got on the field, Chris, that's still riding solo?
Still riding solo. Well,
the marathon efforts. Who are we?
The first place solo rider is Sam Gala in position 8.
Okay. Sam Gala. No, Len's pointing at the screen. No, Marcus Delaney's riding with Joel Benson.
Yep. So Sam Gala is the first solo rider. We've had, unfortunately, two other solo riders, Wade Schrader and
Kane Bauman.
Kane Bauman retire. So massive effort there from Sam. First ever 2 hour, only new to racing, and he's still out there circulating in these horrid conditions. And he's got himself up to P8, which is the 5th place 600.
So Daniel Briggs is now, he's rejoined the circuit after pitting for wets, but he's finding himself 12 laps down. So as we suspected, all in vain for obviously a lot safer to ride, but you know, he's not going to factor in the results.
Sorry, just correction to what I just said. 6th place, 600, because the Jason Spencer Mitch Hawksley bike is showing as open, even though it's entered in both classes.
Okay.
Now, do you think the pace is starting to improve a little bit as the track's drying? I was just looking at Kyle Buckley. He looks like he's starting to carry a bit more lean angle.
Just trying to pick up his lap to 109 on the last, so... Yeah, look, I don't think there's been much improvement in lap time. The track still looks
here come Kurt Sushams. His last was a 108. He goes over the line 107.9, so much the same.
He's very, very tentative through turn. Look at that. You can see both front and rear squirming around on Kurt, and looks like, is that Daniel Briggs or is that Brett Simmons again?
That's got to be Brett.
Brett Simmons again, just showing I've got wets on, get out of my way. And that's got their entry now 7 laps down. So Brett's enjoying continuing the progress towards the front. Mitch Hawksley, the gap there, Chris, to Kurt, it was down to under 9 seconds. It's now up to nearly 13. So whether Mitch has had an issue and ran wide somewhere, but he's definitely lost 4 or 5 seconds in the last lap.
Jason Spencer?
Sorry, Jason Spencer.
Yep.
Yeah, Jason's. Sorry, the Spencer Hawksley entry.
Yep,
but, yeah, Jason
which is bike 72.
So I'm just trying to... There's goes Brett Simmons on the full wets. So we've got Kurt Shusham's tiptoeing around. Daniel Briggs there now on full wets.
He wants to be careful putting a pass on here because he's behind the race leader.
Yeah, you don't want to take him out. That
No.
would clearly not be a good move. Daniel will have a lot more grip than Kurt, but he's just struggling to find a way past him.
Yeah, as I said, he just must be very, very careful. I'm sure he will be.
He certainly will be, and up the hill here, he'll struggle with the difference in horsepower. But anyway, are we starting to see any dry lines anywhere, Chris? It doesn't appear to be. It still looks very damp.
It's got to be close. In the pit area, I can see a few dry patches emerging.
It's not going to help them on track though, in the pit area.
No, but hopefully that's a sign of things to come.
Hopefully it is.
There is still a breeze.
Good sunny conditions. Hopefully those fronts that we've seen coming through stay away for the rest of the race. We've got just over 20 minutes, 21 minutes to go, so still a lot of time and a lot of things can change.
Daniel Briggs now around the outside of Kurt Sushams. I don't think Kurt's going to be too fussed about that. In fact, that's a bit of a problem for a rider. They don't know who's doing what, who's gone and put wets on, or who hasn't. You've got to try and work out where you are and who your competition is. You don't have the advantage of the timing screen.
No, you need a good pit board and someone that's aware of what's going on. And
that's right. I saw Kurt having a good look at Daniel to say, who's that? Is that a problem or not?
Yeah, see, Kurt would be thinking, oh, I've been passed, shit, you know. So, but yeah, Daniel's 11 laps down, so he just needs to continue doing what he's doing and keep it upright. Currently still enjoying the leads out to 15 seconds over the 600 CBR. Jason Spencer, Mitch Hawksley. Scott Honeychurch there, Chris, getting very loose into turn 1. Still pushing very hard on slicks.
Doesn't seem to be phasing him, does it?
No, he's doing 67s now. So also Josh Reed's a 67. So Josh, I think, is still on slicks as well. So that's good to see Josh doing similar times.
Race P2 is Jason Spencer. He's just coming through the sweeper at the moment over the start-finish line. He's going through with a 108.6. Actually, just a tiny bit slower than what Kurt Sushams is doing.
And Kyle Buckley, he's coming through. He's still maintaining position 4.
Doing a 108.1, so almost exactly the same time as our race leader.
Yep. Here comes Brett Simmons once again on the full wet. So Brett was in the 59s earlier. Just trying to see where he is on the screen here. 60.4. So still very competitive times for Brett on the wet tyres.
Yeah, do you think we're seeing any dry patches yet?
No.
Oh, Daniel Briggs up the inside of Marcus Delaney. Can easily do that on the wet tyres, but gave Marcus a little bit of a start, given I guess his experience earlier in the day. Now Sam Gala re-entering the pit, so I hope he's not waving the white flag, because he's in a great position.
He might be feeling a bit sore.
His legs are certainly being stretched.
He's doing this solo and very, very tough on the body, so he's got 18 odd minutes to go.
It'd be great to see him continue, because he's in a great place. He's got himself up to 9th.
He might be deciding he needs a little rest, or perhaps even fuel. We'll soon find out, Chris. He's talking to his assistant, just standing up off the seat to stretch the legs. Looks like I think he's just feeling the pressure of doing the race solo, so he's coming in for a refreshment.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Certainly it's hard going.
It's very, very hard going. It's hard to keep your focus up. You can start to daydream a little.
You certainly can. Well, this sun's coming through beautifully now, so we might see the track start to dry over the next couple of laps.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the lap times. They've been doing 1 minute 8.
They'll start coming down quite quickly if this sun stays out as it is.
In fact, Kurt Susham's last time through 1:06.4,
Okay.
so it might be starting to turn.
Certainly the sweeper has tended to be drying off earlier than the rest of the circuit today. So we'll see. That's a good telltale there with the windy conditions. Bottom of the hill, that's not too bad, but I think it's just an optical illusion from here.
Yeah, looking at the start-finish line here in front of us, it's still quite damp. But there's less spray coming off the tyres, so I think the water is gradually moving on, but we're still a good few laps away. There you go, I think right where you cross the track there to come into the pit, so you can see the first sign of a dry patch emerging.
Yeah, the times are coming down. Definitely Kurt Shusham's a 1:06, Mitch Hawksley or Jason Spencer 1:07, Marcus Delaney a 1:10 by the look of it, so Kyle Buckley a 1:07, Josh Rees a 1:07, Scott Honeychurch's a 1:04, I think it is, Chris, or 1:06, but he's definitely going very well on the slicks on this treacherous track.
He certainly is. Brett Simmons just driving up the inside of Jason Spencer there into the top of turn 2. Obviously Brett on the full wets. Now it looks to me like Kyle Buckley is carrying a bit more lean angle than he was. What did he just go through with? A 1:06.9. So yep, gradually getting up there. You can see that dry patch emerging there in front of us, Rod.
Yes, and you can see the wet line the tyres are putting on it as the bikes go across it. So there's definitely still quite a bit of surface water.
So good to see Sam Gala has resumed. Just went in for a drink and stretched the legs.
Looks like just trying to pick. Is that our race leader?
It is our race leader, looking to get up the inside of Sam Gala, and does that quite comfortably, but it was looking a bit tight there for a moment.
Comes our second place, Jason Spencer over the line. So that gap's sort of stayed the same, around 16 seconds. So don't want any mistakes from any riders. Certainly Kurt Shusham's bike, he doesn't want to make any more mistakes like a number of laps ago where he ran off at turn 1.
Now this shower may well have played into their hands, because as I said, it may mean they'll get through on 1 tank of fuel without having to do that splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, it'll certainly help. There's been a lot of laps run at a fairly low pace, so the economy will be through the roof for the ZX10 over the last 15 laps.
I keep saying Scott Honeychurch doing such a great job. They're running in P5 and still 4th place out, in the 600 class. But he's riding it beautifully. I wouldn't be surprised to see him claim a few more positions yet. How far is he behind Josh Rees?
You think he might be a lap down on Josh, according to the timing. Looks like he's a full lap down on Josh, so he's got to get past him and then a lap. So
now look at that, Kyle Buckley still on slicks, but 65.2. But having said that, is I think it's Matt Carey on the Josh Rees bike. He did a 65.7.
Okay.
So quicker than both the lead bikes.
Well, that's good to see. Obviously, Matt's not feeling too many effects from his little spill yesterday.
No, I think he said he had a little bit of a bruise on the arm, but other than that, he was fine. He was just hoping the bike wasn't going to land on him. He was looking up at it in the air, saying,
Okay.
"Stay away, please." So Kurt Susham's certainly looking more comfortable now entering turn one, nowhere near as wiggly as it was. Brett Simmons looking to go through, maybe drive between 3 and 4, and he does, gets through.
Yes, looks like a bit of a slight dry line coming off the bottom of the hill there.
Yeah, look, it is gradually drying. The track here in front of us on the start-finish line was more and more dry patches appearing, but
Yeah, you can see turn 2 clearly starting to get dry patches.
you can. And just looking at Kyle Buckley's time, last time through, 65.5, so nothing sensational. In fact, Kurt Susham, 63.9 last time through, so he's the first one into the 4s on slicks.
Yeah, it's only going to improve and very quickly over the next few laps. It's starting to look quite good on the sweeper.
12 minutes left. So this is the time when things often happen in this race.
Well, certainly in the past we've seen some fairly changeable results in the last 10 minutes or last 15 minutes. We've got 12 to go. Track looking better every lap.
So the critical thing to keep an eye on here is whether or not that ZX10 of Kurt Susham's can get through without another fuel stop, because we know the 600 behind it does not need to stop.
I'm pretty sure they will. Considering the pace at the start of the race for the first hour, they've ran a lot of laps at a very slow pace by comparison, so I don't think it'll be an issue, but you never know.
No, we can always try and build a bit of drama too, Rod.
Well, anything can happen in motorcycle racing.
That's right, there you go.
Or motorsport. Anything can happen in motorsport. So Brett Simmons is 5.9 laps down now.
Yeah,
so he's
done a great job.
He's halved the distance after the red flag. Sadly, I think they'll run out of time to get a podium. 11 minutes to go, or just over 11 minutes to go.
Marcus Delaney holding out a very good third place there, second 600. He goes through with a 66.9. Just looking down the lap times there. Kurt Susham still the fastest bike on slicks, 63.2.
Okay. Now we've got Brett Simmons. He's still on the 4 wets, of course. Track conditions are starting to change, which won't suit him, but he did a 59.4. And he's continuing putting down the fastest laps in these conditions.
Well, the track is definitely drying off now. I can see quite a few dry patches now through turn 1, down through the S's. It's clearly drying. It's still not definitely nowhere near a proper dry line.
No, you can still see there Kurt Susham's just passing the start-finish line. There's still a line on the tyre of dampness, so definitely some patches still not quite dry. It's looking pretty good on the sweeper, Chris.
Yeah, it is. You can see the bike's carrying a lot more lean angle and speed through there now.
.64 there for Jason Spencer, 64.49. Kyle Buckley a 63.3. So they're definitely finding some more performance as the track's improving. Kurt Susham's on the last lap is 62.7, so still a bit off where Brett Simmons is on those 4 wets, but they're getting closer all the time.
I think those wets are going to start to get a bit gooey before long. So we might see Brett's time start to drop off while everyone else starts to improve. Kurt Susham's just about to cross now. He goes through at a 62.3.
Still plenty of mumbo there for Jason Spencer down the main straight, Chris. The front wheel coming off the ground over the hump.
Yeah, wind's still blowing, so that's still going to be an issue. In fact, it's blowing quite well. Marcus Delaney just crosses the line. He goes through 65.4. Jason Spencer 63.7. So really, as I was saying, the question is what's going to happen with that ZX10. If it's going to make the hour, then Kurt only needs to maintain his position. But
more importantly, I think for outright track position here, Chris, is the Ducati Panigale. They're looking not too far away now of Marcus Delaney. So
no, absolutely. But of course that doesn't matter class-wise. But you're right. Outright track position.
Outright track position. It's still bragging rights. Marcus Delaney, of course, in the 600 category, but Jason Wiley, Kyle Buckley entry is sitting fourth on track outright, and only now maybe 5 or 10 seconds behind. Sorry, not even that. Maybe a 3 or 4 second gap.
Yep, speaks of the great job that Joel Benson did earlier, hanging in there with that lead group. So just check Kyle Buckley's lap time as he crosses the line. 61.1. That's probably about the fastest lap other than...
yes, Kyle Buckley's right up in the back of this group now.
Just looking for Brett Simmons.
Jason Spencer, of course, sitting there in the middle of that group, heading up the hill, but Jason's a lap up, at least a lap ahead. But Kyle Buckley will show the performance of that Ducati Panigale. Marcus Delaney there had a bit of an issue going up the hill. He lost a lot of time. So hopefully he's got his fuel strategy correct.
Well, now's the time, as I said, that we often see how strategies play out. We've seen a lot of bikes start to falter on the last few laps. Yeah,
Kyle Buckley's really starting to put his head down now. We might start seeing the slick shod bikes cracking the minute very shortly. So he's looking a lot more comfortable coming around the sweeper now than he did a few laps ago.
Yeah, it's driving pretty hard across the start-finish line. So that time through, Rod, what was that?
59.8 or something, I think. So definitely finding the track conditions starting to improve towards the slick tyre.
Still only matching what Brett Simmons is doing on the wets, but as we say, those wets is going to start to drop off pretty quickly now. They've already done a fair bit of work on the wet track, and now they're on a drying track.
I think Brett's last lap there, even though the track's drying, was quicker than he was in the full wet. So 58.2 for Brett. So he's got himself down to 5 odd laps from the lead. So they've moved back into 7th.
So Kyle Buckley coming down the back straight there over the hump, still fighting that crosswind. And that's probably the bike that's most susceptible to it, wanting to launch the wheel into the air over the hump. But this time through will be interesting to see what that lap time is. 59.8 last time around, 58.6. So he's really starting to wind the look up. Jason Spencer. Bike 72, he goes through. Well, that was only a 62.1, surely not. Unless he got held up, did he, in traffic?
No, I'd be right. Marcus Delaney was the same as 63, so they're clearly not on the same pace as the Ducati Panigale. As you can see, he's dropped them by quite a considerable distance in only a lap. Obviously, Kyle Buckley feeling more at home in the conditions right now.
Yeah, we're down to 5.5 minutes left, so I don't know that the positions, any positions are under real threat other than strategies playing out with fuel, tyres.
You'd imagine the Ducati will be, their strategy would have worked okay with the 2 fuel stops.
Except for the rain.
Except for the rain, so...
And look, that's the only hand they could play. They were never going to make an hour on a lap, on a tank. So they've managed that very well, but it's the nature of the bike.
Yeah, not blessed with a long-range fuel tank,
No.
or even the fuel tank as big as the Japanese bikes. So
There's plenty of people complaining about the fact it's got a single-sided swing arm and you can change wheels easily, but I don't think you're going to get many people go up to them and say, well, shame about their fuel tank, isn't it?
yeah, absolutely.
You take the good with the bad.
You buy the machine, it's got to work for you, or your strategy has to work for the bike that you buy. So Kyle Buckley's starting to look quite picking up the pace quite nicely here as he heads around the sweeper. Starting to look like full dry conditions almost.
Yeah, definitely. You can actually hear that. I don't know if you can hear that through the commentary box, but the Ducati Panigale spinning up in the dry across the start-finish line.
What are the times, Chris?
57.6, so continuing to go faster. Just a shame for that team that time is running out. We're down to 3 minutes 50 seconds. Daniel Briggs out there on the full wets now, starting to
Probably not enjoy it.
not enjoy it as much.
Just looking at some notes here from our timing guru, Sean.
Sam Gala still doing a mighty job out there. The only rider riding solo, coming around to cross the start-finish line. I'm sure those legs are going to be sore tonight.
Just looking at some notes that we're getting.
Oh, fantastic watching
Kyle Buckley.
Kyle Buckley across the start-finish line there. The Ducati spinning up pretty hard.
I'll have a look at the lap time for the last lap. He's definitely starting to enjoy the track conditions again. So a 57.3 on the last lap. Kurt Shusham's into the flat 60s. Brett Simmons 58.5, so still riding very well on the wet tyres. Brett Simmons hasn't slowed him down at all with the track drying.
Scott Honeychurch, what a great job he's done managing that ZX6R. What was his time?
A 60.7 for Scott on the last lap.
So certainly laps winding down now. 2 minutes 20 remaining. Of course, it's 2 hours plus 1 lap. Kyle Buckley goes through with a 57.5. So, question is, Kurt Sushams, will he make it the hat trick? He's got 3 laps or 3 laps or thereabouts to hang on.
Or will there be an issue with their fuelling strategy, Chris?
Well, that's the thing. We're about to find out, I guess. What sort of times is he doing? 1 minute 0.3 last time around. So he might be worried about fuel.
Well, he may, but what about was there an issue with refuelling that may be looked at?
Well, there was an issue with during the red flag procedure with some bikes getting some fuel. So that will have to be decided by the steward and clerk, of course. But right now we can only deal with what's going on track and on the timing screens. And Kurt Susham's last time round, flat 59. It's certainly not fast for Kurt. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to eke out everything he can out of that fuel.
And now we're seeing, just on track here, going down through turn 2 into the S's there, Kyle Buckley on the Ducati. He's been finding some good pace in the last few laps. Brett Simmons just ahead of him on the full wet, so Brett's starting to spin up a bit, as you can see there. Kyle will drive past using the power of the Ducati quite easily, I'd imagine here, Chris. We're just going through Suckers now and heading down into Calvin's. There's a big speed difference between these two bikes.
Without a doubt.
As you'll see clearly here, like the Ducati onto the main straight has got a lot more straight line speed and has absolutely no problem at all passing Brett Simmons in a straight line.
Now what's interesting here is if Kurt Sushams was in need of a splash and dash, it's going to put the 600 of Jason Spencer into the outright lead and potentially put the Ducati Panigale up into second.
What is the actual penalty there, Chris, for an infringement?
Of what?
Well, maybe a refuelling infringement. Is it a disqualification or is it a time penalty?
Well, I don't know. That's up to the steward and the clerk, of course. So that'll have to be discussed later. But at the moment,
okay. Well, we've down to the 2 hours is.
Yep, I can see the last lap board.
He's
being readied. So this time around for Kurt Sushams, coming down the back straight. He will pick up the last lap board this time through, I believe. Last lap board being ready. So Kurt will have everything crossed that he makes that last lap.
Cole Buckley still churning out the quickest laps in the last sort of 5 or 6 laps of the race.
Yeah, 57.5.
Still not full dry conditions, but definitely the fastest bike on track at the moment.
But the important thing is our leader up over Suckers at the moment. Fires the ZX10 down towards Calvin's for the last time. Hoping that there's enough fuel to get it home.
Well, I think even if you ran out right in this particular part of the track, I think you could roll to the finish or push.
Yep, very, very last lap. I'm sure Kurt will be very, very glad to see the checkered flag.
Yep, here we go. So Kurt Sushams comes around to take the checkered flag. The Motorworks Michelin 2-hour race.
Be very, very relieved to see that. Cole Buckley comes through. He'll be, I think, 1.5 laps down, so won't get to complete his full race distance. Brett Simmons manages to get through on those wet tyres. Daniel Briggs also on the wet tyres. Great job from Ian DeBoer on the Peter Bell Chambers machine, going through, pumping the fuel tank. Very, very happy with his performance, as he should be.
As he should be, absolutely.
Now we've got second place bike, and first place 600 is Jason Spencer. Did a fantastic job navigating those tricky conditions in the wet. He'll come through to pick up P2. Very, very happy with that. And Matt Carey, what a job he's done on the Josh Reeves machine, as is Josh. I think that's one of the rides of the weekend, really, from the pairing.
Well, according to the timing, they're in 4th position, so outright, so that's a great result.
Absolutely. Sam Gala finishes solo, and I'm sure he's glad to see that checkered flag.
Yeah, Herculean effort.
Yes, he'll be struggling to walk around this afternoon, but feeling all the better for having achieved that. Kurt Susham's just re-entering the pits. That's 3 in a row for Kurt. Brett Simmons once again left wondering what could have been. And we know the calibre of Brett as a rider, but it just goes to show what a difficult race this is to win.
Yes, that early spill from his teammate Matty Long in those tricky conditions certainly ended their chances of outright win or a podium today. It's a shame, but that's racing.
That is racing. Some very, very relieved and happy riders filing in off the track now. It's a tough gig out there, Rod.
It certainly is.
And that was probably one of the toughest with those laps going out there on slicks after the red flag. And of course, windy conditions. There was a lot to deal with out there.
Yeah, probably one of the trickiest 2-hour races we've seen over the last 5 or 6 years.
Look, without a doubt, and I think it just goes to show again that it's a tough event, and people who win it absolutely deserve to. And 3 from 3, or the last 3, I should say, for Kurt Sushams, just goes to show that he knows how to put a 2-hour team together.
Okay, well, Chris, I guess we've probably done enough talking.
We certainly have. We've got presentations to get to. To everyone who came out and watched today, I hope you enjoyed the day. We've certainly enjoyed having you out here. It's, as I say, it's time for presentation. You're most welcome to come down and join in and have a talk to all the riders out there. But if you don't, once again, thank you. Big thanks to our sponsors, Motorworks Motorcycles and Michelin Race Tyres. They provide us absolutely fantastic support out here at Basketville, and wouldn't be able to host an event like this without them. So if you are looking to get some parts for your motorcycle, drop in and see Larry at Motorworks, or Grant Tomlinson from Michelin Tyres. I think, Rod, we've said enough. I'm getting tongue-tied again.
Yes, I'm getting tongue-tied as well, because running out of things to say, but it's been a great event once again, and it's good to see a lot of happy faces in the pits as we look down. Herculean. I can't say it.
No.
I've said too much today, so.
So we'll sign off and say thanks again to everyone who came out, and look forward to seeing you at the next race day out here at Basketville.
So Chris.
Well, somebody.
Attention in the pits, is that working? Yes it is. Presentation in 5 minutes, so if you can make your way down please. Presentation in 5 minutes, thank you. Okay, people, we'll start the presentation, so if you can make your way down, please. Sorry about the shower. All right, people, thanks for your patience. I know it's been a very trying few days. I certainly had to sympathise with all of you out there today. Those conditions were atrocious, and I think the fact that we got through with so few incidents really speaks volumes to how well you raced today. You rode to the conditions and still produced some really exciting racing. So before we get into the actual results, round of applause to all riders today. Thanks for persevering with it. Absolutely fantastic job. So again, just before we get into the presentation, I just wanted to, something I don't usually do, is go through the list of the key volunteers who put so much work into making an event like this happen. I know it often goes unnoticed, but I did want to walk through the people who have put in an extraordinary effort this weekend to make this weekend happen. First of all, our race secretary, Martin Long. I know firsthand what a massive job you do. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort and a lot of patience. So Martin, thank you so much for what you do. Someone you do see very active during the day, puts in a fantastic job is our clerk, of course, Peter Woods. And of course his assistant, Matt Phibbs. Sitting upstairs keeping an eye on everything, including controlling the live streaming, is Sean Patmore. Fantastic job today from Kylie Phipps and Graham Facey doing their timing. Thank you. Of course, we're always mentioning our flag marshals. They do such a great job. Stood out there in horrible weather today, in fact most of the weekend. Headed up by Danny Moss. Thanks, flaggies. So our scrutineers, Jared Atwood, John Crans, I think Martin Long actually helped out a little bit as well. Another fantastic job. Our race day coordinator, Matt Allen. Our Vice President, Len Bester, co-commentator, general helper today, but thanks for your support, Len. My co-commentator, Rod Garrett. To all the volunteers, I know I would have missed people, but as I say, putting an event on like this takes a big team of people. It's really hard work, it's very stressful. Thank you so much for what you've done. Our magnificent trophies, all our programs, all our stickers, put together by John Williamson. He works long hours. He gets not enough support. He's often chasing me up for information. It must be so frustrating, but he always produces the goods. And finally, and a big finally, to our event sponsors, Larry Eaton from Motorworks, Grant Tomlinson from Michelin. Thanks for getting behind this event. You guys make it happen. Cheers, mate. I've got to say, Bob, sometimes I think I'd rather be out there racing a superbike on slicks in the wet than doing this job. But I think I'll stick with this. Okay, so on to the first of our sprint race results. We'll start from third up to first. Tassie Juniors, absolutely outstanding racing this weekend. I know you had some challenges as well with some wet weather and a few people running off, but I tell you what, it was exciting racing to call. Third place, oh hang on, who's that? I haven't got initials next to it. Who's Tom Turner? Okay, third place, Tom Turner. Is that right? Must be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well done, Tom.
Do you want to say something?
Might as well.
Go on.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad and CJ for lending me $100 to bring me out here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to ride. But yeah, thank you.
Right. So who seconded?
It might have been Chloe, actually. Chloe.
Okay, we'll swap it over in a sec.
Yep.
Second place, Chloe Skinner.
Hi, Chloe.
You're welcome to say something.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, Motorworks, and the boys for the competition.
Thank you. And almost a clean sweep, Ollie Skinner.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, Motorworks, and the other Tassie Juniors for the competition.
I'll give you that one back. Okay. Move on to Historic Open. This one was pretty clear cut in the end because we only had one person finish all rounds, and that was Karen Webb. I don't know. It's got to be. Belly pulled out.
Karen, I'd just like to thank the club and all the people for making this event happen, despite COVID and everything this year. Well done, Karen.
Okay, Formula 3. And when you know it, now the sun's out. Okay, third place today, Larry Eaton.
Congratulations, Larry. Thank you.
You were going to say something?
Oh, yeah. Go on.
I'd just like to thank everybody. It's just a great weekend. I'm happy to be, or proud to be a sponsor of this event. Appreciate everyone for coming along, and I hope everyone had a good time. Thank you.
Second place, John O'Hughes.
Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah.
No worries, cheers, mate. On you. No worries, I won't say anything because I'll save that. But yeah,
All right.
No worries.
In first place, Bob Sellers. And a 59-second lap.
I got told on Friday at 59 or go home, old man, but I did it. Anyway, I'd like to thank everyone that Chris thanked because I had it in mind to do that, so I don't need to do it again, but thank you anyway. I'd also like to thank my pit crew, Harry and Chip. They'd put my tyre warmers on and take them off when I'm standing around talking, and that's what I do. So thank you everyone.
Thanks, Bob. Well done.
Thanks, Bob. Cheers, mate.
Okay. Right, Premodern Open. I should be getting you to present this one, Len. You're usually up here at the microphones of Premodern Open. Not this time. Third place, Matt Coward.
Cheers, mate.
Wayne.
Well done.
I hate talking on these things, but I'd like to thank my sponsors, the Flaggies, Chris Price for putting on this great event. Yeah, great to see all you blokes here. Thank you.
Second place, Bob Sellers.
I should have been there racing you, mate.
Yes. Thank you everyone again. I'd also like to thank my fellow competitors Stuart Bugg and John O'Hughes and all the other people in the class. Stuart was complaining about the blue SV and someone named Sellers on it. At least I gave him a little bit of a break. He only got tipped in on a couple of times instead of 8 or 9 in a race. So thank you.
In first place, good to see a breakthrough for a win, Stuart Bugg.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the club and the officials and especially all the marshals standing out in the pouring rain this weekend. And definitely thanks for Bob for giving me his year time and Lenny for having a rest. Cheers.
We were joking before, it was a bit like Marquez having a bit of time out. Same with Len Dester, but I think the analogy stopped there. Okay, moving on to Formula Basketville. Third place, Matt Allen.
Yeah, I would like to thank all the officials, particularly Larry and, sorry I've forgotten the Grant, for funding a great proportion of what's going on here today. I know we all chip in with our race entries, but without those two sponsors, this event wouldn't get up and be going. I'd like to thank my fellow competitors, my future sponsor, Rod Garrett. No? Oh, it seems like that deal's fallen through. That's okay. But thank you very much, everyone, and all the competitors. Cheers.
Okay, second place, Chris Eaton.
Thanks, mate. That's incredibly unexpected. I just turn up and ride around and have fun and go pretty slow usually. So yeah, that's good. Massive thanks to my sponsors. Yes, I have sponsors. Weird, I know. And my pit crew, Tom and Jack. They're absolutely awesome. And huge thanks to Kane Bowman as well. Cheers.
And first place, Graham Cunningham.
I'd just like to thank all the officials, as Chris said. It's been a fantastic weekend. I've had an absolute ball. I'd like to thank my sponsor, King Street Butcher, if you're up that way, Sandy Bay. He's pleased to meet you and he's always got the meat to please you. So I'd like to thank the little pit crew out the back there. She's done a ripping weekend for me on the tyre warmer, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Graham. I'll keep that on in mind. Okay, moving on to Lights Production. In third place,
I'll just try and line this up.
Matthew Allen.
What's that? Are you on something?
Check it.
Yeah, it's in mate.
Thank you again. I really don't have any more to add, but cheers. Thanks, man.
In second place, Lockie Curtis.
Just like to thank Mum and Dad for getting the bike down here for the weekend. Thanks to Pop for all his help, and thanks to the Lights class for such great racing.
In first place, an impeccable performance today in all conditions, a clean sweep, Jesse Woods.
Thank you,
Well, this weather seems to be pretty standard for the 2 hour, but despite that, it does seem to be it's a pretty epic event, you know, just getting to have a bit of fun racing with some mates and catching up. I'd like to thank, James coming down from Victoria, taking some sick photos, being a bit of a pain in the arse at times. Badger Racing, Scott's Motorcycles, Spectrum Paints, Target Performance, and all of the Lights class for the racing.
Okay, Lights GP. Okay, Lights GP. Okay, in third place, first road race meeting, I believe, Heath Fielding.
Just like to thank Bespoke Designs, Taran Ocean especially for giving me the opportunity to come out and ride, all the flag marshals and Horizon Motorcycles. Thank you.
Second place, Taran Ocean.
First off, I'd just really like to thank me for not crashing. That was awesome. But Bespoke Design and Horizon Motorcycles for setting up all our GP guys up with the massive pits, and all of the Lights guys for having awesome racing. And everyone that Chris thanked. Awesome. Cheers.
Thanks, Aaron. Another faultless performance today, clean sweep from Liam Waters.
First off, I'd just like to thank Jezza for all the hard work he's put in this weekend, and also for having to deal with me all weekend. Also, thank you to Mark and Jezza as well for doing consistent tyre changes. The weather wasn't very consistent, so they're always changing my tyres for me. Also, big thank you to my grandfather for waking up every morning and taking me to the track.
Thanks, Liam. Okay, moving on to Tas Supersport. In third place, Daniel Briggs.
Well done, Daniel.
I'd just like to thank the club for putting on a wicked weekend. Conditions were trying. Some people didn't want to go out. It's unfortunate. I'd like to thank Sam for actually sticking with me today, doing all the hard work. Like, he's the only reason I'm holding this, for the race he put in this morning. I'd like to thank everyone else that it was a good weekend. Thanks.
Good on you, Briggsy. Second place, John O'Hughes. Thanks, Joel, for setting that bike up, mate. It's excellent. Yeah, bloody crashed. No, and well done to all you 2 hour competitors. Good stuff. In the first place, super impressive weekend from Matthew Long.
I'd just like to thank all the volunteers and all the flaggies today. I'd like to thank Rins Maintenance, Michelin Tyres and Red's Motorcycle Repairs. And a massive thanks to Brett, Eric and Dad for all the work they did changing tyres.
Thanks, Matthew. Moving on to Tas Superbike. Not a lot of entrants this weekend, and a few people choosing to sit it out, but consistency pays off. And third place, Simon Price.
Well done.
Thanks. Just like to thank all the organisers and the volunteers today and the sponsors. It was a great weekend, and Peter and Wade and Kane for talking me into riding the Superbikes. Thanks.
Good on you, mate. And second place is Wade Schrader.
Thanks for the consistency.
Yes. I'll just thank everyone that everyone else thanked, and thanks to everyone that didn't line up.
In first place, Kane Bowman. Unfortunately, Kane's not with us at the moment, but Chris Eaton will take the medal on his behalf.
Kane wanted to thank a few people, most notably the Ambos, who took care of him after what happened. We all saw that. He also wanted me to say, I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know why he wanted me to say that, but he did. And he also wanted to thank his pit crew, who is me.
Thanks, Chris. Just while on the subject of Superbike, I think we need to recognise that a new circuit lap record was set yesterday by Brett Simmons, a 53.0, absolutely amazing. It's a 20-year-old record. Well done, Brett Simmons. Okay, moving on to the first of our feature events, the reverse grid handicap. I always enjoy watching it. I hope the competitors enjoy being part of it. I think very, very well-deserved third place today went to Chad Wiley.
I'd like to thank the club for making this weekend possible, and my dad, Pop, Billy for my bike. Thank you.
Second place, Chris Eaton.
Right, you're sick of hearing from me. Thank you very much. Thank you to Carla for not racing so I could actually get a podium. Thank you.
In first place, Jeremy Lee.
Well done.
I'd like to thank everyone here, and I'd like to thank the guys at Motorworks and the guys at Horizon and all the officials here. Thank you. Okay, on to our Lights 20-lap feature race, starting with the Lights GP class. Pretty trying lead up to this event and a trying weekend as well, but perseverance pays off. A very well-deserved third place, Jeremy Huddleston.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks to all the competitors, the flag marshals and volunteers, and everyone for helping out, Horizon Motorcycles, Bespoke Designs, Mark de Jong for helping with the tyres, and just want to give a big shout out to Jamie Needham, who's doing it pretty tough, so thanks everyone.
Cheers, mate. Second place, Taryn Ocean.
I'd just like to say thank you to whoever decided to wave the red flag, because I was so scared. And Aaron Wade and Mark de Jong and everyone who was helping out in the pits, changing tyres. We changed so many wheels. It was crazy. Cheers.
Thanks, mate.
In first place, making it 2 in a row, Liam Waters.
First off, I'd like to thank you, I'd like to say thank you to the competition, especially Taryn and Jesse. They made it a really enjoyable weekend out on the track. And also thank you to the club and the marshals and officials. It wasn't the best weather, so yeah, they did it tough. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the Lights production in the 20-lap feature. Third place, Lockie Curtis.
just like to thank everyone that makes it happen for a good weekend. Thank you.
Second place, Dane Briggs.
Well, I'd just like to thank everyone that's here, just because that's what makes the event. Just everyone that turns up, everyone that volunteers. The marshals today in this shit weather, and the rainmaster Dougie Watson over there for helping me out. Just thank you, I'm wrapped.
Good on you, Dane. In first place, a very, very impressive ride today, Jesse Woods.
Thanks to Liam and Taran. It's been great racing with you guys today, especially Taz. We had some good battles this weekend. I'd also like to thank Sean. As many of you know, he's sort of my 24/7 helpline for bike support. I don't really know the exhaust from the air filter, so it's good to have him around. And also, thanks to Dad for holding off on the red flag long enough for me to come back past Taran.
So finally, the Motorworks Michelin 2 Hour. Before we get into the places today, we have a presentation from yesterday's Superpole. Superpole winner for 2020, Kurt Sushams. I'd just like to thank Damo for letting me ride his bike fast. It's good fun. It's a beautiful bike. I like it. Thanks to the club for putting the event on. The flaggies, like out there being blown around as much as we were. So thank you. Okay, starting with the Supersport class. Third place, Marcus Delaney and Joel Benson.
Well done, mate. Super impressive ride.
Big thanks to all involved. Hey, coming up, mate. Yeah, big thanks to all involved.
No, I haven't.
You know talk? Say hello. I'm just stoked to break the curse to survive a 2 hour without crashing, so that's a win regardless of this. And yeah, big thanks to Karen and young mate here. Brett Mansfield, we couldn't have done it without him. Recently promoted to team manager, I believe. And of course, Horizon Motorcycles and Stefco Trading, and anyone new? No, you're right. No? That's it. Thanks, guys. Cheers. Joel?
Second place, Josh Rees, Matt Carey.
You actually did it properly this time. Formidable team. Thank you. Thanks, Lee. Ciao, mate.
I'd just like to thank everyone for the day. I'd like to thank Walk the Line Tattoo, F45 Hobart. Hope Jamie gets better soon. It's going to be a long road to recovery, but he'll be right. And Motor Elite, and parents, and definitely James. James is the backbone of today's event. So,
Yeah, look, I'd like to thank James, Batero Coffee Roasters, Walk the Line Tattoo, Josh for letting me ride his bike. It's a bloody awesome machine, leaving in the wet on the slicks. Josie, what for? Yeah, letting him come out.
Let me come
yeah, and the club, you know, it's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Good on you, Matt.
winners of the 2020 Motorworks Michelin 2-hour for Supersport, Jason Spencer and Mitch Hawksley.
Well deserved, mate. Who's going to talk first?
Alright. Thanks to my sponsors, Greg and Jason from Motorcycle City, for trusting me on their bike. It was scary, and I can't hear much because I didn't wear earplugs. And thanks Dave Bartels, whoever he is. Is he here?
Yeah.
For helping out the pits, and Nathan Toll and Bradley Van Zetten. And yeah, thanks Mum for coming down. And thank you for doing the second half.
I'd like to thank obviously the club foremost, Motorworks especially, and Michelin for coming up with some funds for this to be held, especially without a lot of mainland entries this year. The weather was interesting, and I've never ridden with a more nervous rider ever. I think at the toilet too many times. Very interesting race. It was good fun. I always love coming down here. Love Superpole. A big thanks to Motorcycle City, Greg, Dave, he's my right hand man. Pirelli tyres, RST leathers, all the usual stuff. Thanks guys.
Good on you, mate.
Okay, moving on to Superbike. In third place today, Jason Wiley, Kyle Buckley.
Well done, mate.
Firstly, thanks to Motorworks and Michelin for putting on or sponsoring the event. It was very interesting out there in those conditions, and had a ball. But thanks to all the club members that had a lot of work to do in the lead up and also today. Could see the stress levels rising, so congratulations to them, all the flaggers. Congratulations to Kurt and Damo, great ride. Kyle and his dad Paul for coming down. It's much appreciated and really fitting with all guys. Hope I don't forget anyone. Bill, Dad, Carla, Chad, Steve, yes, Buggy of course, helping out in the pits. Everyone that helped us, and thank you very much.
Pretty much what Jason said. Big thanks to him for letting me ride his very expensive motorbikes in the wet on slicks, so it's a bit nervous for me. But it's been really cool. The whole team's been really welcoming, and it's awesome to get back to Tassie. So thanks to Chris and everyone in the club for making a good event again, and the Tassie government for letting me in. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Moving on to second position. So close but yet so far. Almost took the outright on the 600. Jason Spencer, Mitch Hawksley.
Got any, mate? You want to play something or?
Just real brief. I think we come to almost 7 seconds behind the leaders, which I was pretty happy with that. It would have been nice to push them along a bit further, make them work a bit harder, but not to be. They dried out and those guys found their feet, which was good. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thanks to the club for putting on the event as well, and all the flaggies. Otherwise it wouldn't happen, so thanks.
And finally, the winners of the Superbike class in the 2020 Motorworks Michelin 2-hour, making it three in a row, Kurt Sasha and Damien Forbes.
Oh, I don't talk. Firstly, Scott's Motorcycles, thank him for all the help that he's given us and putting up with us coming in last minute, needing shit over here, there and everywhere. To this bloke for actually selling me the motorbike and for putting in a pretty damn good second stint. Everyone that's helped us out throughout the day, the week, dealing with all our crap, pretty much it.
Yeah, to be honest, the tour wasn't really on my radar. It's been an awful year with COVID and all those sorts of things, and Damo convinced me, come do it with me. So off we went, and for me that's what this event's all about, catching up with friends. You know, massive thanks to Brad Hughes, he's helped out, Jezza on the pit board, you know, we sort of you got no idea where you are unless those guys are helping you out. So riding around in slicks in the wet, yeah, I won't do that again. I said, come in and said to Damo, sorry, I think I got your bike dirty at turn 1. He said, it's all right, mate. Yeah, so I was riding around, I was thinking, oh, you know, the family's at home, they're watching the live stuff, so keep on chugging away, we'll see what happens, and yeah, we come away. Good day. Thank you. It was an awesome effort, guys, and an absolute pleasure to watch that race. And look, honestly, I was much happier up there in the commentary box and out there doing what you were doing. So, awesome job, thank you. I know it's getting late, everyone wants to get going, so I'll wrap it up and say thanks again to everyone for coming out. It's a fun event. We do try and make it enjoyable for you. We'll put in the work for next year, and I hope to see you back then.